I have an individual that's on the platform currently under Jennifer Cordova. I'm going to go ahead and ask him mute and let me know what item that you are here to speak on.
Hi, we actually have two people on for this participation. My name's Teresa Adamo, and I'm here with Jennifer Williams Cordova, and we're here to present a children's book that we've written that promotes the Kern River here in Bakersfield.
Okay, so I have a, did you sign up on the speaker card list?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and you're under, what's the last?
It could be Williams Cordova or Adamo.
Okay, did you just recently sign up?
No.
No, it was
Oh,
last.
Jen, I have Jen Williams. Is that who it is?
Yeah.
There you
Okay,
go.
perfect. All right, great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Could we ask one more question since we're on with you?
Sure.
Are we able to share screen to make it easier to present these book pages, or is your preference that we hold the book up to our camera?
Let me ask our chief counsel.
Sure.
For security reasons, we normally don't allow screen sharing. If you have images of the pages, you could email them to the clerk, Janine Townsend. She was the one you received the passcode from. And we can make arrangements to display those and share the screen as you're reading those relevant pages.
That would be great. It would just probably be easier on your end, but we understand we could do it that way, no problem.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Michael.
Courtney, do you want to go ahead and take down the presentation screen? I think we've got board members ready to roll.
There we go. Good morning. I am Dee Dee Diadamo, Vice Chair of the State Water Board, and I will be chairing today's meeting. Today is Tuesday, October 5th, and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing our board members and staff, and with us today are my fellow colleagues, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Also, our board executive staff, Executive Director Eileen Sobeck, Chief Counsel Michael Loffer, Chief Deputy Directors Jonathan Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer, and Clerk to the Board Janine Townsend, and assisting her is Courtney Tyler and Margie Argel. I'd like to let you know that this meeting is being webcast and recorded, so when you speak, please say your name clearly into your phone or your microphone on your computer. Also, as a result of the COVID-19 emergency, we are conducting today's board meeting, as we have been, via video conference, teleconference, in order to comply with public gathering limitations and physical distancing requirements, and as authorized by the governor's executive orders, there is no physical meeting room. For people who only want to listen or watch the meeting, the board's customary webcast is available. We are receiving presentations and public comment through a Zoom meeting platform. If you intend to present or comment or think you might be interested in commenting, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID provided on the board's website and the password you received from the clerk. If you've not already received a password, you can email the clerk now at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. and the clerk will email you a link to sign up on the virtual speaker card list. For those in the Zoom meeting, you will be on mute and your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera if you have one. When you are finished speaking and the board members have completed asking questions, you will be placed on mute and your camera turned off. All right. This morning, we're going to be starting off with the presentation of a Superior Accomplishment Award. And Andrew Algavat will be presenting the Superior Accomplishment Award to the Needs Assessment Team. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Vice Chair Diadamo. So I wanted to just take this opportunity to present the Superior Accomplishment Award for our Needs Analysis Unit for their work on the needs assessment for our Safer Drinking Water program. And so I just wanted to point out, a couple of things about the group and the work that they did. I think as the board members are aware, the needs assessment came out in the spring of this year. There was a lot of work that went into it. It was actually began as a contract with UCLA, and that was before the SAFER program existed. Once SB 200 was signed and the SAFER program came into existence, a lot of things changed, and there was a lot of work for our staff to do as well on that. So among other things, the group put together and coordinated 14 public workshops, got a lot of public input. There were many iterations back and forth based on that public input. They reviewed 130 risk indicators and came down with a list finally of about 20 risk indicators. They worked on developing all the data visualizations that went along with that, all the graphs and charts and the presentation of the data. And this was all from a unit that had only been together for about a year when the report finally came out, and was kind of working on this almost all through remote work through, as we were dealing with COVID. So if you could, I just wanted to point out, just so that's the, the work of the group, but point out what the individual members of the group worked on. So Bunsry Taylor, she did a lot of the data analysis of the risk assessment and the affordability assessment. And she also helped to coordinate all of those public workshops. Hee-Kyung Lim, she supported the public-facing risk assessment results. And among many other things she did, she helped to make all of the white papers and all the reports accessible for web posting, which for hundreds of pages of technical documents was actually quite an amazing achievement. Moj Kamas, she helped support the data visualizations and work on the cost model, and also preparing the data for the funding gap analysis. David Leslie did a lot of the work developing the scripts, the computer and data work to pull complicated data sets together for the needs assessment and review all the data that was coming in. Jeffrey Albrecht did a lot of the, among other things, was responsible for the coordination between our unit and DWQ, the Department of Water Resources, OEHA, and others to make sure that all of our data was being shared back and forth appropriately. And he's also been working on getting our data for state small water systems and domestic wells in. Will Allen actually initially worked on this when he was a student with us before the SAFER program started, and he supported the initial review of the risk indicators, and then we were able to hire him, and he actually then quickly went to work doing the even more important work of COVID contact tracing, and now we're very happy to have him back with us. And then, of course, Kristen Abhold, who many of you know is the leader of the whole effort. She worked extremely hard on making sure we had good public input and pulling together all the pieces of the report, assuring the deadlines were met, as well as being a bit of a guru on how we present data to the public and visually present things. And then Michelle Frederick, who is now leading all of our SAFER work in DDW. She actually began the initial contract with UCLA on all this, and of course guided everything through to fruition. So, and then, the group continues to work since the needs assessment came out, continues to refine the risk factors. They've worked on updating the at-risk list, and in addition, they've been leading our work on our SAFER clearinghouse, like all of our data for SAFER. And in addition to that, this group was responsible for pulling together the initial arrearages surveys and analyzing all of that data. So I just wanted to thank them, and they're very deserving of this award.
Well, we can't thank you enough. I'll have to say personally, I attended a couple of those workshops, and they were very well run and timely. And I got a lot out of them, and I felt like the report was complete. And then what timing? I mean, just for us to have this really important information at a time where we've been able to have additional resources just has been so useful in so many ways. And so I would imagine that it's gratifying for all of you to see the good work going toward implementation so soon, and for people that are really truly in need. So thank you all so much. And I'd like to invite everyone to join me in a round of applause for the entire team. Thank you. Does anybody else, would anyone like to speak from the team, or do my fellow board members have anything that they'd like to say?
I think I'd just like to have my team turn their videos on if they can, so that they can be recognized. Thank you.
Great.
I'll
Good to
just
see
add
you
my
all.
thanks and recognition because I know I have been really involved and pushing of of staff, and just have been so amazed with the ambitious and exceptionally thorough and professional and just incredibly useful and impactful work that this team has done. It was really not easy. It really exceeded all of my hopes and expectations, and I think just really brought the the ability of our state to address these needs to a whole new level. And already seen it be a real driver of things like resources coming our way and the ability to really target, and just so grateful. So this team is just so deserving of recognition and just continues to be stepping up in so many ways, like the arrearages. I think it's really incredible what this team is able to accomplish and willing to take on. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. Anyone else? Well, thank you again. Thank you for joining us. And it's good to see you all today and your smiling faces. And again, we're just grateful for all that you've done, and look forward as the program continues to grow and we continue to allocate dollars to those in need. So thank you. All right, so we will now move on to public forum, and I know we have quite a few speakers today, so we will get started. Mr. Lawfer, it looks like you have something to say.
Yes, unfortunately, we appear to have, and it's very slight, but I don't want a bad viewer experience, glitch on the computer that feeds the Cali PA webcast. So I'd like to take perhaps a 2-minute break so we can restart it. People are able to hear, but for all of us who are participating in the Zoom platform, we're seeing a smooth experience. But there are significant, well, not significant, periodic delays on the computer that sends it out. So if we can just pull up a presentation screen, Courtney, to let folks know that we're going to take a 2-minute break to try to address the technical issue. We'll try restarting it and then resume with public forum.
All right, we'll be back momentarily. Thank you.
So Courtney, if you can go ahead and take down the splash screen, it appears like we're doing fine and board members should be able to resume.
Okay. So we're on to, whoops. Sorry about that. Okay, we're on to public forum, and the first presenter that we have is David Gordon with Bird Dog Arts.
Unmute. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. I'm trying to unmute my camera. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. I think you have to unmute my camera. Oh, start my video. There it is. Oh, there you go. Hi, thank you for having me this morning. My name is David Gordon. I'm a third generation Kern County native. As far as background in Bakersfield and as an artist, I worked for the Bakersfield Museum of Art as assistant director for 12 years, and then the Arts Council of Kern as the director for 6 years, and now currently own one of the partners of an 11,000 square foot art gallery out here at the Tejon Outlets with 2 partners from the East Coast who believe the arts and collecting arts is important and attainable by everyone. As far as the Kern River goes, and really for bringing water back to the Kern, it has been quite the inspiration for myself as far as my own artwork, but also when I was with the Arts Council of Kern, we produced the Plein Air Painting Festival, which was a fundraiser for the Arts Council where we invited some of the best painters from the Western United States to come to Kern County, like they do in Laguna, and paint Kern County, because we have everything but a beach as far as landscapes go, including the beach of the Kern River. And we had a lot of the artists that would paint the Kern River through town and go into the canyon as well. And we sold those paintings, and artists made money, as well as the Arts Council, to do many of the programs that we did. And so it was important not only as an art inspirational, but it actually put money into artists' pockets, and the arts are a vocation. We all have the student loans to prove it. And so it does help the economy and through the arts, which in California, the creative economy supports more jobs than healthcare. People don't always realize the creative economy's impact on our economy. And without the arts in California, the 4th largest economy or 5th largest economy in the world would fold. And so I brought just a couple paintings that I've done. I'm not sure if it's too dark in here, that I'll move this. I've done of the Kern River through, I'll just move it around so you can see it. It's like, okay, how embarrassing, an art gallery without any lights. There's one that is like right through town, and not, and so where we miss, I don't even know how to do this here, where we don't always see water. I have this large one behind me, which has some of the settling ponds, and this one is about 2 by 3 feet. And so this is on a real wet year when we see water right through town in the settling ponds. And this is some of the subject matter that our artists would paint and see. And so I would just like to be all for bringing water back to the Kern, because it does do a lot of us economically, inspirationally, supports the arts and everyone else. So please support the arts, and I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for taking the time to be with us today, and I look forward to stopping by the gallery next time I'm in the area. So beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker that we have, and I'll just note that there's a 5-minute limit, and there's a clock on the board that you all can follow. The next speaker is Monty Byram.
Okay, I think that's working. Are we on here?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Monty Byram. I'm a local artist, musician, producer. Sorry, I have my guitar and it's early. I don't normally get up, and I usually have breakfast at noon. So this is a little early for me. Let's see here. Start my video. Please allow this Zoom. Got it. Take your picture to allow. Okay, are we back on?
There,
Oh, there we go.
we can see you. Yes.
Hey, hello, everybody. Very honored to be a part of this. I'm a native of Kern County. My family goes back to the original pioneers, back even to Tohon Ranch, believe it or not. And as an artist and a producer, I've worked with everyone from, my God, I wrote 15 songs for Eddie Money. I did a duet with Barbara Streisand back in the 80s. And this little Bakersfield boy's made a little splash out there in the last 40 years. And the one thing that I've found, no matter where I go, whether it's Texas or New York or, you know, is, oh, you're from Bakersfield. You must know Merle and Buck. And I've always been very proud of that. But whenever they come to Bakersfield, which quite a few artists do, they come here to write and play and record. The first thing they want to do is go see the Kern River. I think there's been more songs written about that river than maybe the Mississippi, that's about it, other than the Kern that's had more songs written about it. And the reason is that it sort of represents something to them. And I don't know that it's the same here in Bakersfield, but when I leave Bakersfield, it's a magical place to a lot of people. I was producing the Midnight River Choir a couple of years ago, and the lead singer, Eric Middleton, he says, well, we can't finish this record till I come to Bakersfield and write some. So I picked him up at the airport and we went straight to the Kern River. We wrote 3 songs in one day. One of them was a single that did quite well, actually. And so he's coming back for the next record. And of course, I'm going to take him to the Kern River. That's what we do. So as an artist, as someone who's never really understood why, and I wanted to throw something else in. We get to the Kern River, there's no water in it. So I had to take him up into the canyon before we could find any water. That was a little depressing. We actually had a discussion about that too. I just never understood why this is the one town in California that has a river running through it with no water. You know, when I go to San Antonio and I work with the artists down there, you know, we always end up at the Riverwalk. I mean, I go to Phoenix and work and there's a river running through the desert. So I'm all for anything that puts water back in this river. If I got to write another song, I will. But this is my home. This is where I'll be till I die. And I'd sure like to see the water back in that river. Thank you so much for listening to me this morning, and glad to be a part of it.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. The next speaker is Jen Williams. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. My name's Teresa Adamo, and I'm the author of a children's book that we'd like to present to you today. And with me.
And I'm Jennifer Williams Cordova, the illustrator.
And we're here to read a children's book that we've written about the mighty Kern River. And we're so glad to appear to be in a line of artists who get inspiration from the river. And our intention for this, we were approached by Bring Back the Kern, who thought our type of writing to children in Bakersfield and Kern County might appeal to teaching kids about the river and giving them something to be inspired by and proud of where they live. So we'd like to read it to you today. There we go. Thank you. That's our first page there. Splish, splash, spray. Let's follow the mighty Kern River today. Crashing on boulders, rushing through rocks. Up here, the river roars when it talks.
Past Lake Ming by Hart Park and calm, watch as the ducks and the boats paddle merrily along.
Look at the people. There's so much to learn. The ones who love the river and champion, bring back the kern. The cyclists, the walkers, the joggers, even by horse. Everyone enjoys a running river. Of course, of course.
Along the way, another park with a view and one with a beach. Just up ahead, Truxton Lake is within reach. Are they biting? Not yet, but it's still so inviting.
Through the wetlands, the river gently flows, past the egrets, the herons, and the fishes below.
Next up, last stop, our final destination, Buena Vista Lake for aquatic recreation. Time to ski. Wait for me.
Hey, what's this? I thought we were done. More pages in this book? Now that sounds like fun.
And then it opens up to our map of the whole Kern River. From its start at Mount Whitney, down the canyon to the valley floor, the mighty Kern River rumbles and tumbles until it meanders no more. And there's lots of fun factoids on that page. So let's skip forward.
So let's work together and preserve what we found. For our town, no bounds, a flowing river year round, so says this hound.
Did you enjoy this river tour? Because there's one thing for sure. Many more adventures await you just around the bend.
But for now, this mighty adventure has rippled to the end. Oh no, don't go. See you soon, kiddos.
That's terrific. Thank you so much for sharing. And we really appreciate you actually reading and giving us a little story time. Thank you. I'd love to get some information about how to get the book. So if you wouldn't mind, just maybe send a message to the clerk.
We'd be happy to. In fact, we actually have in mind, we will be sending some copies to the board. And just for visual effects, this is what it looks when you pull out that fold out map page. So it actually extends from the book. And our intention for that is to help have some teaching points for the kids that really read these books with their parents and encourage them to explore the beautiful natural resources that are here in their town.
Right. Thank you so much for your contribution and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So the next person up is Michael Lee Chang.
And so Vice Chair Diadamo, we had Michael Lee Chang in the Zoom platform earlier, but I do not currently see the individual here. If he rejoins, then we can take him later in the public forum queue.
Okay, thank you. Then we have Carla Martin, Writers of Kern Poetry Group. Good morning.
Thank you for letting us be here. I'm actually Shelley Evans. I'm with Carla Martin, and I'm also a member of the Writers of Kern. And we also have Don Thompson here with us this morning. So we decided to share the space together so we could flow. Now I'm going to start with a quote. Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink, from Samuel Coleridge's poem, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, is used to suggest that, despite being surrounded by something, you cannot benefit from it. Like the unappropriated water to be awarded and the water that residents have owned since 1976, yet have been prevented from putting it into the riverbed. So much water, yet we are unable to access it. Of course, I realize this issue is not drinking water today, but that's just my way of breaking the surface or the ice, so to speak. I'm Shelley Evans, published author and poet, Bakersfield resident since 1996, an active member of Writers of Kern, affiliated with the California Writers Association. Our club was asked to share what the Kern River means from the creative perspective of a writer. So as a poet, I will say this: water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. Nothing flowing in the Kern. What are we to think? A parched and arid riverbed. Through Bakersfield, it appears as dead. Quite unsightly, not so pretty. It's definitely an eyesore in our city. Water's a life source to plants and fish. It's also for people to entertain and enrich. A healthy river needs water flow. It shouldn't dry up nor be so low as to be mistaken for a useless empty ditch. Imagine what it would be like to head to Beach Park for a hike, past the ballpark up over the hill. across the bike path. What a thrill to see the mighty Kern flowing free, full of water as it should always be. Some people in our city can't get to the beach. Lakes and other rivers are beyond their reach. If the river ran through it, Bakersfieldians could canoe it, swim, raft, and kayak. We should be able to do it. What about those not active in a water sport, such as authors, poets, lyricists, and the sort, who relish the quiet of the river? Beside it, we're inspired and our creativity becomes art. Water's always been important to me, and I enjoy being near and in it, whether by the sea or a lone stream through the woods. You could find me in the downtown pool or in my neighbors any chance I get. I even worked for the American Water Works in New Jersey years ago. I believe the Kern River should be allowed to be full of water through the city of Bakersfield. It's important to me because I also enjoy going to the river to write, as the peaceful sound of the water coursing through the riverbed stirs the creativity within me. Thank you very much for your time. And now I'm pleased to introduce Don Thompson, Kern County's first poet laureate in 2016 from the Southern San Joaquin Valley, setting for many of his poems. He's been publishing poetry since the early 60s, including a dozen books and chapbooks. The Kern River has a special way of reflecting Don's thoughts into impactful words of poetry. Don?
Good morning. Yes, I live in the Button Willow area, and water is a very central part of my environment. I write a lot about water in all of its forms, the aqueduct and the Buena Vista Slough and the Kern River. Some years ago, I wrote a book called Local Color, which was based on Kern County history. One long section of that book deals with the course of the Kern from the headwaters down to Buena Vista Lake, similar to the illustration and the nice little children's book we heard a while back. And I'm going to read from a book called Everything Barren Will Be Blessed, a short little poem called Downstream. The river is quiet here and almost motionless, drifting into little eddies of anticipation. Cottonwood leaves tremble, excited, although the air is still. The wind has gone upstream, where you can almost hear, if you listen closely, white water applauding. Something wonderful is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Now I'd like to introduce Carla Martin, fellow Writers of Kern member and published poet, a resident of Bakersfield for 35 years, who will share more poetry inspired by the Kern.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us speak and share these poems with you. This one is called Water Brings Life. Water brings life, rushing down from mother mountains. The mighty Kern feeds the valley. Once the Yokuts fished and feasted. Settlers forded it. Developers canaled it. Now the bed is dry and famished. A few lone egrets stalk the rushes. The ghosts of the Indians cry. Children look at the dirty ravine and ask, why? As we drive around our city, the ugly gash is such a pity. Water would bring life to the land and bless the creatures and every man. Will we continue to starve our souls? Water brings life. Life brings water. Will you use your life to bring our water back? And then I'm going to read a poem by Jana Lee Wong called Kern River Coyote. On the banks of where the river used to be, I saw you, coyote, too weak to howl at the moon. Lost at the western side of the riverbed, where all water is lost to groves, where banks have turned to dune. The fish dried up to greed, rabbits losing ground, squirrels suffocated in their holes. Not even the snakes come around. Your ribs tell the story of mansions built where nature once ran wild. Your eyes stare in desperation as wetlands dry, dead weeds piled. The herons that once flocked here have gone so far of late, and you are a reflection of our future, what man has made his fate. If the water should be returned to its natural ebb and flow, trees would return, the owl, the hawk, 1,000 birds of show. Oh, coyote, they know what they do. They sacrifice their grandchildren still to the price of the milk of almonds and the land they excessively till. And the final poem I'm going to read today is by Diane Lowry. All of these ladies are members of Riders of Kern and residents of Bakersfield for many years. This one was called River of Kern. Water, precious water, sustainer of life, flows through the Kern. Green adorns her banks, shining under the sun. Willow trees lazily drink. Fox and chipmunk refresh. Barren, dry, burnt brown earth begs you stay, replenish. Dry riverbed, a reflection of need. Mother's tears shed in vain. Snowmelt tracks diverted. River, return your cooling flow. Let children's laughter lip up, dancing in your shallows. Let us sit by your banks, listen to your peaceful song. Lull us into gentleness. Rippling over rock and sand like a joyful spring giving life. Your currents ebb and flow. Thank you for listening to these poems, and Shelley has one more for you.
This poem is also by a member of the Writers of Kern, Marjorie Bell. She taught English at Bakersfield High for over 30 years and especially enjoyed teaching poetry. She also advised the school's literary magazine and newspaper, which publications are in the National Scholastic Press Association Hall of Fame. The Dry Riverbed by Marjorie Bell. The dry riverbed speaks of neglect and even despair in a world that cares not for wild things, but uses and abuses grasslands, trees, and creatures beyond our wildest imaginings. The riverbed lies dry, barren, trashed by those who do not know its history, the source for plants that renew the earth and turn the desert green. Rivers, streams can awaken our dreams of plenty in this barren land. Relaxing by a river brings comfort to the soul. Wading into a stream awakens our senses. Following a river to its source restores our bond with nature as we make amends for our disregard. Again, thank you so much for your time today. Let's bring back that river.
I just really want to thank you all for being here today and for sharing such thought-provoking and inspirational works. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Now we've got Kyle Jones with the Community Water Center.
Actually, Vice
Good morning.
Chair, I do believe that Ephraimia is going to go first. She is of Spanish speaking, and Myra is going to translate for her.
All right. So Euphremia Hernandez.
Yes. And I'm not sure what happened to Euphremia because she is no longer on the
She was
platform.
having technical difficulties calling in, but Myra is able to connect her.
Okay.
Yeah, I have her on the phone.
Okay, you do, Myra? Okay. So, okay, go ahead then, Myra.
Ya puede dar su comentario, Eufemia.
¿Ya me están escuchando?
Sí.
Sí, lo voy a ver si me escuchan.
Sí, la escuchamos.
Buenos días a todos. Me llamo Eufemia Hernández. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí. Can you hear?
¿Ya?
Sí.
Ajá. Buenos días a todos. Me llamo Eufemia Hernández. Soy miembro de la comunidad de Moss Landing, California. También soy madre de uno de los alumnos de la escuela Ohlone de esta comunidad. Estoy nerviosa y discúlpenme.
She's a little nervous.
Esta escuela tiene el contaminante cromo 6 en sus aguas que abastecen a esta institución y afecta directamente a sus estudiantes y personal educativo. Y no solo a la escuela, también a los pozos aledaños a la comunidad. Estoy muy preocupada por las enfermedades que pueda ocasionar este contaminante y que nos está envenenando lentamente. Necesitamos lo más pronto posible un límite legal que proteja la salud pública de los consumidores de este vital líquido. Una solución es lo que necesitamos ya. Porque hasta la fecha de hoy no hay un límite legal establecido. Es nuestro derecho y es su responsabilidad crearlas y hacerlas cumplir. Gracias.
Gracias, Eufemia. Now I'll go ahead and translate.
¿Esto no?
Sí, esto, deje lo traduzco, ¿ok? Okay. So good morning. My name is Eufemia Hernandez. I am a member of the community of Moss Landing here in California. I am also the mother of a student that attends Ohlone Elementary, which is part of my community as well. This school has the Chrome 6 contaminant in the water that supplies it, and that directly affects the students that attend the school and the school staff as well. Not only does it affect the school, but the wells in our community as well. I am very concerned about the health issues that this contaminant can lead to, and because it is slowly poisoning us. We need a health protective legal limit as soon as possible for the consumers of this vital liquid. What we need are solutions, because till this day, we don't have an established legal limit, and this is our right, and it's your responsibility to establish it and implement it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez, for sharing your thoughts with us today. We really appreciate your participation.
Le dejaron saber que muchas gracias por sus comentarios y por su participación.
Está bien, gracias.
Gracias.
¿Ya la cuelgo?
Sí, si quiere. Ahorita hablamos.
Sí,
Okay.
está bien. No, me da pánico escénico.
Okay, bye. Okay.
Thank you. And thank you for interpreting for us.
Yes, of course.
All right, now, Mr. Jones, Community Water Center.
Thank you. I think Myra actually had her own presentation as well on behalf of a teacher. No, sorry, it was we didn't get that in there right.
Myra Hernandez, please.
All right. Yeah, so I just wanted to provide a comment on behalf of Chris Webb. He is a teacher from Renaissance High School, which is here in the Pato Valley Unified School District. And he wasn't able to give the comment himself because he's currently in school teaching. So, but he wanted to make sure that his voice was heard. So his comment is, quote, "As a teacher in Pato Valley Unified School District, I feel an MCL for chromium-6 is needed to restore the community's trust in the water and to ensure the district is sufficiently acting to protect the health of students and teachers. As it stands, my site of Renaissance High School is without safe water access from our faucets. In order to address the chromium-6 issue, 2 reverse osmosis drinking fountains were installed. But here is the time of COVID, and students and staff are forced to wash our hands and dishes in water that we cannot trust to drink. With a health protective MCL, the district would be moved to act more swiftly to deliver a long-term safe water solution. Please protect our community by enacting a long overdue health protective MCL for chromium-6. Thank you, Chris Webb," end quote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair Diadamo and board members. Kyle Jones with Community Water Center, and also on behalf of Clean Water Action, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, the Environmental Working Group, and Natural Resources Defense Council to support the community members and many other Californians who are still waiting to be protected from chromium-6 in their drinking water. We understand the board has dealt with numerous crises this year and has had to respond to them accordingly, but we ask that chromium-6 be treated as the crisis that it is for those who are being exposed to it through their water. It's taken almost 5 years to revise an MCL, for which most of the work had been completed prior to 2014. We feel there's been plenty of time before this drought and COVID to establish an MCL that already took over a decade to initially establish. Our various organizations have worked through this issue for the benefit of impacted Californians for over 16 years, and we've seen promises broken and delay after delay. This proposed MCL was supposed to be released in the spring of last year, which turned into fall of this year, winter of this year, and now potentially into another year. This is an injustice for those who cannot access their drinking water or receive aid without the MCL in place. Where if you are at a home where drinking water can give you cancer, you are living with an ongoing crisis with no end in sight. And so we're continuing to grow increasingly concerned with the reasons that this MCL has been delayed and are calling on the board to ensure that a proposed regulation is released by the end of this year and that its finalization and implementation is expedited so that community members, like those you just heard from, can be protected. Anything else is an environmental injustice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I'll just say, this is not on our agenda, but this is a top priority for our board. And Ms. Sobek, are you able to join us for a moment? Good morning. I would just ask that we receive an update on the next executive director's report, both on the Chrome 6 regulation and with all of the ongoing interest in the Kern. I think it'd be great to get an update on that as well. And that document is available. It will be accessible by the public. Ms. Sobek, did you have anything to add?
No, I don't have anything to add at this time, but we will be happy to do that. And the executive director's report is an attachment to the agenda to the board meeting, so that if it's in the report and you have access to the agenda, you'll be able to see the report.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Jones. All right. Next up is Shelley Evans, Riders of Kern.
Vice Chair, I do believe Shelley Evans spoke earlier.
Oh, with the other group. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Great. Okay. Now we're on to Jeff McQuilkin, Mono Lake Committee. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you all. Thanks for the chance to comment briefly. Good morning, Vice Chair Diadamo and board members. I'm Jeff McQuilkin. I'm the executive director at the Mono Lake Committee, and we're a nonprofit citizens group based here at Mono Lake in the Eastern Sierra. And I can be brief because I wanted to congratulate the board on Water Right Order 86 that was issued on Friday. It's really a landmark, and with this order, the State Water Board is transforming and launching a new era of stream restoration here in the Mono Basin. It's going to transform 20 miles of fisheries, stream habitats, riparian forests on Rush, Lee, Vining, Parker, and Walker Creeks for the better. They're all tributaries to Mono Lake, of course. And this is a major step forward in healing the damage of past water diversions that had dried those streams up for decades. It's been a 27-year process since the State Water Board's decision 1631, the Mono Lake decision back in 1994. Goals were set then. The work is still underway. It's great to see it moving forward and making these accomplishments. The big picture goals are really commendable. Restoring functional and self-sustaining stream systems with healthy riparian ecosystem components, and also restoring trout in good condition. This is really a science-based effort here, and the stream flow requirements that are in the order are sophisticated and will mimic natural patterns. the additional actions, outlet at Grant Reservoir and so forth are going to really help make those into reality. Lots of notable aspects, of course, and would love to invite the board to make a field trip at some point in the future, of course, when travel is safe and all those good things, but there's a lot to see on the ground. I think it could be really an informative and interesting trip. Just want to touch on a couple of things at the big picture that I think are worth noting here as we talk about the order. And I've managed to maximize the screen so I can't see my list. Hang on. The first is that, in addition to the flows and the actions, this is really about climate resilience. The restoration of these streams is going to let them have the capacity, give them the capacity as we see, warming temperatures, we see extended droughts. I was out on Rush Creek over the weekend. It's a drought year, of course, it's a low flow time of year. And the work that's been done so far, you can see the benefits where there are shaded pools and fish are in there and so forth. And this is what we really need to restore out there. And the order is going to go a long way to doing that. Lots of local benefits as well. Our county supervisor, Bob Gardner, is noting that having these waters and this restoration underway really helps not only the local environment, but the economy and the wildlife. The recreation and tourism economy of Mono County. I believe it's the first time that there's been a consolidation of a series of water rights license elements into one single document. So the amendments that the order issues, plus the many past pieces of this near century-old license, all now in one document. So it's easy to figure out what is an active requirement and what has been fulfilled is notable as well. And then just two other quick things. There was a voluntary agreement, of course, in 2013 between the Mono Lake Committee, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, California Trout, and the State Department of Fish and Wildlife. And the board asked us to get together and try and work out our differences and figure out a way to implement these science recommendations. We were happy to be able to do that and be successful. And it's terrific to see that be part of the implementation here in the actual order. And then, of course, what we were talking about there was the results of a decade of science and study and the recommendations of the independent scientists who prescribed these new restoration measures. And it's notable to get that adaptive management approach, not only through the study phase, but into the policy phase and now into the implementation phase. So lots of appreciation from us. I know that many state board members and staff have been involved in this. I just wanted to recognize directly the folks who've been in the many meetings we had, both in person and then more recently Zoom and phone calls. Eric Ekdahl, of course, Sam Bowen Bryan, Scott McFarland, David Rose, Steve Marquez, and Greg Brown. And we've really appreciated being able to work with them and their diligence. And I know there's a lot on the plate there at the state board, and to move this along and be able to get it out in 2021 is much appreciated. And then the last thing I'd just say is we know that for those of us who have been involved, we have some assignments that are made in this order. Could be aqueduct operations planning or administering a monitoring program or the construction of the grant outlet. There's work to be done, and we are proud to join together with Mayor Garcetti and the City of Los Angeles and Fish and Wildlife and California Trout to implement those measures and take on the duties that we've been assigned and make sure this good vision becomes a reality. So thank you for the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts with us and really to thank our staff. And I would just like to join in also in thanking our staff. I appreciate you naming a number of them by name. And this has been a long, involved, and complicated effort. And just want to say back at you because of your leadership, the committee's leadership, Cal Trout, working closely with our staff, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and LA Department of Water and Power. And so thanks for taking the time, and we look forward to future updates and spending some time out on the lake with you.
Fantastic. Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then I believe this is our last speaker, Regina Chitzzola with Save California Salmon. Good morning.
Hello, and
good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you, board members, and thank you to all the people who spoke today. It's really nice to see so many people talking about how much they love their rivers and what they're doing to protect them. My comments are on the same kind of vein. I just wanted to, first of all, thank the water board and staff for all the work you did for emergency curtailments in salmon rivers this year and streams. It was really important, and from what I'm seeing, it is working. I know in the Shasta River flows are up. In the Scott, I think it's taking a little longer because of the groundwater pumping situation. But it was very important, and thank you again for that. And also, I wanted to just bring up that the Karuk tribe has now asked for a process to begin to set flows in the Scott and Shasta rivers for permanent baseline flows. And I would like to say that Save California Salmon supports this effort and plans to send in a letter supporting that letter. As you know, this board has worked on total maximum daily loads in the Scott and Shasta River for a long time. The board has worked really hard on plans to make these rivers healthier and cleaner. But without flows being set, I don't think we're ever going to get there. And we're not going to be able to restore the Klamath salmon and make sure that people have salmon to eat without that. That said, I also would like to encourage the board to do everything that the board can to think about what the baseline flows need to be in all of the in the major river systems that are protecting endangered species at this point. As you know, the Department of Fish and Wildlife has prioritized certain watersheds, and some of these are the ones where you have implemented curtailments this year. Watersheds such as Deer Creek, Butte Creek, the Scott and Shasta, the Trinity River. And so I think that it would really be helpful for the board in the future to set baseline flows within these key watersheds for spring salmon, for coho salmon, and for winter run salmon, where we're looking at endangered species possibly being lost altogether. So what I think would be really important is to look at where these curtailments are happening and to look at what the baseline flows within these watersheds need to be in general in different kinds of years. And that way in the future, if curtailments are needed, there are already flow standards set. And part of this is going to, of course, and I've mentioned this before, so I really apologize for repeating myself, is going to mean taking a hard line at our water rights system within this state and how we're going to adapt the water rights system in order to deal with climate change. Because if we don't do that, a lot of people in the state will no longer have drinking water, and we will lose our salmon. So those are the things that I want to bring to your attention today. I think now that we have these emergency curtailments in place, and they'll be in place until we actually get out of the drought, we now have the chance to try to think ahead and try to think about what climate change is going to mean for our river systems, what kind of water we're going to have available in the future, what cities are going to need, and where we can actually adjust our water rights systems and our in-stream flows in order to make sure that we can protect all of the beneficial uses for the people of California. So those are my comments today. And I know sometimes I repeat myself, but I do feel like we're in a place now where we can move forward on long-term planning now that the board has taken such important actions for the emergency curtailments. And thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Chichizola. Always good to see you, and thank you for your comments. Ms. Townsend, I just want to make sure, I know there was one speaker that wasn't available. I just want to make sure we're finished with
Actually, we're not. We have two more
okay.
speakers that are on the forum. The next one would be Laura Best, and after Laura will be Patricia Schiffler. So
Okay.
Laura would be the first one.
Laura Best. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi.
Hi. Oh, you need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Going back and forth. Hello, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak out. I've been so moved to hear the poetry and see the artwork that has been done by other artists. I myself am a local artist. I was born and raised in Bakersfield, and I have many memories down at the river. So a lot of them were brought up some special memories that I have, and it moved me because now as an artist, my studio is open just across from Beach Park, where there is no water in the river at all. And so I pass it on it daily and I'm reminded that there used to be life there. And hearing everybody's voices on here has really struck a chord with me. And I feel like I would love to do anything that I can that could make that happen again, so that my children and their children in the future could enjoy the beauty of a flowing river through our town that it has been drying up. And there has been so much, just when you look over at the river, it's just so much death because the trees are gone, the animals are gone. And I couldn't get my screen to show the artwork that I've done, but I'll try and move the camera so you can see. This is a piece that I did of the Kern River Canyon, just at the face, and it's called Stormy Day. And it was inspired by my memories as a child, my childhood memories of the water. And I had to drive all the way to the canyon to get a picture of the water so that I could paint it. And I would me and I know a million others would love to see water flowing in that river again. So thank you again for this opportunity to listen in and give my voice.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments and thank you for sharing your artwork. Beautiful. All right. Our final commenter is Patty Schifferly. I apologize if I've mispronounced your last name.
For some reason, it says it can't start my video. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
There. How's that? Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to draw to the board's attention Westland's Aquifer and Storage and Recovery Project at the Broadview Water District. It's in a district that discharges, it doesn't recharge. And the Westlands Water District in 2019 did if you will, a CEQA review for 30,000 acre feet to be recharged into that entire area that you see before you. This project would do 2,000 acre feet a year. The concern I have is the monitoring and reporting requirements that have been established, were established by the State Water Board and aren't apropos for this geographical location. And I've contacted both the State Board to Ms. Sobek and also to the Regional Executive Director and to the Fresno Assistant Director. What's going on is as you inject that surface water, now this is surface water coming from the Trinity north of the Delta, also from Fresno Slough, you're going to create hydrological pressure. Those the upper aquifer that they're going to inject in, it will likely mobilize those contaminants. And so far, the pilot projects have not analyzed that mobilization, if you will, of existing contaminants on the west side. And they're looking at MCLs of 50 parts per billion for selenium. Well, that's fine for drinking water, but once you mobilize those contaminants out into canals, the San Joaquin River, and also into, if you will, drainage areas and drainage canals, what you'll have is a wildlife disaster. Right now, the EPA suggests 1.5 parts per billion, especially in estuary wetlands and the Delta estuary specifically. And in other canals, it's 2 parts per billion. Now, the water board has allowed 20 parts per billion flowing into Mud Slough and into the San Joaquin. And I'm concerned that the lack of monitoring and reporting to detect this will actually add to this drainage discharge. So I realize that these are important projects, especially with subsidence going on, but I think injecting surface waters into these upper aquifers that are already contaminated will cause severe problems. And there's another, I gave you two, this if you will, map shows you the different areas that Westlands is planning to inject. The red circle is the Broadview storage and recharge project. And I don't believe that Westlands sent their CEQA documents to like Fireball. And I checked with the NGOs that have commented for over a decade on these projects, and none of them received the CEQA analysis. Again, it was done in 2019 and did not specifically call out this project. DWR is giving approximately $1 million for this project to take place, and I'm concerned that the monitoring and reporting requirements aren't sufficient.
All right. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. And it sounds like you've already reached out to the right folks between Region 5 and also Ms. Sobek. But Ms. Sobek, I would just ask if there's anyone else that Ms. Schifferly should be in contact with, that you just forward appropriate contact names to her. And then if we could receive this document that you have there in case any of us want to do any further, make any further inquiries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Townsend? I think we're finished.
Yes, we are. Yes.
Okay. All right. Next, we'll move on and with our board business and consider the minutes from the September 21st, 22nd board meeting. And I will entertain a motion.
I'll second.
All right. Motion and second. Ms. Townsend, will you please call the roll? And I'll just note that I will be abstaining on the second day because I was only able to participate in part of that day.
Noted. Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye for the first day and abstain for the second day.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and now moving on to our uncontested items. Items 2 and 3 will be taken up and voted on the uncontested calendar unless there's a request for either to be removed from the uncontested item calendar. Would any of the board members like to make a motion?
I'll move.
Board Member Morgan, go ahead.
I'll make the motion.
Right.
All right, I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Townsend, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
And Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Thank you all.
All right, the motion is carried, and the next item is item 4, our drought update. And I believe will be, let's see who will be leading here. We have Dana Heinrich, Mr.
Eric
Boheim.
Ekdahl is the lead.
Yeah. Eric Ekdahl, okay.
Good morning,
morning.
Vice Chair Diadamo and board members. I think we have a drought and hydrology combined update this morning. And so we'll go to the next slide. Real quick overview. We're going to very quickly skim through an overview of hydrologic conditions. We did just meet 2 weeks ago, but due to the staggering in the board meetings, we're having a back-to-back hydrologic update. And then we'll provide again a brief update on the watershed specific drought efforts, and then spend a bit more time with Julie Rosardo and Roberto Cervantes talking about water rights enforcement during the ongoing drought, and then include updates from Division of Drinking Water and Division of Financial Assistance. And so with that, we'll go to the next slide. And I'd like to turn it over to Jeff Laird, who will run through the hydrologic update.
Morning, board members. Is everything working in terms of audio on my end? Excellent.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. What Eric said, my name is Jeff Laird. I'm a water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Rights, Bay Delta Sacramento unit. I'll be providing a brief update on the Bay Delta hydrology, including the water year precipitation totals for last water year, which ended last week, and a brief update on reservoir conditions, drought status, and the near-term meteorological forecast. So the slide we're looking at right now is the Northern Sierra Precipitation Index. It's mostly the what comes into the Sacramento River. The average for the period of record is shown in the light blue there at 51.8 inches of total precipitation for the year. And what we saw in water year 2021, which is that dark blue line, is an accumulated precipitation of 24 inches, which is about 46% of average. So not a lot of precipitation last year, as we all know. Next slide, please. Oh, could we go to the next slide? Oh, thank you. Similarly, in the San Joaquin Basin, we saw another very dry year. The total precipitation for the year ended at 18.8 inches, which was similarly about 47% of average. Next slide, please. And for the Southern Sierra in the Tulare Basin, there's an accumulated 9.9 inches of for water year 2021, which is about 34% of average, making it the driest year on record. And again, that's 1966 to 2015. Next slide, please. And we're gonna just do a brief overview of the conditions in the reservoirs. Not much has changed since the last update. Reservoir levels are slowly ticking down until we see precipitation this winter. Statewide, most reservoirs ended the water year well below historic averages, with some approaching the lowest levels we've seen since 1977. To highlight a few here, we have Lake Shasta, Lake Oroville, and Folsom Lake holding 24, 22, and 24% of their total capacities, respectively, which is much less than half of what they typically would hold at this point in the year. Next slide, please. Some other reservoirs that weren't shown in that graphic, Kachuma, Diamond Valley, and San Luis are holding 50, 77, and just 12% of capacity, which again is much lower than their historical averages at this point in the year. Next slide. And another update on Term 91, permit and license holders with Term 91 as a condition of their water right must cease diversions when the board issues notices that Term 91 diversion limitations are in effect. Term 91 is considered in effect when the delta is declared to be in a balanced condition and when natural flow isn't sufficient to meet water quality and flow requirements, as well as other in-basin demands. So on this graph, when the delta flows available, and that's the blue line, are not sufficient to meet those objectives. The line will be above 0 in the red area. And right now, Term 91 is still in effect, but things are trending down as they do in this time of year. Next slide, please. So this is the drought monitor for California as of September 28. Sadly, not much has changed since our last update in terms of precipitation. Current conditions are that more than 45% of the state was in exceptional drought, which is the most drastic categorization, and every region of the state is experiencing some form of drought conditions. Next slide, please. We see similarly difficult conditions in the Colorado Basin, where the 90% of the basin is experiencing moderate drought, and upwards of 70% is experiencing conditions of severe to exceptional drought. Next slide, please. This map from NOAA represents the likelihood of the current drought conditions in the US continuing, and that's in the brown, improving or being removed entirely, meaning things would get wetter, and that's in the gray and green, and the likelihood of drought conditions developing, and that's in the yellow. This current outlook for the period of October through December indicates that drought conditions in California will likely persist, and that drought conditions will likely develop further east. Next slide, please. Next, we'll look at a revised temperature outlook for the month of October. This map is another national scale map that shows the likely temperature in a region compared to that region's historical average. Based on these projections, much of California has an equal chance of experiencing warmer or cooler temperatures for the month of October compared to historical observations. Next slide, please. And a bit of good news, let's say. Looking at the precipitation outlook in the same terms, and again, this graph has been revised with updated data, most of California will likely experience a more or less normal October, with the possibility of above normal rainfall in the very northern parts of the state. And next slide. And I'd like to open this presentation up to questions from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Laird.
Thank you.
Any questions? All right. I think we'll back to Mr. Ekdahl. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Again, I'll run through some brief updates on where we are with our several watersheds where the board has adopted emergency regulations and curtailments are in place. Starting with the Delta, a brief update on compliance status of the information orders and the certification forms that were sent out in late August. As of October 1st, we have about 75% of recipients that have responded, with about 700 diverters claiming a health and human safety exemption. We've also gotten about 700 non-consumptive use certifications, and about 80% compliance, or about 588 enhanced reporting requirements have submitted that additional requested data that looks at kind of the more real-time or quasi-real-time diversions over the last couple of months and projected diversions into the future. Just a reminder that those results are all available at the linked website on our Drought website or the Delta Drought website. As a note, we also issued revised October curtailments on October 1st, and a little bit more discussion there to note that we do revise the curtailments for the Bay Delta watershed every week. We look at the California Nevada River Forecast Center, or CNRFC, which provides essentially 7-day forecasts every week. And we do tweak the level of curtailments depending on the results from that information. And so every week we usually either remove the curtailments for a number of folks, or in some circumstances may need to adjust them and add some more folks back in. So it's a very dynamic number, although right now the curtailments do reach very far back into the priority system. For additional details on how far back, again, we rather than read through every watershed, we'll refer back to this website. We do also have a planned staff technical workshop scheduled for October 20th. We've received some additional input about things like return flow, and a number of diverters have raised questions about how we calculate the depth of curtailment and when we lift those curtailments based on changes in forecast river flows or storm events. And so we would like to raise these issues and discuss them publicly at this October 20th workshop. It will be a virtual meeting, and so there will be, I think, a lot of opportunity for people to join in and offer input. And we can provide additional details on that on our website, where there already is information. And an information item went out via our Lyris, I think 2 days ago. So stay tuned there, and we'll have some additional updates, I think, in the near future on this technical approach. Next slide, please. An update on Mill and Deer Creek, which were the subject of emergency regulation adoption meeting at the last board meeting. The Office of Administrative Law did approve these emergency regulations late yesterday. The bullet here says curtailment orders are anticipated for October 5th through 8th. Some late breaking developments yesterday. The Department of Fish and Wildlife is continuing to meet with diverters in these watersheds about the possibility of a further voluntary drought agreement. And so we're actually going to postpone the issuance of these curtailment orders, at least until we hear back on the status and how those discussions have gone. But it may be that we implement then or send out the curtailment orders next week as opposed to this week, or not at all if there are, in fact, effective discussions. Regardless, because of the adoption of the regulations, the minimum flow requirements would begin October 15th. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, we do have some somewhat positive news. Reach losses are improving at about 48 CFS. And so if you remember back to the last update in late September, based on where you are within the river, there are various segments that are losing more water than gaining. In fact, at this point, it's all losing water, and that reach loss can amount to a fairly high volume, over 100 CFS in some times of the year. And so the fact that it's come down to about 48 is a very positive development. About 76% of right holders who have received a curtailment order have responded. Here we have about 103 human health and safety responses and about 27 petitions to exceed the 55 gallons per person per day limit that's included in the human health and safety adjustments. We also do adjust curtailments in the lower Russian River, although we do it monthly based on the time steps there for the annual diversion data. And the most recent update was earlier this last week for the month of October. We also do have the interactive response tracker on our website, powered through the Microsoft Power BI dashboard. That being said, Lake Mendocino in the upper river, or upper Russian River watershed, was a little bit below 15,000 acre feet as of earlier this week, and it continues to drop at about 900 or more acre feet per week. And so it continues to be drawn down farther and farther. Last year, only about 5,000 acre feet accumulated in Lake Mendocino, but it was starting at a much higher position. So it was starting at about 39,000 acre feet. It rose to about 44, 45,000 acre feet and has been going down since. And so if this next water year is at all like the previous two water years, the storage levels in Lake Mendocino continue to be a significant concern. If you're only starting at 10,000 and you raise it to 15,000, it's about where it is now. So things continue to be very challenging. And the plus side is that the watershed is very rain dependent, and a couple big storms can go a long way towards adding significant volume to the reservoir. So we'll just have to stay tuned and see. Next slide, please. In the Scott and Shasta River, curtailment orders were issued on September 9th and mailed out on the 10th. We're currently reviewing and acting on petitions in the health and human safety certifications. As a note, we will likely issue additional information orders for 3 tributaries to the Shasta River in the next week or 2. Wairika Creek was never covered by the Water Master District since the inception of the adjudication for about 90 years. Willow Creek was dropped from the Water Master Service in, I think it says 1935. Julian Creek has not been water mastered for at least 85 years. And it turns out there are about 200 or so listed diversions in the Shasta River decree or the adjudication. But in fact, we have only records for 4 or 5 of them. And so we have this huge missing set of data that these information orders are intended to help bring into the process and help track and understand, are these diversions still in place? Do they still exist? And if so, where are they and what's their level of water use? So those again will likely go out in the next week or 2. Next slide, please. Quick note on Shasta flows. The flows for the curtailment, when the curtailment went into effect, set a September flow target of about 50 CFS. And that's that dark red line you can see kind of go through the lower part of the middle of the graph. The blue line shows measured stream flow, and around September 18th or so, shortly after the issuance of the curtailment orders, flows in fact did rise above that flow objective for the curtailment regulation. On October 1st, that flow target jumps up to 125 CFS. So you can see that step in the red line. Flows that we're observing over the last couple of days have not reached 125 CFS yet. Many adjudications, though, did cease diversion at the end of September. And so we're kind of closely watching to see what the next steps are there to help reach that 125 CFS flow target. And a note that Chinook were observed entering the system as of the end of September. About 2,800 adult fish had been observed. Next slide, please. Scott River flows are not quite reaching their target. In fact, they're still pretty low. The flows remain significantly below the target of both 33 for September and 40 CFS for October, although there are indications that groundwater levels are rising. Next slide, please. Then with this, I'd like to turn it over to Robert Cervantes, who will go through an enforcement update and talk a little bit about how the division has been responding to the new challenges with drought enforcement and the related curtailments and curtailment orders. Mr. Cervantes.
Great. Thanks, Eric. Good morning, board members, and happy Water New Year. I'm Robert Cervantes, and I'm the Water Rights Enforcement Program Manager. We're going to discuss 3 main topics today: workload, strategy, and updates. Let's go. Next slide, please. This slide is animated, so I'll prompt you to advance or to initiate the automation in a moment. The enforcement section had a healthy base workload prior to drought. As we receive complaints and revocation requests on a continuous basis. Ongoing enforcement cases require staff and managers to be assigned to address this workload. Oftentimes, tasks cannot be completed or completely deprioritized or delayed, such as active cases under investigation, settlement negotiation, enforcement hearings, and cease and desist compliance assurance. Please click that animation and see what comes up next. All right, one more. All right, click like 5 times. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it each. Yeah, look at that. That's a sandwich that you do not want to take a bite out of. All right, other core workload can be deprioritized, but at a cost, such as delaying the investigation of new or complex complaints and postponing other active but important enforcement efforts. Delaying tasks in some of these program areas like SB 88 enforcement can impact critically important data collection and assimilation to better manage our state's water throughout this drought. Our challenge now is incorporating the most critical aspects of core workload into our drought enforcement program. Next slide, please. All right, our main drought enforcement strategy goal is to ensure compliance with curtailment orders, ensure compliance with other existing state water board regulatory requirements, and to refine and verify critical data upon which the state water board relies to make informed decisions during this drought emergency. Our strategy covers 4 key areas. You can see them up here on the slide. So we prioritize and inspect. We're actively and efficiently deploying our drought emergency resources and prioritizing the largest diverters in the most drought impacted areas for on-the-ground curtailment order compliance inspections. We also prioritize inspections with diverters who have not yet responded to the order or who have pending complaints. We conduct virtual inspections at sites that have one or two PODs and whose site characteristics are easily identified through aerial imagery and existing records. Where additional information is needed, the division may issue an order seeking information that is reasonably necessary to assess compliance with the State Water Board's emergency regulations. One of these information orders is going out in the next couple of weeks, like Eric mentioned a moment ago. We collaborate and investigate. We take complaints from the public seriously, and we rely on our partnership with the community to call potential violations to our attention for further investigation. The division encourages the public to submit complaints, particularly those related to illegal diversions or curtailment order violations, to the Cali, PA complaint website. This website contains all the information you need to file a complaint, along with other features related to our complaints program. This is an opportunity for folks who have made a good faith effort to comply to help level the playing field with those who have not. We optimize compliance. And in addition to assessing compliance with curtailment orders, the division also intends to examine diverter compliance with other existing regulatory requirements. For example, compliance with the State Water Board's measurement regulations, also known as SB 88, the Russian River frost protection regs, or annual water use reporting requirements. Division staff offers technical assistance to water right holders who need help correcting their annual water use reports or who need additional guidance on other alleged violations. Believe it or not, this is one of our most favorite aspects of our jobs, helping folks one-on-one get on track to correct their violations. Next slide, please. So today we're going to focus on the enforcement activities we've undertaken in the Russian River because they're the furthest along in the process of all the curtailed watersheds. We've inspected nearly 500 PODs, representing approximately 1.4 million acre feet of water by face value. Right now, vineyard harvest is mostly complete, and we found several violations that we're addressing with diverters. If drought continues into 2022, we'll likely propose revisions to the emergency regulations to better address lower than expected stream flows. Every diverter who is subject to curtailment orders is required to respond. We will follow up with diverters to assess compliance with the 450 curtailment certification notices of violation we sent out on September 28th. Diverters who have not submitted their certifications in accordance with that notice are liable for up to $500 per day that their response is not filed. Next slide, please. All right, let's take a moment to discuss our measuring and reporting program, SB 88. In July, we issued approximately 450 notices of violation to owners that our records showed were out of compliance. Water rights staff subsequently fielded hundreds of calls from individuals who received the notice and provided technical assistance to correct their annual water use reports. These calls are actually ongoing as we provide assistance to folks trying to comply with both SB 88 and curtailment reporting requirements. To date, 261 owners have satisfactorily complied with the SB 88 notices of violation. Next slide, please. This slide displays links to our main Drought website with our most up-to-date information, as well as the link to subscribe to one of our various email list services for impacted watersheds. Thanks for your time.
Thanks. Before we quickly transition to drinking water, I do want to touch base on one thing. We have gotten a lot of questions about how we respond to curtailments and whether or not we're going to lift them based on upcoming storm events or just changes in flow. And the CNRFC, the California Nevada River Forecast Center, provides daily updates that we do track each day. And we watch very carefully within the division for what the projected precipitation and response in terms of stream flow is based on the information provided by that center. And we are prepared to rapidly and quickly respond by lifting curtailments at the appropriate priority based on the projected responses from that forecast center. And so there are some indications of a storm event coming late Wednesday into Thursday, and division staff are tracking that carefully, and we are prepared, should the data warrant it, to lift the curtailments at the appropriate level. And just to note that we do that via the LIRIS and our website and the email listserv that goes out to the affected parties and those that have signed up. And so just again, a reminder and encouragement for those that are watching or those that are watching that are aware of other people who are affected by the curtailments to make sure that you've signed up for that LIRIS and that email listserv, because that is our primary way of getting this rapid information out to the public. We'll also post that information on our website. And so checking back on the Drought website frequently when these storm events occur is another very effective way to track whether curtailments are still in place for your priority of right. And so I think maybe let's pause there before we go into Division of Drinking Water and see if there are any questions on the water rights component, and then we'll hand it over to Eric in the Division of Drinking Water.
Okay, I do have some questions, but first we'll turn to my fellow board members. Any questions? Okay, so Mr. Ekdahl, just looking for some additional information on the topic that you just mentioned, and that is lifting curtailments. So I really appreciate you, ensuring us that the division is on top of this. But if you could just talk a little bit more about it. So what about sub watersheds and maybe some additional precipitation in subwatersheds where it may not be system-wide, and your ability to be granular and responsive, to respond quickly to these storm events. I do think that there seems to be some concern that, maybe we're not interested in lifting curtailments, and, I haven't seen any evidence of that, but just want to make sure that folks understand that we really are interested in being able to divert for public water agencies to be able to divert water to storage. So if you could talk a little bit about that, and then also on just sort of the logistics. I understand that on a LIRIS list, that you're able to send that out quickly, but what about logistics on the receiving end? If you have not yet, sort of pulled the trigger, what is your ability to be responsive to concerns where, maybe in a subwatershed, there's an agency that believes that we should have pulled the trigger. How are you able to be responsive to those questions, over the weekend and after hours?
Right. So I was trying to write down the question as we go. And if I forget something, please remind me and I'll circle back to it. I think I want to talk about the logistics part of it first. Staff are constantly watching whether it's after hours, whether it's during the weekend, whether it's during holidays. But I think the main approach that we're going to take is frankly to be very liberal in terms of when we lift, so that we're lifting with sufficient time in advance so that we have the opportunity to message and communicate to the potentially affected watersheds, at least a day in advance, potentially longer if the data suggests that's the case. So making ourselves available, making sure that our staff are monitoring the emails 24/7 essentially when the events warrant it, and making sure that our phone numbers are available for people that do have questions, and just that there's constantly a point of contact. The question about subwatersheds is admittedly challenging. When we approached the water availability methodology this year, that we've had the template and the mechanisms out since May, the approach does already break the Bay Delta region down into sub-watersheds. So we do have the ability already to look at kind of specific rivers and the watersheds within them. But it does get challenging when you may have an isolated one single thunderstorm that sits over mountain valley, and you get just this insane amount of precipitation in a very localized way. That issue, though, is largely smoothed out when you do look at the whole watershed as kind of one, or even subwatershed as a particular system, because you do have to look at the overall supply, both downstream of that reservoir and within the delta itself too. There are very senior demands within the delta, and trying to estimate the total supply within the total system and then subdivide that out into a subwatershed, it's challenging. The CNRFC data does allow us to try and do that. And so we are able to look at the subwatershed scale, but will we be able to capture a very isolated one single substream of a very small subwatershed? Probably not. That being said, though, again, we feel confident in the methodology, and because of the scope and the scale and the approach that we're going to take in terms of, again, this liberal lifting of curtailments when these storm systems are coming through, we believe that we should be able to capture the vast majority of the water that comes from these storms, and create the scenario where the public water supply systems or irrigation districts or whomever are able to capture that water. And I think one thing maybe to even say as a top line statement, the idea that we would somehow leave curtailments in place during one of the most challenging water years on record, if not the most challenging water year on record, and somehow not try and let the water districts or suppliers capture that water when it's critically needed, just doesn't really make sense on its face. I think there's some concern that we'd be prioritizing the projects instead of these very senior rights. And that's not what the methodology states. That's not the intent or the vision, I think, of what the curtailment regulations the board adopted. And frankly, the goal is to open up the curtailments and lift the curtailments, maybe not entirely, but in pieces as the water and hydrology allows, as priority allows, so that we can capture every drop that we possibly can during these storms, because we just don't know what the rest of the water year is going to be like. And so it actually makes it critically important that we do be as flexible and as liberal as we possibly can with lifting the curtailments, so that we do have the opportunity to get that water when it's there. I think I'll pause there.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I think it's important and it bears repeating because of the critical need to move water into storage. And, you know, I think that's part of what went into the thinking of the curtailment order and the ability to lift. And so thank you for that. Just one follow-up question though. Downstream senior demands, what sort of demands, and maybe you're talking just generally, but at this time of year, I'm really not aware of much in the way of downstream demand in the Delta in particular.
There's always some, and we do have that data available. I believe it's in our spreadsheets that we do have published on our website, and it is part of the methodology. And we just earlier this week, we're kind of looking at, well, in a specific watershed, what is the downstream demand relative to what has been reported by the diverters? So again, that's maybe worth emphasizing that we're basing this off what the reporters have reported to us. Sometimes we do try to correct it where we think there is an obvious mistake, and we've documented that. That's part of the methodology. But even in this year, in one of the San Joaquin tributaries, there's still thousands of acre feet of demand the farther you go downstream, as has been reported to us. So we do try to accommodate that. We do try and look at that, and we do integrate that into the curtailment methodology.
So maybe on balance with you being liberal, and maybe some of these statements have come in where they've overstated. So just encourage everybody that has concerns to participate in the workshop so that these issues can be worked through. So, all right, thank you for that. Any other questions? All right.
Okay, great.
So next we have, I think we were getting ready to move on to drinking water, right? Okay. Is it Mr. Polhemus or?
This is Eric Zuniga. Thank you, Vice Chair and board members.
Good morning.
I work for Darren Polhemus, and I work for the Division of Drinking Water. I'm the new Drought Response Program Manager, not so new anymore. And contrary to popular belief, I was not placed in this position to end the drought, but certainly we can try to manage the effects of drought. So I'm here to bring an update of what DDW has been doing for drought impacted water systems. Next slide, please. So in order to organize our response efforts, we've put together a tiered system of classification for these drought impacted water systems. So our first and our lowest tier is for drought watch systems. So these water systems are issued a drought monitoring order so they can report to the division how their sources are doing and how their system is responding to drought conditions. So many of these systems are doing well this year, but of course, next year could be a totally different story. So we have a total of 104 water systems currently on this list. And that represents a population of about 235,000 people potentially affected. So of the reports that we've gotten from these systems, about 4 of them have reported that they're on hauled water. 9 of them have anticipated a water shortage within the next 90 days. And 23 sources that we've been tracking show a high amount of decline in groundwater and surface water levels over the time that they've been reporting. The second tier that we have is drought warnings. So these are systems with potential water outages that they've reported to us. These are systems that are not necessarily experiencing a water outage. However, they have serious concerns, or we have serious concerns about their source's ability to meet demand within the next 90 days. So currently right now in the state, we have about 27 of these second tier systems currently. So as these water systems report data to our division, we work with our Urgent Drinking Water Needs Fund to figure out possible short-term and long-term projects that we can implement that can provide drought relief for these systems. So I believe about $14 million in funding from DFA and DWR Water Resources has been committed so far to these efforts. So one example is Fort Bragg. There's been low flows in the Noyo River resulting in a predicted substantial water shortage by October. So DFA funded a total of $691,796 from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund to purchase a desal plant. This desalination plant 200 gallons per minute, was delivered on September 25th and installed on Thursday, the 30th. So not only is Fort Bragg now able to meet their water system demand, but a hauled water funding project funded by Water Resources is now in place to allow up to $2 million in hauled water to be delivered to the town of Mendocino and surrounding areas of the coast. So it's a great example of how collaboration between different entities, state entities, can come together to bring drought relief to many communities. So the third and the highest tier is our drought emergency tier. So these are the water systems that are experiencing a water outage and are relying on bottled water or hauled water to meet demand. So we as a division don't consider hauled water to be a really acceptable and reliable long-term source of supply for a public water system. So these are obviously placed on the highest tier for us. So we have currently about 8 water systems statewide on the drought emergency list. So as we become aware of these systems, we work with them, obviously primarily to secure the support that they need from their local Office of Emergency Services for emergency aid. And in many of those cases, State Water Board has been providing funding for the hauled water and or bottled water that they're receiving. Next slide, please. So just wanted to show a picture of just how widespread these systems end up being. Even just the drought emergency systems located throughout the state, obviously a high concentration around the Russian River area with a number of systems that have been issued monitoring orders and a number of them also on drought warning. But it's not, yet localized to a particular area. Of course, the number of systems on these lists keeps getting larger all the time and can continue to get larger as different effects are felt throughout the state. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the Fort Bragg desalination unit that's going to allow treatment of the Noyo River even when the salinity is high from the ocean. It's just a picture's worth 1,000 words. This is really going to help a lot of people in that community. Next slide, please. So just some other updates I wanted to share with you. So first of all, some data issues. So development is currently underway for an improved tool for drought reporting to replace the interim tool, Survey Wizard. We utilize the Survey Wizard platform to develop an interim tool. And because of the speed in which we needed to get that up and running, there was a lot of hard work to get it up in very short order, but we had to make some trade-offs to do that. So we're building a more improved tool so that we can have more robust feedback and better opportunities for analytics and putting those in the hands of our staff and also in the hands of the water system to be able to make some decisions regarding the information that they're reporting to us. So the new portal is going to use the clearinghouse from the SAFER unit, and it's going to provide, well, we're going to get that launched probably around early November is my estimate right now. The other issues with the data coverage is we had about 88%. Actually, it's not really that bad. 88% is actually pretty good, but 88% reported. Of those who reported, 28% did not report their groundwater levels, and 60% of those that reported surface water did not submit their surface water levels. So we're limited on our coverage of the data that we are receiving. So we still have some ongoing data analysis that some of our staff are going through to look at production trending and other regional analysis. So that is underway, and hopefully in the future updates, we'll be able to share that with you. Wanted to mention that the SAFER unit is continuing outreach to the counties to get bottled and hauled water programs in place to support all those domestic water wells and state small wells that are going dry. We want to continue to get those programs in place so we can fund the counties so that the counties can help these systems and individuals as well. Finally, I have that DWR and DDW are collaborating on a regular basis to work on drought preparation for next year to capture any potential issues that we might have with the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project for next year. And the other DWR, which I didn't mention, we're working with Water Rights and concurring technically on some of their petitions that they have questions about. We are giving them concurrence with that. So that concludes the update for the Division of Drinking Water. Please feel free to ask any questions you might have before I turn it over to the next presenter.
Well, I'll just chime in and say I don't have any questions, but I just have a compliment for you all at the division and also the Division of Water Rights. I actually received over the weekend, a couple, not this last weekend, but before, a message from Supervisor McGordy, just really thanking our staff for the amazing and responsive work over in the Fort Bragg area. And so just thank you for being so responsive and for the good report. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just want to echo the thanks. And Susan, again, thank you for joining us. A good presentation, and glad to have you on board to provide some needed additional horsepower for Mr. Polhemus and others. I know everyone at PDW and all of our divisions are really working hard to address these issues as they emerge, and these are really helpful updates. Just one question for you, and I'm sorry, my internet connection fizzled out for a second there. So if I missed it, I apologize. But one of the actions that drinking water took in the last drought had to do with concerns about communities that were at risk for water shortages, and that was enacting connection moratoriums. And so I was wondering just if you or the Division of Drinking Water was considering those types of actions again this drought, and if so, what that timeline and what that process looks like.
Certainly. Thanks for your question, and thanks for the compliments. I do work with some really great people out here at the division. Yeah, I wanted to mention, so certainly service connection moratoriums are always on our enforcement tool table. They're not specific to a drought. They can come at any point in time when we realize that a water system does not have adequate source capacity to meet their system demand. So we do look at sort of an engineering time period of about 10 years. And if a water system is not meeting demand in those 10 years in a worst case scenario, which certainly drought kind of brings up these worst case scenarios, then we certainly have the ability to issue these moratoriums. So we are currently in the process of evaluating systems. Again, there's a big spectrum of water systems that didn't have any issues, some that had minor issues, some that had potential water outages, some that actually had water outages. So I certainly, we're going to triage them and figure out what is the right approach in this month of October to figure out which water systems are going to get moratoriums, which water systems are going to get some other Band-Aid fix funding projects, whatever the solution may be. There's not one size fits all. It's certainly going to be weighed in amongst the other tools that we have. And hopefully that helps answer your question.
Hey, Board Member McGuire, if I could add, I just wanted to let the board members know that we've started having some very good discussions with the California Department of Housing and Community Development on a number of issues, coordinating some outreach efforts, and also making sure that they're aware if we end up with any connection moratoria, so that it doesn't disrupt their plans, or that they know. So we are starting to get down to working group staff level discussions with them. So we don't have anything super concrete to report out to you, but when we've had a couple of cycles of those meetings over the next few weeks, we will let you know how it's going, because we did not want to. We understand, disrupting construction and connection of new housing is problematic, but making sure that the new housing actually has water to be supplied with is also important.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I realize these are difficult trade-offs, and if the water is not there, what does one do? But I think it's also important that we communicate that out and signal where there are systems that we're looking at where we do have concerns. They probably know that there's concerns. But thank you for the update, and I'll look forward to future updates on that.
I just want to build on that, I mean, as you all said, I would be really concerned if we start issuing moratoriums. So I would hope that we would have discussions before we issue anything like that. I also feel like there are, there are new requirements around resiliency measures that the legislature just adopted and the governor signed. And so I think if we could focus on thinking about how to accelerate and direct both in terms of funding and, you know, stronger enforcement tools, needing to get those resiliency measures in place and in those that are really in those critical situations before we do something like a building moratorium, and also you know, looking at mandatory conservation orders and things like that. So obviously there's a whole host of things. This is a big issue. Needs a lot more discussion. And I'll just echo, I'm really excited to have you on board and for the additional, I mean, there's such a huge need here, and you know, it's only going to increase. And I think the fact that we do have new authorities, hopefully we can start to get a little bit ahead of this and not be in kind of the emergency triage mode. But I really appreciate all the efforts.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Any other questions? All right, where are we in the presentation you were about to say, Mr. Zeniga? Okay, Ms. Oaxaca.
Yes.
Good morning, Vice Chair Diadamo, members of the board. My name is Jasmine Oaxaca, Supervising Engineer in the Division of Financial Assistance. And today I'm rounding out the drought presentation by giving a brief update on funding we have available to respond to drought issues. Next, please. For interagency coordination on drought funding and response, as Eric mentioned, not too long ago, State Water Board staff have been coordinating closely with the Department of Water Resources, who also received new funding with the most recent Budget Act this year. And I'll talk more about the new funding in a few minutes. But that close coordination is to ensure that projects get appropriate funding and also to avoid duplication of efforts. So for urgent drought response, the State Water Board is generally taking the lead on projects that involve interim solutions like bottled water and hauled water, infrastructure related repairs and upgrades that have an immediate urgency, and solutions that also address water quality issues, for example, well sampling or point of use and point of entry treatment. Our colleagues at DWR are taking the lead on other infrastructure related repairs and upgrades like well repairs, inner ties, and lowering of surface water intakes. They're taking the lead on projects related to water conservation and those that might develop into long-term resiliency projects, and also projects for non-disadvantaged communities. Additionally, we are coordinating with DWR on outreach to counties in the interest of developing funding programs at the county level or perhaps at a regional scale to provide assistance to disadvantaged communities and low-income households that are served by state small water systems or domestic wells that are experiencing water shortage issues due to drought. And assistance in the short term would include things like bottled water provision, tanks, and hauled water. And then in the long term, we are hopeful to build these relationships with the counties and work towards long-term solutions such as well repairs, replacements, or connections to water systems where feasible. And then we're also coordinating with the California Office of Emergency Services, mostly through our emergency management program within the State Water Board. And they continue to coordinate closely on roles and responsibilities in the most immediate drought emergency situations. Next, please. Just some more detail on the new drought funding available. For the State Water Board, we have about 20.3 million from currently available funding sources. This includes the new 10 million in drought funding from the recent Budget Act, and then also funds from an older general fund appropriation, as well as remaining funds from last year's safe and affordable drinking water fund allocation. And then in about 2 weeks, we'll be bringing to the board for their consideration the fiscal year 2021-22 fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. And within that, staff are proposing about $40.3 million to be available for interim supplies and emergency repairs for this current fiscal year. A portion of that, which could be used for drought response projects, as I described earlier. And then for the Department of Water Resources, with the new budget, they received $200 million for small community drought assistance, $100 million for urban drought relief, and then another $200 million for multi-benefit and long-term resiliency projects. And so far, DWR has committed about $50 million of small community drought funding towards 25 projects or so, many of which were developed collaboratively between the State Water Board and DWR. Next, please. This slide shows the coordination split for those county programs that I mentioned earlier. So for that type of program, the State Water Board is focusing on the southern counties, and this is kind of per our Division of Drinking Water's delineation of north versus south. And then DWR is focusing on the northern counties. And so far for the county programs combined with DWR, we are working with 12 counties towards funding agreements and following up with the remaining counties to see if there is any interest. Next, please. This map shows the State Water Board's existing regional or statewide programs in place that could help with drought response for items such as well repairs, replacements, bottled water provision, hauled water, point of use, point of entry, treatment, or technical assistance. And so combined, the funds remaining in these agreements total $26.2 million. I just wanted to note that statewide, we have good well repair and replacement coverage. We have a bottled water program in the Central Coast area. We have several programs available in the Central Valley, which set us up well to respond to a variety of issues. And then again, we're hoping to implement new county and regional programs to fill the gaps in the other areas of the state. Next, please. This is just a list of recent amendments to add funding to some of our existing regional programs. Next, please. And then these are some other recent drought-related funding approvals by the State Water Board. Next. And lastly, these are links for more information. Are there any questions?
Thank you for the update. You've been busy. Any questions? All right. Well, I just want to go back to Mr. Ekdahl, make sure that I'm not missing any additional presentations here before we take a break. Okay.
I don't think we have anything on our end.
All right. Just want to double check again, any questions by board members? Wanted to make sure to give you the opportunity. Okay, well, I think it's time for us to take a break. Mr.
Vice Chair
Lawford?
Diadamo.
Oh, yeah, we
I'm
have
sorry,
commenters.
We do have a few public commenters on this item, yes.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Great. Okay, we've got two public commenters, Michael Cook from the Turlock Irrigation District.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good to see you.
You too. Well, good morning, members of the board too. My name is Michael Cook. I'm the Director of Water Resources and Regulatory Affairs for the Toronto Irrigation District. TID, along with its partners, Modesto Irrigation District and the City and County of San Francisco, have a number of pre- and post-1914 water rights on the Tuolumne River. Since late last summer, full natural flow on the Tuolumne has been about 64 CFS. The districts, however, have been releasing a minimum of 90 CFS in order to comply with the flow schedule in our FERC license. This means that releases from storage have been necessary to meet required fish flows. We take our obligation to the fishery very seriously and always operate Don Pedro Reservoir to make sure that adequate water is stored for fishery requirements first, before all other beneficial users. Starting October 1st, fishery releases ramp up to a minimum of 100 CFS and will increase again to 150 CFS on October 16th. Again, full natural flow is much less than this amount. There are indications that precipitation is forecast for the Tuolumne watershed soon. Specifically, the CNRFC forecast from NOAA and the National Blended Model and European Model from Scripps indicate precipitation around October 7th, and perhaps as much as 10,000 acre-feet of this rainfall will make it to the river. Some of this volume will exceed our minimum fish flow requirements and could be placed into storage. Therefore, we strongly encourage the State Water Board staff to lift the curtailments on the Tuolumne as quickly as possible. I was very encouraged by Mr. Ekdahl's comments earlier about a liberal lifting of curtailments to ensure that we capture every drop we can, and we share that goal with the State Water Board. On another note, I'd like to thank other State Water Board staff, particularly Diane Riddle, David Rose, and Jesse Jankowski, who met with TID, MID, and San Francisco last Friday to answer questions about the emergency regulation and to assist us in complying with our curtailment orders. The Tuolumne is a complicated system with a number of reservoirs, and so full natural flow has to be calculated. We appreciated their common sense approach to compliance, as well as their acknowledgement of our FERC obligations and the state's water rights priority system. In closing, we recognize that this drought is a challenging time for all of us. It's in our collective self-interest to store as much water as possible right now to prepare ourselves for possible continuation of the drought into next year. And we look forward to working closely with the State Water Board to navigate successfully through these tough times. And that's the end of my comments, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cook, and thank you for continuing to work with our staff on these issues. And we look forward to your presentation, or your participation, hopefully, in the workshop. All right. Thank you. Eric Oriana with Community Water Center is next.
Hello, Vice Chair D'Adamo and board members. Eric Oriana, Policy Advocate with Community Water Center. Thanks very much for having me and for the opportunity to provide public comment. I wanted to thank State Water Board staff for the presentation they've given today about the stark reality that we are experiencing and will likely continue to experience in the next year. We also want to thank the SAFER unit for looking for ways to expand emergency response programs for drinking water users. We wanted to note that another dry year will result in increased groundwater depletions and worsened water quality for California communities. And that this year we saw hundreds of dry wells and that we may see thousands next year. It's important for the state to ensure that there are emergency water supplies like water tanks available for impacted community residents for the upcoming year. COVID-19 has caused worldwide supply shortages, and if California does not pre-position emergency water supplies, we run the risk of not being able to adequately respond to developing emergencies. Additionally, we wanted to urge the Water Board to include the number of domestic well outages as part of the regular drought update to this board. We really appreciate the updates that we've gotten so far, but we wanted to note that it's important to include the number of domestic well outages as well, because many Central Valley communities have had the driest year on record, and there are valid concerns that water tables are nearing proposed minimum thresholds as established by California GSAs. Lastly, wanted to urge this board to work with the Department of Water Resources to address ongoing impacts to communities drinking water and to address what responsibilities GSAs have for worsening water quality and water availability. This is significantly important given the existing funding gaps that deter California from ensuring the human right to clean and safe drinking water for all Californians. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide public comment. I look forward to continuing to work with folks at the State Water Board.
Thank you, Mr. Oyana, and thank you for your leadership and for sharing your thoughts today. Mr. Zuniga, I think Mr. Oyana brings up a good point about the number of outages on domestic wells, and just want to give you an opportunity to respond. I think it'd be helpful to have that information in ongoing reports.
Yeah, certainly we can provide more information if he needs that. Thank you.
All right. Any questions? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Oriana. Good to see you. Okay. I'd like to get the sense from my colleagues here.
I'm really sorry, Vice Chair Diadamo. There is one more speaker, which is Regina Chichizola.
Oh, okay. Added to the list. Ms. Chichizola.
And someone other than me is going to have to invite her to unmute because the internet has gone out in the room.
I'll take care of that.
Okay, hi, I'm unable to start my video, but that's okay. My comments are very quick anyway.
It should come up pretty quick here, Regina.
I'm not seeing it, but that's fine with me. I understand internet issues. I live in Orleans where we have to go, where we have very slow internet. So that's, oh wait, now I can see the button. Thank you. Hello, I just wanted to comment really quickly on the lifting of the curtailments. I feel like it is very important that stormwater can be used for storage in certain situations, especially where drinking water supplies are needed, need to have extra water. However, I just would really like to caution the board and staff on lifting these curtailments too quickly. It took a lot of effort and work to get them put in place, and some of the areas where the curtailments are occurring are areas where it takes a long time for groundwater to recharge. And also these pulse flows from storms on some level and protection of in-stream flows need to occur for salmon populations and for groundwater and for multiple different uses, for rivers to actually have water in them and for groundwater to be recharged. And so while I understand the need to lift curtailments and that people need water, I see a lot of situations where storage is prioritized above everything else. And then rivers are allowed to flatline to base flows even in winter when those, even in fall and spring when those pulse flows are so critical for salmon. So I would just really like to encourage you to think of the groundwater recharge, to think of the needs of salmon when you're lifting these curtailments, and think about how long and how much effort it takes to put into putting curtailments in place in the first place, and to wait to lift them until we actually are pulling out of the drought and not just when we get a couple of good storms. Of course, there are situations where maybe some emergency measures could be taken to make sure that drinking water supplies are protected, and that some exemptions to curtailments can happen from early storms to make sure that towns that don't have drinking water supplies readily available can be protected. But I just want to caution to be too hasty, because we've seen a lot of situations where we get a couple of October storms, at least within the Klamath region in far northern California, and then we don't get any storms again for a couple months. And coho salmon do come later and spawn later than other salmon, and they are the most endangered salmon in a lot of these watersheds. Yeah, so that was all, especially in like areas like the Scott River too, where the curtailments apply to groundwater also. And we're not seeing flows go up at all because it takes so long for groundwater recharge. We need to be cautious. Thank you.
You're on mute, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Ms. Chisozola. I'll invite Mr. Ekdahl to chime in here, but I just want to make sure that that you realize all of these curtailment regulations, each one is so different. And so I think much of the focus today was on the Bay Delta watershed, where the lifting of curtailments is taken into account with respect to water unavailability, the supply and the demand. And of course, on the Scott and the Shasta, our focus is very different, as is with Mill and Deer. And then there's a unique situation, of course, on the Russian as well. So Mr. Ekdahl, please, if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, just a quick note that what the lifting of curtailments looks like earlier in the fall may be different than what lifting of curtailments looks like later, once the system has kind of wetted up a little bit, once soil moisture conditions are different, once rice decomposition use in the upper Sacramento may be ebbing out a little bit. And I think the speaker noted that there could be as much as 10,000 acre feet that entered the system, but there could also be zero. And it's still a little bit speculative at this point, even with the forecast that we do get from the CNRFC. And so it's likely that when we get these early storms, we're going to need to look at lifting in part, or lifting for maybe a shorter duration of time and then reimposing later on, and then more formally lifting later in the season as the supply demand calculations are run through the water availability methodology. And so again, it's a really dynamic situation that, as you've noted, are different in each watershed, and there's an immense amount of complication and nuance to each one of them. And we are approaching them as carefully, but as liberally as we possibly can, recognizing that, the reservoir supplies are not just, for irrigation purposes, but in the Tuolumne, there's, supplies that go directly to the city of San Francisco and millions of drinking water customers statewide. And so there's the need to recognize that when the reservoirs are as low as they are, if they don't fill, then it is going to place immense stress and difficulties on millions and millions of Californians next year. That clearly is kind of the worst case scenario, but it's one that I think we have to keep in the back of our heads as we look at how we operate the curtailments going forward.
Thank you for that. Well, and thank you all for the really informative update. And with that, I'd like to hear from my colleagues about taking a break versus just taking an early lunch. Does anyone have a preference?
I think an early lunch, just to be efficient, sounds great.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's take let's just make it a noontime return. And we will see you all back at 12 o'clock from lunch. Thank you.
You're okay.
Get started, just want to check with Ms. Townsend and Mr. Lawfer.
We should be good to go, Vice Chair Diadamo.
Okay. All right, welcome back. Our next item is item 6. Consideration of proposed order prepared by the Administrative Hearings Office on the draft cease and desist order and administrative civil liability complaint issued by the Division of Water Rights Enforcement Section against respondent Kevin Gonzalez for the unauthorized diversions of water from Canal Creek in Merced County. This, as you'll recall, is continued from our last board meeting. And I think we'll turn it over to Mr. Lilly for an update and perhaps a presentation. I'm not sure.
All right. So thank you, Vice Chair Diadamo and board members. As you just mentioned, my name is Alan Lilly. I'm the presiding hearing officer of the State Water Board's Administrative Hearings Office. And I did give a detailed presentation of the background and facts at the board's last meeting on September 21. So I do not have any additional slides today. What happened, as I'm sure the board members recall, is they had some questions in response to the comments, particularly from Ms. West for the Office of Enforcement and Mr. Berliner for Merced Irrigation District, and also Mr. Gonzalez appearing for himself. And they asked me and my colleagues to basically consider those comments, prepare responses to them, and as appropriate, prepare edits to the proposed order to address those. So I've done all that. We did circulate, Ms. Townsend circulated, I believe yesterday, change sheets 3 and 4, which have some additional proposed edits. Change sheets 1 and 2 had previously been circulated. So those we will ultimately recommend that the board adopt the proposed order with those 4 change sheets. So I've tried to categorize the responses in a way that I can respond to them, the comments from Office of Enforcement and Merced Irrigation District in ways that I can respond to them, hopefully in a relatively organized fashion. So I'll just go through their comments and arguments and my responses. The first comment from Office of Enforcement is that they state, because the proposed order concludes that the Gonzalez Pond was not constructed for any beneficial use of the water, no water right is needed for the diversions of water from Canal Creek into the pond, and therefore the proposed order's conclusion that the pond has become a natural condition and part of the Canal Creek channel is not necessary for the board's resolution of the issues raised by the prosecution team's draft cease and desist order and administrative civil liability complaint. The response to that is Office of Enforcement is confusing 2 different issues. The proposed order did make a finding that Mr. Gonzalez's father back in 1995 did not construct the pond for any beneficial use. But the separate issue that's before the board now is whether or not the water in the pond is being used for any beneficial use today. And on that latter issue, the prosecution team argued during the AHO proceedings that Mr. Gonzalez currently uses the pond for a couple of different non-consumptive uses associated with recreation and aesthetic enhancement, and they offered some evidence on that. And the proposed order does not disagree with that. I mean, those basically are undisputed facts, and that is discussed in the proposed order. Because the diversions of water from the Canal Creek into the pond are occurring for these beneficial uses, the proposed order's conclusion that the pond has become a natural condition actually is necessary to resolve that hearing issue of whether or not the diversions of water from the creek into the pond are violating or threatening to violate any of the requirements of Water Code Section 1052, Subdivision D. The proposed order resolves this issue by concluding that the Gonzalez Pond should be treated as part of the Canal Creek channel for water right purposes, and therefore Mr. Gonzalez does not need a water right for the flows of water from the creek into the pond, or the temporary detention of water in the pond, or for in-pond use of the water. Of course, the proposed order also concludes he has no rights to pump water from the pond for irrigation purposes. Without this this conclusion of law in the proposed order, a water right or an authorization from Merced Irrigation District would be needed for the diversions of water that are occurring from Canal Creek through the pipes in the berm into the pond for the beneficial uses in the pond. And as discussed in the order, because almost all of the water in the creek during the irrigation season, at least, is water that Merced Irrigation District imports into the creek, there's no way Mr. Gonzalez can obtain a water right for that, or for these diversions and uses. Also, Merced Irrigation District has indicated they're not willing to enter into any agreement with Mr. Gonzalez for such diversions and uses. And Mr. Berliner said that during the September 21 board meeting. So without the proposed order's conclusion on the natural condition issue, there's no way that Mr. Gonzalez could obtain authorization for the diversions of water from the creek into the pond and the in-pond uses. And the board would have to order Mr. Gonzalez to prepare a compliance plan, and it's as put in terms in the draft cease and desist order, to render the pond incapable of storing water. Now, during the hearing, the prosecution team did not offer any evidence that there actually is a feasible method by which Mr. Gonzalez could render the pond incapable of storing water. They simply said it was up to Mr. Gonzalez to develop a compliance plan. That's what the draft cease and desist order says. But the evidence in the administrative record does not indicate that there's any feasible method to do this. Now, one possibility would be filling in the pond with dirt. Basically, it's about an 8 acre-foot capacity, and my rough calculations are it would take about 1,000 dump truck loads to bring dirt in to fill the pond, and that obviously would be tremendously expensive and have significant environmental impacts. Mr. Gonzalez might be able to bulldoze down the berm that his father created to protect his orchard number 1 from flooding, to remove, basically to fill the pond, the area where the pond now is, back in with dirt. But it's doubtful that, number 1, of course, then he'd lose the flood protection to orchard number 1, which would be significant, and there'd be expense. But also it's doubtful the Corps of Engineers or the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, which do have an easement in the area covered by the pond, would allow him to do this, because it would reduce the flood control capacity of the Castle Dam and Reservoir project, which is the purpose there, but to reduce it by that 8 acre feet that currently is flood control capacity. Now, during the hearing, the prosecution team engineer, Damon Hess, who incidentally I came across as a very qualified engineer, and it was the principal lead engineer for the prosecution team's investigation, testified that removing or plugging the pipes in the Canal Creek berm would not be safe because of the resulting differences in the water levels between the creek and the pond. Sometimes the creek would be higher, and sometimes the pond would be lower, and sometimes vice versa, just depending on how the flows had occurred, by up to 10 feet. And he testified that those differences in elevation would cause differences in hydrostatic pressures that could lead to a catastrophic failure of the berm. And also, even without that, if the pipes were plugged or removed, there still would be times when the creek, water in the creek would overtop the berm. Its elevation is approximately equal to the summer elevation for irrigation purposes in Castle Reservoir. I think it's 1 or 2 feet higher. And during our site visit, Mr. Gonzalez pointed out where just a few days earlier, several places where the soil in the berm was clearly wet, and he said it had been caused by overtopping. And I no doubt he's correct. There's no other way that wetness could have occurred in August. And he said those events are relatively common. Now, during the last board meeting on September 21st, Mr. Berliner said such events are uncommon, but there's no evidence in the record supporting his statement to that effect. So in conclusion, on this issue, we disagree with the Office of Enforcement. The conclusion in the proposed order that the pond has become a natural condition is in fact necessary to resolve one of the key, in fact, the key hearing issue raised by the prosecution team's draft cease and desist order and ACL complaint. OE's second argument is that the proposed order mischaracterizes the applicable case law and board orders on the natural condition issue, and as they put it, has an overly simple three-part test to determine when an artificial condition, originally artificially created condition, has become a natural condition for water right purposes. The quotation in the proposed order from the California Supreme Court's Chowchilla Farms decision, I went back and checked, and it's actually was the court quoting a water law treatise, and does not state the actual court's holding. The court's holding is a little bit different. It's on the next page of the court's decision. So I have proposed in change sheet 4 that the order actually quote the court's actual holding rather than just their background statement. And that statement from the Cal Supreme Court is the following, and this is in our change sheet number 4. From the foregoing authorities, we feel warranted in holding, that's how we know it's the court's actual holding, that a water course, although originally constructed artificially, may from the circumstances under which it originated and by long continued use and acquiescence by the persons interested therein, become and be held to be a natural water course, and that riparian owners thereon and those affected thereby may have all the rights to the waters therein as they would in a natural stream or water course. The Water Board's decision 1618, which also is quoted in the proposed order, follows the Chowchilla Farms decision and states the following. And here's where we get what the OE calls our three-part test. It's really 3 provisions from the board's decision. And in that decision, the board stated, because the course of Upper Cedar Creek and the dam are permanent in nature, that's number 1, are long continued, that's number 2, and have been acquiesced in by PG&E and other water users on the Pitt River, that's number 3. The water body in that case, Tule Lake Reservoir, has the legal status of a natural lake in a separate watershed that is only rarely in hydraulic continuity with the Pitt River watershed. So we think these are the 2 operative provisions from the Cal Supreme Court decision and this board's decision. And we think it's pretty clear that the proposed order tracks them very closely, and it's not in any way expanding them or distorting them or misusing them, but it's just simply following them, which of course is what the board should do with precedents. The third argument from Office of Enforcement is that the proposed order would create what they call a dangerous expansion of the narrow doctrine and suggest that riparian rights could be created for the sole benefit of one property owner. And to avoid this result, OE asked the board to designate the order as a non-precedential order. First of all, as I just said a few minutes ago, we disagree with the argument it's a dangerous expansion of a narrow doctrine. Rather, it's an accurate application of what is a fairly narrow doctrine, but to our specific facts. And we also disagree with their argument that it should be non-precedential. It is true that under some conditions, this would allow, with new artificially created conditions, sometimes riparian rights could attach to the channel, just as they did in the Chowchilla Farms case, which basically involved a rerouting of the Kings River. But it's not, I certainly disagree with any argument this is a dangerous expansion, because riparian rights, even if a channel is changed, still are limited to the water that would flow in the channel under natural conditions. And certainly Canal Creek is a perfect example. In the summer, there would essentially be no flow in the creek. So there are no riparian rights, even with the proposed order's conclusion of the change in the channel condition. There's just, if there's no natural flow water, there's no water to divert and use under a riparian right. And that is almost always going to be the case where we're dealing with artificially created conditions that have become natural, like changes in channels. The edits that we proposed in change sheet 1, and now in the 4th paragraph of change sheet 4, we've proposed adding a footnote to the order. So it's not just in attachment A, but it's actually in the order where this point or this issue is discussed, would clearly state that when artificial alterations of a natural water course are made for a beneficial use, in other words, if somebody builds an on-stream dam for some beneficial use, whether it be irrigation or something else, then that should not be treated as a natural condition. That's not the facts of Gonzalez, but we do want to make it clear, and I think this addressed some of the board members' concerns, that a typical on-stream reservoir, no matter how many years it's been in existence, is not going to be within the scope of this doctrine because it almost always would have been created initially for beneficial uses. The only exception is reservoirs created initially for flood control purposes. And there's a long line of board orders, including the most recent one quoted in the proposed order board decision, that says that flood control reservoirs never have required water rights laws. But for essentially any other on-stream reservoir, it's going to have been created for a beneficial use, and therefore this doctrine of natural conditions is not going to apply. For these reasons, we do recommend that the proposed order, that the board treat the proposed order as precedential, which is the board's normal process, and not agree with OE's proposal on that. I did go back and check, and there are very few board orders in water right matters where the board has determined something to be non-precedential. I only found two. There may be others, but there are only two that I'm aware of. One is in 2002, it's order WR 2002-0013, involved the quantification settlement agreement on the for Colorado River diversions by Imperial Irrigation District and Coachella Valley Water District. And they were transferring some of that water to the San Diego County Water Authority through a Metropolitan Water District. And in that case, one of the hearing issues was whether or not the order should be non-precedential. The parties issued evidence and argument on that. And Metropolitan Water District, and I believe Coachella Valley Water District, argued it should not be precedential because it basically, what the board was doing was inconsistent with at least their view of the law of the Colorado River, which is a huge body of interstate compacts, U.S. Supreme Court decisions, and other matters involving the Colorado River. And they basically said, look, this is a good deal. We want this to go forward, but it may not really be consistent with this body of law regarding the Colorado River. So the way to do that is to make the order non-precedential. And the board agreed that there was limited opposition to that request. And so the board agreed to the parties. There actually was a provision of the stipulation between the parties for the water transfer involved in that. The only other order I have found where in a water right matter where the board ruled that an order would be non-precedential was order WR 2008-0016. And in that order involved the North San Joaquin Water District, which had a petition for extension of time of a permit that had been issued, a water right permit that had been issued back in about 1950, I think. And the board was clearly very concerned about the lack of diligence on behalf of the district in perfecting its water right, its appropriate water right under that permit. But on the other hand, the board really wanted to encourage the district to divert water under the permit for SGMA purpose. The water could help relieve a overdraft in an overdraft case, clearly consistent with the Groundwater Management Act, SGMA, and very clearly an important public policy. So in essence, the board said, I'm paraphrasing here, we don't necessarily think the district has complied with the diligence requirements that normally apply, but because this is so important from a policy point of view, we're going to allow or grant the extension of time, but we don't want this to be a precedent that could apply somewhere else. So in both of these orders, we see the theme of the board doing something which clearly made sense in that case, even though it was somewhat inconsistent with the applicable laws. And of course, the board has the discretion to do that. There was nothing wrong with that, but the board correctly said, we don't want these precedents here to basically undermine our existing legal authorities. Those were both permitting matters, not enforcement matters. Enforcement matters certainly have different considerations, but primarily we don't have the issue here of the board trying to do something in this case that's inconsistent with what it's done in other orders. What the board would do here if it adopts the proposed order is completely consistent with the prior precedents. So for these reasons, we disagree with OE's argument that the board should designate the order as non-precedential. In fact, it involves some very important conclusions that should be precedents. Regarding Merced Irrigation District's comments at the September 21st meeting. There were some factual arguments that Mr. Berliner made that I'll paraphrase here. They were, number one, the pipes between Canal Creek and the pond are on Merced Irrigation District's property. Number two, the proposed order would obligate Merced ID to maintain these, to allow these pipes to remain on the district's property. And number three, they present a serious threat to berm integrity that the district would not be able to control. And we just disagree with all of these arguments. First of all, the question of whose property the pipes are located on, there's no good evidence on this in our hearing record. Merced ID, as I said before, did not participate in the hearing and did not offer any evidence on this. Mr. Gonzalez offered a draft survey from his surveyor who just prepared it regarding where the property lines go, but that surveyor admitted in response to prosecution team questions on cross-examinations that it was only a draft, it was not an official record survey, certainly had not been approved by the appropriate county authorities. So we were able to discuss that draft survey in our proposed order to bolster the proposed order's conclusions regarding riparian rights, but we certainly did not have sufficient information to address the property law issues that Merced Irrigation District now is raising. And there's just not evidence sufficient in the record for the board to decide that issue, which really isn't within the board's normal purvey anyway. And that leads to the second point. There is pending litigation between the district and Mr. Gonzalez in Merced County Superior Court on both the real property issue and the issue of whether the pipe should be removed. And the court will be in a much better position. This is one of the things courts do, is resolve real property law issues. And they're going to be in a much better position than the board to resolve that issue. We have made some edits in change sheet 4 to make it clear that nothing in the order would interfere with the authorities of either the Central Valley Flood Protection Board or the Corps of Engineers under their easement, or the court in the court case to decide issues regarding removal of the pipes. And if they make any such order, then Mr. Gonzalez will have to amend his compliance plan, work with the Division of Water Rights on that as necessary to address the orders. So I think the proposed order very clearly lets the agency with expertise in flood control address flood control issues, lets the court with expertise in real property issues address real property issues, and says we will address water right issues, but not interfere with those other entities' actions in areas within their areas of expertise. Merced Irrigation District's next argument is that they never acquiesced in the existence of the Gonzalez Pond. And again, that's just not borne out by the facts in the record. The district clearly knew about the pond for many years, and certainly by the time they filed their complaint with the Water Board Division of Water Rights in 2017, where they discussed the pond in some detail, but did not ask the board to order its removal or to take any action at all regarding the pond. They were very concerned about Mr. Gonzalez's pumping of water from the pond for irrigation and his statements of water diversion and use. And the complaint asked the board to take actions on those issues, which the proposed order does. But considering that they never asked, the district never asked the board to take any action regarding the pond, the existence of the pond, which they clearly knew about, the proposed order properly concludes that they acquiesced in the existence of the pond. So now, just so we're clear, and I did have added in change sheet number 4 a couple of paragraphs on the acquiescence issue, just to make it crystal clear. The order would state with these edits that Merced ID clearly did not acquiesce in the pumping of water from the pond for irrigation. So we did want to make that, that clear. And there's no doubt from the complaint that they did not acquiesce in those irrigation diversions. So I think we've addressed that issue properly. The last set of arguments from Merced ID are that the proposed order is inconsistent with the settlement agreement between Mr. Gonzalez and the district regarding the removal of the pipes and withdrawing Mr. Gonzalez's statement of water diversion and use and his supplemental statements. And on that, first of all, It's a basic principle of contract law that since the State Water Board was not a party to that agreement, it's not bound by it. And beyond that, as a regulatory agency, the board certainly cannot and should not limit its regulatory actions based on a settlement agreement between two private parties or two parties in this case. And the board has discretion to exercise its regulatory authorities as it deems appropriate. And the board certainly would never give up or waive that discretion. Regarding the first issue, the removal of the pipes, as I said earlier, we not only is the board not required to follow the settlement agreement, but as I said earlier, there could be some significant risks of catastrophic failure of the berm if the board were to order Mr. Gonzalez to remove or plug the pipes because of the resulting difference in hydrostatic pressures. And that is what evidence we have in the record. And also, of course, it would be inconsistent with the proposed order's conclusion that the pond should be treated as part of Canal Creek for water right purposes. The Merced County Superior Court can certainly address how the settlement agreement will be affected by the board's order if the board adopts the proposed order, and how Mr. Gonzalez needs to comply moving forward. Regarding the other issue, statements of water diversion and use, the settlement agreement would require Mr. Gonzalez to withdraw his previously filed statements. And I did check with the Division of Water Rights Records Management Unit, and they really don't have a process set up for withdrawing something once it has been filed and is part of the public record. Their process instead, which really achieves the same result, is to require or to allow for the filing of an amended statement, which then would effectively supersede the previously filed statement. And the proposed order does require Mr. Gonzalez to file an amended initial statement of water diversion and use and amended supplemental statements that are consistent with the order, if the board adopts the order, and to work with Division of Water Rights before filing those to make sure that there's no dispute. So I think that will clear up the record, the official record in the water right management system regarding those statements of diversion and use in a way that should satisfy the district's concerns. Now, the district's other concern about the supplemental statements was going forward, if it seems fairly unlikely, but if for some reason the district and Mr. Gonzalez agreed to enter into another agreement under which Mr. Gonzalez may pump water from the pond for irrigation purposes, just as they did for late 2017 and 2018 and 2019, I wanted to make sure that those were reported. I had prepared in the proposed order text that would require supplemental statements of water diversion and use with the idea that Mr. Gonzalez would have to check the boxes in those forms that say these diversions are made under contracts, and those boxes are there. The most common example the board members are undoubtedly familiar with is Sacramento River water rights settlement contractors have to report diversions under their contracts with the Bureau of Reclamation. However, this did apparently strike a nerve with the district. I think Mr. Berliner was concerned perhaps with some justification that all of a sudden hundreds of other contractors with the district would have to file supplemental statements. So following the last meeting, I did discuss this with Mr. Ekdahl, and he advised me that there's a process by which contract diversions can be reported outside the water right management system. He said they may be significantly updating that whole reporting system anyway, and that in this case, the simplest way to address this issue would be if there ever are such supplemental diversions for Mr. Gonzalez, simply to file reports with the enforcement section. So there is a record of the diversions and they're accounted for, but they don't go into the record management system. So change sheet 3 makes the changes to address that point. And with that, I think we've addressed that problem or that issue in a way that should resolve the parties' concerns. Now, a couple of things since then, just in the last few days, last Thursday, the prosecution team, separate from Office of Enforcement, Mr. Prager, submitted some comments on the proposed order. The first two really talk about the Chowchilla Farms arguments or issues and the settlement agreement, and I've already addressed those. And then his third argument was that the ACL amount is artificially low because of Mr. It considers in the economic impact analysis the over $200,000 Mr. Gonzalez paid his attorneys in the Merced ID litigation. We think it's just a discussion. It's certainly not a deciding factor, but we think that is an appropriate thing to discuss in the economic impacts analysis. Again, this is not attorney fees he incurred fighting the water board, but rather attorney fees in his ongoing dispute with Merced Irrigation District. So I don't think should be any real problem with that being in the order the way it is. Mr. Prager also resubmitted 22 pages of comments he had made back in April on the draft proposed order the AHO had circulated in March. That's really pretty misleading because the AHO did significantly revise that draft proposed order before submitting the final one to the board in July. And we even prepared an Appendix A with 8 pages of summarizing of the prosecution team's comments and our responses. So unless, so far he hasn't called out any specific issues that he thinks we have not addressed. So I think that's a little confusing for him to resubmit that old document. Now, if you can just bear with me, I'm almost done. There's a lot to cover here. Mr. Gonzalez did submit comments last week as well. He requests that the board reduce the ACL amount from $45,000, of which $25,000 would be due and payable, down to zero, basically citing the significant economic impacts he's already experienced, particularly with the charges he's paid to the district of over $150,000. And that argument does have some merit. However, what we internally in the AHO concluded, and we did spend a lot of time discussing this, is there still remains the basic fact that he illegally diverted water, significant amounts of water, during the last governor's declared drought emergency. And also, as discussed in the proposed order, he and his attorney made some clearly incorrect factual statements and legal arguments that really hindered the prosecution team's investigation. So on balance, my recommendation is that the board retain the ACL amounts in the proposed order. Last thing, Ms. West, Yvonne West, Director of the Office of Enforcement, filed 2 sets of proposed changes to the proposed order this morning. First set would be to make findings that the order is non-precedential. I've covered that for the reasons I've discussed. I disagree. I don't think that would follow the board's normal practice and is not appropriate here. The other set of edits would basically say, expand our discussion of the limit, which discusses why this precedent is relatively limited and would not apply to people who constructed ponds initially for beneficial uses. And it basically would say no riparian rights can attach to the pond. And that's really a misstatement of the proposed order. The proposed order discusses riparian rights for irrigation purposes during the irrigation season. But we have not addressed, and I don't think we needed to address, the question of whether there are any riparian rights. For example, in the winter, when there are natural flows in the creek, there very well could be some riparian rights there. So I don't think that text is necessary or appropriate here. So we recommend that the board not adopt or include either of Ms. West's proposed changes. So finally, and I do appreciate the board members' patience as I go through this, I recommend on behalf of the Administrative Hearings Office that the board adopt the proposed order with the changes in change sheets numbers 1 through 4. We believe that with those changes, the order will appropriately resolve the issues raised by the prosecution team's draft cease and desist order and ACL complaint in a manner that's fully supported by and consistent with the prior board decisions and orders. I do want to note here, just in case the board gets into this in deliberations, and I'm sure Mr. Lawfer will advise you on this as well if necessary, Water Code Section 1114 requires the board to act within 90 days after receipt of a proposed order from the AHO, and that if the board does not do that, the order is deemed adopted. Certainly, I don't think the board wants that to happen. The 90-day deadline here is next Tuesday, October 12th, so I certainly recommend the board take some action before then. So with that, thank you very much for your attention. I will be glad to answer any questions.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Lilly. And thank you for walking through that memo and the change sheets and your response to some of the additional comments. Very helpful. We have we have 4 commenters. And before going to the comments, I wanted to turn to my colleagues to see if you have any questions of Mr. Lilly. And Mr. Loeffler?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one point for the board members in case there was some confusion. Mr. Lilly referenced the distribution of some additional potential changes from Ms. West. You actually haven't seen those yet. She had informed the board and the parties to this proceeding, the board clerk and the AHO and the parties to this proceeding, of some potential changes she was going to read in the record. And so for purposes of facilitating the review of her language, she provided an electronic copy to the parties. So you'll be seeing that later in Ms. West's presentation, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you for that. Board Member Firestone.
Great, thank you. I just have some questions just to clarify a number. I mean, you went through so much, it was really helpful, but a number of there's a few things I just want to make sure I'm understanding, mostly all really related to the natural feature issue. The first is, it seems like the really the initial purpose and the continued concerns around the pond existing altogether, that the order talks about is really around flood control. I mean, the pond was created for, I guess we're thinking that the speculation is excavating in order to create a flood control berm, I guess. And then the other concern is, now that it is there, requiring it to be removed presents some real flood control concerns. And I really appreciate the order emphasizing that flood control decisions are in the purview of the flood control agencies and that they retain all authority over that. But I'm wondering why we wouldn't. I don't know all of the precedent and rules around flood control. You know, if it's an official flood control reservoir, or I guess I'm wondering why, if that is a more appropriate characterization at this point than a natural feature. And can you just speak more to that?
Yes, it's a good question, and certainly is absolutely, you are correct that the facts indicate that. The reason that the proposed order, I will say, does not go down that path that you're at least suggesting or asking about anyway, is really 2 reasons. First of all, the way the prosecution team presented the Drought CDO and their whole case was in terms of Mr. Gonzalez having beneficial uses of water in the pond. So I thought, as we prepared our proposed order, that we needed to address the arguments the way they had presented them. And that is that there are ongoing beneficial uses of water in the pond. The other thing that causes me a little bit of concern about this is all of the decisions and orders of the board, and they go back, you know, the most recent one, D 1651, is cited in the proposed order. That's involving the Newlands project. But there are decisions and orders going back almost 100 years from the board and its predecessors on flood control, and the fact that flood controlled reservoirs do not need water rights. But every single one of those, the question is whether the entity that constructed and is operating the facility for flood control needs a water right. And that's not what we have here. We have here the Corps of Engineers constructed Castle Dam and Reservoir. and the Central Valley Flood Control Board, or Flood Protection Board, now operates it. Whereas a totally separate party, Mr. Gonzalez, dug out the pit that became the pond and built the berm to protect his orchard. So it doesn't, I mean, this we talk about being concerned about going off precedent. That it doesn't really fit within the board's prior decisions, board and the board's predecessors' prior decisions and orders on flood control, and the fact that no water right is needed for flood control. So that's, obviously we'll do whatever the board members direct us to do, but I think the natural condition approach is more consistent with the board's prior orders than a flood control approach would be.
And thank you. These are really questions helping me understand, and I'm not trying to suggest that we go one route or the other. I'm just trying to understand how these play out. The other, I guess my other question is, you talked about, and at 2 different points, and I think clarifying this issue of what kind of repair, by calling it a natural feature, what kind of riparian rights might be created. And clearly, we are very clear that during the irrigation system, there's not water, and that is that's not the case of what, this would not create that situation here, but that we didn't go into whether this would then create riparian rights outside of that season. And again, I just keep coming back to that. It's, again, not as it seems to me that the core purpose has always really been around flood control. And I wonder if we are creating a natural feature and creating potential riparian rights, if that, is then creating the ability to divert outside of irrigation season in a way that would provide some benefit to the landowner that, is not, I think clearly we don't want to be incentivizing or rewarding, creation of facilities to divert water and enable a private beneficial use. And so can you just clarify a little bit for me what the implication, I understood you talking about not wanting to go into outside of, wanting to limit this to the irrigation season, but can you talk more about why this wouldn't then have implications for other seasons, and whether this would create some additional riparian rights in this situation that isn't necessarily what was intended?
Well, and I have thought about that issue a lot, and it's important. And the bottom line is, I and the board members would be speculating about what those diversions and uses could be, because we don't have any evidence in the record on them. So that's why I drafted the proposed order to prohibit diversions for irrigation, because we know that's what was historically done. We know that that's unauthorized and that there's no natural flow of water in the creek during the irrigation season. I mean, almost always. I think that's pretty darn clear. But as far as, first of all, I don't know what uses Mr. Gonzalez could consider diverting water for other than irrigation. There's certainly nothing in the record that would ever come up. And so I just didn't really think it was appropriate for the proposed order to get into something that would really require a lot of speculation. And frankly, by having the order requiring the pipes to remain open, if water goes into the pond during the winter, it's going to come back out. If the creek goes up, water will go in. If the creek goes down, the water will go back out. And there's sort of a no net loss to the system. Now, if sometime, I don't think this would ever happen, but if Mr. Gonzalez were to say, well, I want to store water in that pond that flows down Canal Creek in the winter under natural flow, and be able to plug the pipes and then use that during the summer. Well, clearly he'd need an appropriative right for that, because riparian rights do not allow the seasonal storage of water from one season to another. It'd be an uphill battle whether he could ever get that. And of course, the structural issues with the berm and all that. So it's a theoretical concern, but I don't know of any actual beneficial uses other than just the in-pond uses that would be likely to occur outside the irrigation season.
So I know in more and more in the Valley in particular, folks are looking at using floodwater to spread over fields in order to recharge groundwater. And I'm wondering if this would allow him as a riparian user to do that, ahead of other water rights holders if we're holding this.
Yeah, and the answer clearly is no to that, because if some, and of course you're absolutely right, diverting water in the winter into groundwater percolation is a very good policy thing, but that's seasonal storage of water for which an appropriative water right is necessary. It'd be an underground storage instead of a reservoir storage, but there's no doubt that would not be authorized by a riparian right. Now, maybe, if in theory, if Mr. Gonzalez, again, I don't see it happening, but if he saw a place where he wanted to do groundwater recharge using natural flow water in Canal Creek, he could apply to the water board for an appropriative water right permit for that, but it would not be allowed by riparian rights, even with the proposed order's conclusions.
Okay. And then my last question is just on the acquiescence issue. Is there in the assertion, I believe, was that in the settlement that the district and Mr. Gonzalez entered into was included removal of the pipes or something that was clearly not acquiescing. they don't want it, and they didn't want it at the time of settlement. So is there a way that factors into a showing that they didn't acquiesce? Because like you said, when they filed the complaint, they didn't request it, but when they were litigating this issue, that they clearly, if it was part of the settlement, it seems like that's evidence that they didn't acquiesce. But can you tell me more about how we may or may not have factored that in?
Yeah. Well, of course, the complaint was the operative document for what got this whole thing started. But as far as the pipes go, and again, this is getting a little bit into speculation because Merced ID never participated in the hearing, so we weren't able to ask their witnesses questions. But it certainly appears from both their complaint and their settlement agreement that their big concern, which was a legitimate concern, was that if Mr. Gonzalez pumped water from the pond, that would induce more water to flow from the creek into the pond. I mean, the pond has a storage capacity of about 8 acre feet, and the evidence shows he was using in the order of 25 to 30 acre feet per year. So there's no doubt if he's pumping 25 acre feet out of the pond, the pumping is inducing more water to flow through the pipes into the pond. So again, I would say that Merced ID's insistence and agreement with Mr. Gonzalez on plugging the pipes or removing the pipes really was tied to his use of the pond as a conduit to get water for irrigation rather than to the simple existence of the pond. So I don't think the argument that they said they want the pipes removed shows that they had an objection to the ongoing existence of the pond. And frankly, in some ways, it would be worse for them if he plugged the pipes, I'll just say parenthetically, because then if the pond is overtopped, it's filled with 8 acre-feet of their irrigation water during the summer, and that stays and probably evaporates or percolates. Whereas if the pipes are there, it flows back into the creek on downstream for their other water users to use it. So that might be a little off point for your question, but the answer is, I think the stipulation provision on removal of the pipes was directly related to their concern about Mr. Gonzalez pumping water from the pond for irrigation, which clearly the proposed order addresses and would prohibit.
Okay, great. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I am, I'm curious to just see what language is proposed around the riparian rates. I just want to think about that more and maybe come back to that if I, after we sort of see that. But those are my questions and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. Any other questions? Okay, let's move on to comments. We'll start with Yvonne West. Office of Enforcement.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Diadamo, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. My name is Yvonne West. I'm the director of the Office of Enforcement. And I'm here to comment on this agenda item. As you know, I have submitted requests for clarification on and changes to the proposed order on August 13, and I did appear at the last board meeting. Mr. Lilly has referenced my comments and addressed some of them. I'm appearing today to address the change sheets that were proposed and to discuss some of my concerns again. Hold on a second. Okay, great. Sorry, my screen was messed up there. The changes proposed by the AHO in change sheets 3 and 4, which were circulated late yesterday afternoon, do not resolve or address the concerns that I raised previously. Mr. Lilly did address some of those concerns verbally, and I'm going to respond to those. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Lilly's characterization that the natural water body finding is in line with case law. As I stated previously, I do not believe that finding is supported by case law or prior board decisions. It is an expansion of those prior decisions, and it expands it in an important way. And I still of the opinion that it could create potentially dangerous precedent if this board doesn't take some action to limit those findings. The changes proposed in change sheet 3 and 4, as I said, do not resolve or address my concerns. It can actually be argued that some of the change sheet language serves to heighten those concerns by suggesting that prescription against the public rights can be lost, the public rights to water can be lost through prescription, and that prescription against the state is only prohibited when the state can demonstrate an initial intent to divert water and put it to beneficial use at the time that the artificial water body is constructed. Turning to some of Mr. Lilly's verbal comments, I do appreciate his statements concerning the ongoing beneficial use in the ponds and his acknowledgement that there is recreational and aesthetic use in that pond. However, I disagree with his characterization of the prosecution team's original cease and desist order. It did not prevent storage of water in the pond at all. It prevented storage. It asked for an order to prevent water subject to the state board's jurisdiction in the pond. And I disagree that it's necessary to resolve that through the natural water body finding. That could have been resolved through allowing the parties to come to terms about removal of the pipes. I disagree with his characterization of the applicable state board decisions. This is a unique case where for the first time the board would be extending rights to a privately held artificial water body by declaring it a natural water body. Mr. Lilly points out a number of the facts that make this case unique, and it's the emphasis of the uniqueness of this case that I am looking for in some proposed changes to the order. I believe that the unique facts of this case limit the natural water body finding and the potential rights associated with that finding in a way that prevents it from having the kind of impact that I think future decisions that would rely on it might have, the dangerous precedent that I referenced previously. It is an expansion of the natural water body finding. For these reasons, I'm here to restate my request that the final order adopted by the board include language that the proposed order is not precedential. This could be done a number of ways. It could be done by including the broad language that I included in my August 14th request for changes, or it could include a more narrow language stating that section 3.1.1.4 of the order, the section of the order which finds the pond to be a natural water body, is non-precedential. I did provide some language to the clerk that we could put up that suggests those types of changes. And this would be an additional finding in the board order itself, limiting to section 3.1.4. Hopefully you guys can see that. It's a little bit hard on my screen. And in addition, I also, as Mr. Lally referenced, put forward some language suggesting some changes to page 2 of the AHO's change sheet number 4. On that change sheet, I suggested some additional changes that I believe provide important context for the natural water body finding in the order. If we could page down. Specifically here, I added language to suggest talking about the critical distinctions here in this case, not only that Mr. Gonzalez's father excavated the area without intent to make a beneficial use, but also that there was no riparian rights that could attach to the pond for the reasons discussed in section 3.1.1.3. And that is the section in which the AHO found that the parcel had been severed from its riparian rights. And that is one of the reasons why I feel this case is distinct and the application of the natural water body finding isn't as broad as it could be in other circumstances. And I feel like that's an important distinction here. I don't believe that it's the board's intent to create private rights against the public in a private property owner through the expansion of the Chachilla Doctrine in the way that this decision has the potential to do. And I've included this language because I think it's an important narrowing of the finding. And, you know, we heard Mr. Lilly talk about all the unique reasons why this particular case would not create riparian rights, or he also conceded that he hadn't explored or thought about what other additional riparian rights it could create. That's the kind of dangerous and unexplored consequences I feel like this expansion could have. And I think it would be beneficial from a policy perspective for the administration of the state's water rights structure for the board to make some specific language findings to narrow this decision so that it does not have the potential to have those unintended consequences of potentially creating private rights to artificial water bodies that may have not been created initially for the intent of beneficial use, but then in a time of water scarcity are turned to for those kind of consumptive beneficial uses such as irrigation. If this parcel wasn't severed from its riparian rights, it's unclear if the AHO's contention is that there would be a riparian right for those types of irrigation if this number of factors, if this was natural water instead of imported water, if this parcel hadn't already been severed from its riparian rights. Again, I feel that this case has some unique facts that limit the potential impact of that natural water body finding. But if the board is going to make that kind of finding in this case, I would again encourage you to limit to the unique facts of this case through adopting some of the language that I put forward here today. I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and I will remain available to answer questions.
Are there any questions? Board Member Firestone?
Yeah, thanks. I do want to hear from Mr. Lilly a little bit about the second the narrowing language. I have to say I'm less inclined to just say this isn't precedential, but I am interested in the narrowing in terms of being very specific about the factual situation here and what the what riparian rights may or may not attach to something that was accidentally created for creation of a berm and now has become a natural feature. I don't know. And Mr. Lilly, if you can also chime in at the end, so you don't have to answer right now if that's, but just would love to hear thoughts on that at some point.
Yeah, well, if it's okay with you, it's probably best if I let the other commenters go first, and then I'll circle back at the end, which I will be glad to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask that the language be shared with us? Can someone send Janine or others send that over to the board members?
What was, are you talking about what was just shown up on the screen by Ms. West?
Yes, I am.
Sure,
Thanks.
I'll send it to you.
It's hard to see. Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, we'll move on to the next commenter is Tom Berliner.
And Mr. Berliner, we've invited, there you go.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I apologize for not being on the video, but I am in an area with poor Wi-Fi connection. My name is Tom Berliner, and I represent the Merced Irrigation District. We request that the Water Board proceed very slowly and carefully here due to the Zoom precedence of this order on future proceedings and the immediate impacts that this order will have on a public agency, the Merced Irrigation District, and its members. In our view, the order represents an unwarranted and continuing impact on MID and its members in numerous ways. We submitted previous comments on August 13th and September 16th. I won't repeat or get into those. They continue to be relevant despite the changes to the proposed order. But we also believe that the proposed order must be modified in light of the current changes proposed by the Administrative Hearing Office. First of all, MID very much appreciates the amendment to the proposed draft cease and desist order and ACL complaint with respect to the provision under Section 1D3 that previously provided for submitting the diversion of water subject to the statement of diversion and use, and that this be reported more appropriately, just as enforcement notifications are undertaken. This way, there won't be confusion regarding our other customers that do divert from whether it's Canal Creek or elsewhere pursuant to deliveries from MID. We're also supportive of the edit that the use of the pond will be rendered inactive for future years and for irrigation purposes, but it does raise a significant question in our mind regarding the new nature of the pond as a riparian body, finding that it is now natural. As the proposed order recognizes on pages 31 and 32, the Gonzales land is severed from Canal Creek. That severance occurred, as is also noted in the proposed order, when MID acquired the property from the Crocker Huffman Company, and it granted the creek and essentially a right-of-way along the creek. The pond is on the opposite side of the right-of-way from the creek. What connects the pond to the creek are the pipes that run between the pond and the creek. At the time that MID filed the complaint at the water board, it was unaware of those pipes. It was our understanding that flooding was occurring on the Gonzalez property pursuant to flood control operations by the Army Corps of Engineers, and that in fact they were not otherwise diverting property from the creek. We believe, I guess, consistent with the hearing office, enforcement office, that the Chowchilla Farms decision is being misconstrued in this context. And by analogy, perhaps if you envision the pond being located a mile off of the creek, or I'll continue the analogy to the San Joaquin River, which not infrequently can flood as much as 3 miles outside its banks. If that were to fill a pond, then all of a sudden this pond might be subject to being found natural. And what kind of rights then attach to the owner of that pond when they do want to use that water? Future and say, well, it's now a natural water body. I'm now riparian to that water body over there, and I can divert and use that water for irrigation. I think it's questionable whether the board has the authority to tell a riparian user that it cannot use water on its property for irrigation uses. We also believe, given the past actions of the respondent, that he should not be rewarded by having this pond and potentially making irrigation uses of it. The reason that MID did not raise the concern about the pond at the time it filed the complaint, of course, was because we did not know of the existence of the pipes. But because it was being flooded only, in our understanding, by flood control operations, we did not believe that it was a concern to MID since it was floodwater. And I'll point out that indicating that there won't be natural flow during the irrigation season in the Merced area begins in March. And the board is well aware that we get rain in these years when we actually get rain in March and April. And we don't want to find ourselves now in a fight with Mr. Gonzalez contending that the water in the creek is now available for riparian diversions through those pipes into the pond. So it creates a major complicating factor. 2 more points I have to raise are that the proposed order essentially requires that Mr. Gonzalez maintain those pipes in operating order. But MID here is on the receiving end of whether or not those pipes are adequately maintained. And when we use the canal, which is an every year occurrence, we're now going to have to contend, presumably, with the existence of those pipes forever in the canal. And essentially, it becomes a maintenance problem, or at least an avoidance problem for MID. Don't think that this was considered by the AHO regarding impact it will have on MID's obligations. Finally, I wish to raise the point of the settlement agreement. Mr. Gonzalez has already agreed to remove those pipes. We, in the stipulation, we agreed with Mr. Gonzalez that we would not participate in the administrative hearings unless requested to do so by somebody, and we were not requested to provide witnesses on behalf of any of the parties. And so we abided by the settlement agreement and did not make a separate appearance. However, the agreement is clear that those pipes are to be removed, and they're to be removed in cooperation and conjunction with MID, because we too are concerned that those pipes may well have been put in without re-engineering the berm, the bank of the creek, to be able to withstand the existence of those pipes indefinitely. And we would want to get in there and make sure that that bank was engineered properly for future use. As it is now, we don't know whether it's a ticking time bomb or what the situation is there. But we don't really want to have to find out. So leaving the pipes in place and having to move water back and forth is not comforting for the future for those reasons. And we believe those pipes need to be removed. So thank you very much for your time to this. If anybody has questions, we're available to respond.
Any questions?
I guess I'll just flag, I don't have a question for Mr. Berliner, but just flag for Mr. Lilly. It would be great to hear also just some thoughts on the, or I think the point that there is not acquiescence on the pipes themselves. And although there was certainly knowledge of the pond, I just would love to hear more on that issue as we go forward. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Berliner, I have a question for you. On the removal of the pipes and that you referenced as part of the stipulation, and then the language in the proposed order regarding maintenance of the pipes, is it your statement that the order precludes the removal of the pipes by reference of the maintenance, or is it your opinion that you would be able to go forward nonetheless with the removal of the pipes, and that the order, the proposed order references maintenance just in the event that the pipes remain?
No, there was language in the prior version of the order that said that the pipes were subject to being removed either because of the Flood Control Board or the Corps of Engineers or an objection by the property owner. And MID is the property owner, and obviously we would have objected. That language was changed. It kept in the Flood Control Board and the Corps of Engineers, but it removed the provision for the objection of the property owner and made it subject to an order of the court. Frankly, in that regard, the stipulation in our view is in essence the equivalent of an order of the court. Or the stipulation is entered into in the court proceedings. And as I'm sure we're familiar, when you stipulate to something in court, that's in essence the same thing as getting a court order to that effect. So we do have an entered into settlement agreement where both parties agreed that those pipes were coming out.
Okay.
So it's not just the maintenance, it's the change in language.
All right, and on the issue of severance and the riparian right, the language on page, I think you referenced 31 and 31 to 32 on severance. Is it your understanding that referencing the pond as as part of the natural water course, that that severance no longer exists? Or wouldn't it be the case that if it's part of the natural water body that the severance remains?
The difficulty is that the severance is essentially rendered neutral, if you will, because the pipes are connecting these two water bodies now. So the pipes have to cross MID property. My analogy to the mile in from the river was in order to kind of create a picture that the same thing could occur if that pond was well inland, not anywhere near the creek, but was connected by pipes or subject to overflow due to flood control operations, which occurs, as we know, on the San Joaquin. So it was our understanding that this was the result of a flood control or stormwater situation, and because we just didn't know about the pipes. But now, with having a natural water body on the property and the existence of water in Canal Creek that's going to flow into that natural water body, we agree that if it's irrigation water, that doesn't provide any right, but we know that there's occurrences of rain during the irrigation season. There's no real means to account for how much rainfall is in that creek. It's a very small watershed, but if it rains enough, it will get a fair amount of flow through there for a brief period of time. And some of that water is going to find its way into the pond. And now we're going to have an ongoing headache regarding having to administer somehow use of water from that pond. And that pond is not a readily accessible pond to MID. So it's well within the respondent's property. It's not an area that MID frequently goes to. In fact, when the proceedings started, MID was largely unfamiliar with the property in question, just because it is not, it's not obvious from any particular point that MID would frequently go to because of the hilly nature there. So it becomes a problem and an ongoing headache regarding the maintenance, the interconnection, whether there are diversions occurring from that pond. And in essence, it falls onto MID now to have to police that.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next commenter, and Mr. Gonzalez, I see you have your hand up, but you'll be called on after, you'll have an opportunity after the next speaker. So John Prager with the Office of Enforcement.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear and see me?
Yes, we can. Hello.
Hello. I've prepared a statement, but there's been a lot of discussion in the last hour or so. So I'm going to read my prepared statement and then try to go through some of the points that I'd like to raise. Again, good afternoon, board members and Vice Chair Diadamo. My name is John Prager. I'm an attorney in the Office of Enforcement, and I represent the Division of Water Rights prosecution team in this matter. The prosecution team opposes the adoption of the proposed order in its current form because it doesn't acknowledge or substantively address the issues raised in the prosecution team's comments on the draft proposed order. The changes proposed in the change sheets circulated yesterday don't adequately address the prosecution team's concerns. The prosecution team supports the comments made by Ms. Yvonne West and Merced Irrigation District regarding the potentially dangerous precedent of applying the analysis in Chowchilla Farms v. Martin to this fact pattern, and supports Ms. West's request to designate the proposed order as non-precedential and her change sheet with a limiting language circulated this morning. The prosecution team also supports MID's proposed changes to the cease and desist order portion of the proposed order, which would require the removal of the pipes that divert water from Canal Creek into the reservoir and restoration of the banks to its original condition, rather than leaving them in place and allowing the diversion to continue. This proposed change has the benefit of not directly contradicting a settlement agreement reached between Mr. Gonzalez and MID back in 2019, which required the removal of the pipes and restoration of the bank. Now, that's my prepared statement. There's a lot of discussion that's going on, and I'll try to address it in as efficiently a manner as possible. And then I'll open it up for questions. In regards to Mr. Lilly's changes, or first, let's address Mr. Lilly's comment that without the Chowchilla analysis, the finding of a legally natural pond, that Mr. Gonzalez would need a permit, but that he can't get a permit because all the water in MIDs, all the water in Canal Creek is MIDs previously appropriated water in the within the irrigation system or season. Now, Mr. Berliner actually just mentioned this. The prosecution team submitted evidence that there is, in fact, natural flow in the wintertime. And the prosecution team submitted evidence that there is, in fact, some amount of dead storage in the reservoir. Now, Mr. Lilly and the proposed order have argued that all the water that flows into the pond at some point will flow out and that there is no net seasonal storage. That's contrary to both what Mr. Berliner is saying and what the prosecution team argued at the hearing. So that's a kind of a factual dispute that results in part of this issue developing. The second thing that Mr. Lilly mentioned that I wanted to address was that he claims that there was no feasible plan to render the pond incapable of storing water. He mentioned that one possibility was they could fill it with dirt, but that would be inordinately expensive and potentially not possible. He did mention that plugging the pipes would potentially cause an unsafe circumstance due to the hydrostatic pressure between the pond and the creek at any given time. He mentioned that Damon Hess at the hearing said that this was true and that there was no safe way to plug the pipes. It's not exactly an appropriate characterization of what the prosecution team argued. The prosecution team argued that this could be a problem and that any particular compliance plan should address this particular issue. And that's actually what was proposed in the original draft cease and desist order, that a plan should be created and signed off on by the relevant agencies like the Flood Protection Board and the Army Corps to make sure that any particular compliance plan that Mr. Gonzalez comes up with is safe. So that addresses that. The second thing is that in our comments on the draft proposed order, we actually submitted a slightly different change to what we thought the cease and desist order terms should be. And I don't actually think that the response to those comments that are now attached to the proposed order adequately reflected that. I think got it here in front of me. I honestly think that the board would benefit if I just read what we suggested the proposed order say. The prosecution team requests that we replace the existing text with the following text. And again, this is in our comments submitted in April. It's on page 20, middle of the page. The diverter shall submit a report within 180 days conducted by a licensed California geotechnical engineer affirming that the berm can safely bear the differential hydrostatic pressures between the creek and Gonzalez Pond as currently constructed with capped pipes remaining in situ. If the geotechnical study finds the capped pipes would result in an unacceptable security risk, the report shall consider the feasibility of implementation of installation of check valves on the pipes, or ultimately removal of the pipes altogether to eliminate the threat of unauthorized diversions. The diverter shall submit a erosion control plan within 180 days, prepared by a qualified professional for the division's approval. These two items together would eliminate unauthorized diversions while ensuring a reasonable level of berm stability for the diverter, public trust users, MID, and downstream stakeholders. So I'd like to point out that Mr. Lilly was technically correct, that the prosecution team witness said that this would be a problem. The prosecution team presented what I think to be a relatively reasonable plan for handling that. The second thing, or the last thing I'll say on this particular point, is that MID and Mr. Gonzalez, who, despite what he'll say, I'm sure later, was actually represented by competent and well-respected defense counsel, settled this particular issue in 2019, where they agreed to remove the pipes and restore the banks of Canal Creek to its original condition. Moving on to what Mr. Lilly believed to be a fix for the prosecution team and OE's argument regarding the legally natural pond. Mr. Lilly and the AHO have thankfully replaced language that claimed to be the holding of Chowchilla Farms v. Martin with what is actually the real holding. In change sheet 3, maybe it's change sheet 4. The new holding says that under some circumstances, and by long continued use and acquiescence by persons interested therein, an artificial water body may become a natural watercourse. Now, I believe that the proposed order reads this particular holding in an odd way that allows for the presentation of Chowchilla's requirements to be a little skewed, particularly the acquiescence concept. Now, we got to it in a little bit in some of the questions as to whether or not the acquiescence requirement should focus on the existence of the structure itself or the existence of the use of the structure in its artificial condition. Now, the proposed order agrees that MID has not agreed to the use of this structure as a natural condition, but then focuses you on whether or not they agreed to the existence of the structure. We think that that's the inappropriate reading, and I don't think that the response to comments that are attached to the proposed order really substantively handle this, what we think to be a fundamental misreading of this case law. But an interesting point, which I raised in our closing brief, I think, and in the prosecution team comments, is that the board has actually ruled on this, albeit not directly on point, but there's a direct quote from a water right order 2013-009. Order denying.
Mr. Prager, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap. You've submitted comments, so if you could just, conclude here.
Absolutely.
And then we'll see if we have any questions.
I'll just move on to my very last comment. Mr. Lilly said that it was a little misleading that the prosecution team submitted our previous comments. And I think I've addressed here that we don't believe that those previous comments were adequately and sufficiently discussed. So I don't actually think it's misleading for me to resubmit them. And I'd like to kind of state that for the record. Second thing is, there's an entire issue which I highlighted in the comments from Thursday that the proposed order completely ignores, and that's the inclusion of the inappropriate inclusion of attorney's fees that Mr. Gonzalez voluntarily incurred when he sued MID after the violation period as part of a mathematical calculation where he was able to say that the diverter, Mr. Gonzalez, accrued no economic benefit. Setting aside all other arguments that the prosecution team has with the economic benefit analysis, if you remove that one inappropriate inclusion, the AHO's own calculations show that Mr. Gonzalez violations resulted in an economic benefit of $73,000, which is significantly higher than what the proposed penalty assesses. And
Okay,
that's
and
it.
I think we have your comment letter on that as well. So,
Good.
all right,
That
thank you.
concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, now we'll move on to our final commenter, Kevin Gonzalez.
Okay, I'm having technical difficulty. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. You may want to turn on your camera if you're, there we go. We see you now. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. Forgive me for my hoarse voice. I actually have COVID. 7 days into it, but we're feeling better.
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you. I do want to praise the board for listening to the comments. I was fortunate enough to be in earlier when I saw that the poets and the artists were addressing the Kern River. And I think it's important to say that, you know, I'm 5th generation here on Canal Creek, a natural water body. My grandmother and my great-grandfather were also artists. We have renditions and glass in our house of the creek itself. Every year we host people from our churches that come down and enjoy the peaceful serenity of Canal Creek. And I want to point out the fact that even our daughter's wedding pictures were taken in 2015 during the drought, when there was no releases, absolutely no releases from the Merced Irrigation District, and there was still water in the pond. It's important to note on our deed of trust that's been handed down to our family for generations that the Army Corps of Engineers knew about the ponding of water on the property, so much that when the Army Corps of Engineers produced the operation and maintenance manual of the Castle Dam project, they clearly put the property as the pond on deed 108E and 108E1. I tried to submit the information as best I could. There's plenty of positions where we probably should have had our attorneys, because this case has crossed over a line from being a water board issue to a civil litigation issue, back and forth multiple times. So I apologize for my attorneys not being here. I think they should have answered some of those questions for you. So I'll answer them as best I can. This doesn't have to be a precedential case because it already meets precedential requirements. The natural waterway that Canal Creek sits on is a natural waterway. Army Corps of Engineers repeatedly said that on the Castle project. The Castle Dam project footprint goes 1 mile south or downstream from us and 1 mile above stream from us. I don't know if that picture has been painted for you guys, but our land sits smack dab in the middle of the flood footprint. My dad became pretty close with some of the engineers from the Army Corps of Engineers, and you know, they're not here today, but I do have to say, from when I look back at the history, there's a lot of important history that doesn't have to be changed. It's already in writing. It's already in deed. In fact, it's on our deed. That doesn't have to be permits made up, because the deed is already saying that that water will always and forever be there, because the footprint, the flood footprint of the Castle Dam project will never change. It's a permanent flood easement, and it's the one and only permanent flood easement that's in California Water Code 12667, which is the flood control project. And it has to be looked very deep. I submitted the operation and maintenance manual as an evidence key, and I also submitted my deed. And right there, we probably should have just stopped conversations. But because these other additional questions have come up, You know, I apologize for calling somebody a name last time because it's passionate to me. But I do have to say that the board has been intentionally misled by a couple of people. Now, I understand their passion, but intentionally misleading somebody outside the scope is a problem. And I guess I would beg and plead to the board that the board stay within their guidelines. I have no intention of using the pond for irrigation in the future. When I did use the water, it was an emergency. I have a source of gravity flow water, which is much more beneficial. The elevation changes down there on the property had to be visually seen. I want to thank Mr. Lilly in the AHO's office for coming out to visit the site, because two-dimensionally, you can't really tell on maps how the elevation changes down at that property. There's more than a 20 foot of elevation change from the top of the property to the creek side. Now with the creek side, like all waters, natural waterways that move, so do property lines. Property lines, it's called like an ebb and tide. I'm not really familiar with how the water properties can actually move. That's something that's unique to natural waterways. If you took a look at the maps, and I don't know if we can make the analogy of a snake careening downstream.
Mr. Gonzalez, you're beyond time. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap, unless there's something that you want to add, in response to, from the last time we met, in response to anything that's in the change sheets. I'd like to just have you conclude at this point.
Mr. Lilly's change sheets probably are more accurate than the others that have made statements, and they had a little more time than me. Thank you for your moments. We tried the case, we did well. The water that was in there will always be there, even when the MID will never release water, even in drought seasons, because of the natural position of that particular property. So thank you for listening to us. I think there's no need to set precedents because it already meets precedential requirements. So thank you for hearing me.
Okay, thank you for appearing before us today, and take care. Any questions of Mr. Gonzalez?
Yeah, one quick question. Mr. Gonzalez, can you just confirm for me and for all of us about this settlement that you've entered into in 2019? Can you just confirm that you have agreed to remove the pipes pursuant to that settlement and stipulation? Because I think that's an important fact here. And yeah, I'm trying to sort out in my mind how that interplays.
Sure. In 2019, I never envisioned myself having to retry myself in a double jeopardy type case where I'd be answering to another agency. So really, my attorneys have said that they are two separate situations. And I think that's probably best to say we should defer those to my attorneys for that case. It's kind of outside of what we're discussing here today. So I think it's irrelevant on our discussion today.
Anything else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. All right, I think Ms. Firestone had some questions and wanted Mr. Lilly to respond to, and then I have a question as well. So let's bring Mr. Lilly back.
Okay, I've been trying to take notes here, so if I miss anything, board members, please let me know, but I'll do the best I can. I'm just going to try to go down in order and just hit a few points. First of all, just regarding Ms. West, I'll just stand by my prior statements. This case just does not track the board's 2002 and 2008 orders where they found reasons for non-precedential findings. We don't have it here. I really disagree with Ms. West's findings. Or Ms. West proposed edits that we saw today for the first time. They talk about other equitable considerations. I don't know what that means. Talks about the riparian rights not attaching to the pond, no riparian rights attaching to the pond. I'm not sure that that's really necessary for that discussion. I don't think it is. So I recommend not accepting Ms. West's proposed language on that. Now, I'm trying to remember, I tried to answer Ms. Firestone's first question. I tried to write it down here best. I think it was, and maybe Ms. Firestone, you can, or board member Firestone, you can repeat it for me. I think your question was what riparian rights apply here with the berm. Did I get that right? Or maybe you could restate it so I can answer it correctly.
I don't know that I can, but okay. I think that where I'm at now, I guess to use everyone's time best is just, I would like, so I agree on the precedential nature of the decision. I think that doesn't apply here, but I am more concerned with how we narrow this. And so I think the second set of the second paragraph for page 35, if you could speak more to that, because I am concerned that what we're doing here is broadly creating riparian rights and opening up a whole slew of potential also disagreements and sort of area of people contesting riparian rights going forward, when I don't think that is the intent or the type of benefit that should accrue to the actions that were undertaken. So can you? Okay.
Yeah, excuse me, but Mr. Berliner made some statements about this, and they're just not correct. So I do think on riparian rights. So I do think it's important to get into those. He in essence said that because the proposed order would find the pond as part of the creek, that extends the land area that can be adjacent to parcels and therefore subject to riparian rights. And that certainly is not the case here. It's a little hard to speculate, or dangerous probably to speculate about how that would apply in future cases. But here on page 31 of the proposed order, we discussed this. There was a deed by the landowner, at that time it was the Crocker-Huffman Land and Water Company, in 1922. And in addition to conveying certain lands, the deed conveyed the water rights in this part of Canal Creek to Merced ID. And the proposed order very clearly says, by conveying the water rights, that severed the riparian rights. So regardless of how the footnote of Canal Creek may change, there are no water rights, no riparian rights left in the property particularly as far as irrigation is concerned. So, and just going on to page 32, we did not, but because we just had the preliminary surveys, which were, I'll just say, equivocal and ambiguous, and I think the prosecution team correctly said this is not a record of survey that can be relied on. So we didn't. The proposed order says we do not decide what weight to give these drafts because, as discussed in the preceding paragraphs, we conclude that there are not any significant amounts of natural flow in Canal Creek during irrigation season for any diversions for irrigation purposes. And because the riparian rights were severed in 1922 by the conveyance of the water rights. So Mr. Berliner's parade of horribles about Mr. Gonzalez coming back and asserting rights to divert water from the pond for irrigation would not occur if the board adopts the proposed order. Paragraph 1A on page 60, the first paragraph of the cease and desist order, says respondents shall not divert any water from the Gonzalez Pond or Canal Creek for irrigation or any other purpose of use on the orchards or the other areas that could become orchards, unless respondent has entered into a signed written agreement with Merced ID or has a permit from the district for such diversions and has filed a copy with water rights enforcement section. So we've covered it. He's not going to be able to divert water from the creek for irrigation unless there's an authorization from Merced ID, regardless of season or anything else. Regarding the pipes, I just come back. You asked Mr. Berliner, what about acquiescence in the pipes versus the ponds? And it's a fair question, but I think the bottom line is Merced ID acquiesced in the pond, and the pipes are necessary for the pond to function in the future the way it has for the last 25 years, up and down. So we're proposing basically to continue the status quo rather than to make any changes in that. Mr. Prager did talk about the feasible plan, whether there's a feasible plan. And I do have to say, I'm very concerned about the board basically kicking down the road, kicking the can down the road on a very serious issue. I mean, it's great to say Mr. Gonzalez shall prepare a compliance plan, but I think the board has to, we certainly were concerned about whether or not that's even feasible. And I'm not comfortable recommending that the board adopt an order that requires him to prepare a plan that's not possible. And that's my concern here. And of course, as I said earlier, even if we have an engineered bank and the pipes are plugged, the pond will be overtopped when the water backs up behind Castle Dam, which can occur during the summer, and frankly is worse. It's storage of water and potential loss of water that's really worse for the district than the status quo under current conditions. So again, if the court orders something different, or if the Flood Protection Board orders something different under their authorities, the board will defer to that. But I am not comfortable having the board step into those directions. I think there's some significant risks that could occur from that. So I hope that answers your questions, but go ahead.
Yeah, that answers your question. Thank you. You're still on mute.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Lilly, thank you for that discussion. Sorry, I'm hearing a little bit of feedback, but was the follow-up on my question, Mr. Gonzalez? So was the stipulation, was this settlement agreement from 2019, was it included in the record of the hearing? Was this something that you discussed, was brought up by the prosecution team or others during the hearing? And did you take that into consideration?
Yes, it was signed in the court proceeding, but Mr. Gonzalez filed a copy of it so it is an exhibit in our hearing record. And again, I don't want to just, blithely ignore a settlement agreement, but on the other hand, I don't think the board should limit its regulatory authorities and actions, just because of a private agreement between parties if it's inconsistent with how the board should be carrying out its regulatory authorities. So that's why we went in a different direction, recognizing, of course, that the court can, if the board adopts this order, the court can decide how it needs to proceed, and the proposed order would recognize that.
Yeah, I guess, where I just run into a stumbling point is where, the presumption that a lot of this hinges, the finding of the natural condition, the need to make that finding, the look back at Chowchilla, all right, to me is what I'm hearing rests on the need to keep these pipes in the berm. from an integrity, perspective. And I'm not convinced. I know you have Mr. Hess testify. I'm a civil engineer. I've designed facilities. I've designed a lot of pipelines in my career, and I'm not convinced. Just based on this discussion, as to that conclusion, that that's the only alternative here. That there isn't an option where the pipes could be removed and the berm restored in a way that's safe. And I know you're leaving that open for the courts to decide. But it's hard. I'm struggling a little bit here with the fact that there was already an agreement, acquiescence, if you will, of both Mr. Gonzalez and MID to jointly proceed with that. And I know they have ongoing litigation, they have property issues, which we're not going to resolve here today. But nonetheless, it seems like I'm just, maybe you can walk me through it one more time, but I'm just feeling like perhaps there's another alternative here that wasn't completely vetted.
Well, I certainly don't see it if there is. And I keep coming back to the overtopping. I think the overtopping, no matter how well that berm is engineered, there's going to be overtopping. And that water is going to be in storage. And I think in a lot of ways that's worse than the current situation. So, I grappled with this a lot. I didn't see any easy way out for this. Frankly, it gets to be a lot more complicated. We were really hampered by the fact that Merced ID did not participate in the hearing. Their settlement agreement does not say that they may not participate in the hearing. It has some provisions about withdrawing their complaint, which they never did. If they had, maybe we would have never had the hearing. But based on the record we have, I don't see any other basically feasible or practical way of going forward other than the way the proposed order does.
I could just chime in real quick. As the other engineer on the board, I am in agreement with Sean. Board member McGuire, I am also struggling here. I also believe that, with the proper, with the full engineering analysis, that with the full engineering analysis and with looking at the berm and the conditions that there, and proper construction of it, that there may be other alternatives in this situation, that this is not the only alternative here. So, I'm also struggling that this is the only solution, to move forward.
And I certainly respect that. And I'm not going to question two engineers' learned opinions on that. But I guess I would just say, really, even necessary or not, I think the natural condition finding is supported by the current, basically the applicable board orders and court decisions. So I think it's an appropriate way to go forward, and certainly rather than, I guess I'd say, speculating or, having to get more evidence on what other alternatives are. But of course, it's the board's decision on how to go forward.
Yeah, so I'll just chime in here and say that this has been interesting. It's a complicated case, and I think that the time was warranted, the extra time for us to, I can say for me, I went back and read through the order again, and then I found the memo to be very helpful. And my challenge was just really drawing the distinction between the diversion and the pond. And on this issue of, acquiescence, the acquiescence of the diversion versus acquiescence of the pond. And so going back through and reading through that again, I had the opportunity, I think, to gain comfort in the decision. And then also because I just feel that it's important for us to move forward on this and not overly complicate it, where we need to, I think, stay in our lane. And I appreciate the change sheet. I think it's change sheet number 4 that recognizes not just the role of the Corps of Engineers and the flood control of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, but also a court order. And so I think that places it, more in the aspect of this, overstepping on a property rights violation and something that was done or shouldn't have been done and how it could be corrected. And I suspect, but I'm going to ask this question, in the event that there is that removal proceeds, that there would be potentially an opportunity for this to be brought before the board in some way. And so I don't want to assume that. So I guess, and I don't know, Mr. Lilly, if you have the answer to that, but mainly I think, it's important for us to let the lead agencies on flood protection undertake their role, have the courts undertake its role, which, as Mr. Lilly said, that's their area of expertise on these, property disputes. And then as far as the method of correction, giving it the opportunity to address these issues rather than us speculating.
And I think we've done the best we can on that, which is pretty darn good, I'll just say. The proposed order has provisions where if there's an order from the Flood Protection Board of the Corps or a court that require changes to the compliance plan, then Mr. Gonzalez must meet with Division of Water Rights Enforcement section, try to work out an amendment to the compliance plan that addresses the changed circumstances of those orders. It provides for the Deputy Director, now Mr. Ekdahl, to finally decide those if the parties can't reach agreement. And of course, then any decision by Mr. Ekdahl would be subject to a petition for reconsideration by the board. So I think we have exactly the process you're talking about. Let them do the technical work as necessary to address court orders, board orders, and so forth. If they can work it out, great. If they can't, send it to Mr. Ekdahl. And if there still is an unresolved issue, then it comes back to the board. So I think that's exactly what you're contemplating here.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then, so then the remaining issue, really is the issue of the diversion. And so, looking at the suggested change by Ms. West of, I think she was referencing change sheet 4. I'm not positive though. I'd have to find the language. Yes, on page 35, she was suggesting referencing 3.1.13. I'm not sure if I've got that section correct, but that's the section that discusses the severance. And so I don't know that it's necessary, because when I go back and read through that section, it's very clear that there has been severance. But I do want to ask you to comment on this, Mr. Lilly, because is there something about the nature? This was, in essence, the question I had of Mr. Berliner. Is there something about the structure of the pond that would reopen that issue? And I don't believe so, but I just want to make sure, because if not, then it's very clear that in this instance, we already have severance. So the only remaining issue would be, a different hypothetical case where there wasn't severance, and whether or not the pond would allow for some a riparian diversion. But in that hypothetical case, if there were a riparian right, it would have existed anyway. So it's just a different set of circumstances. And in that instance, it doesn't seem that we're expanding in that instance either. Going through the hypothetical where there wasn't severance.
Well, certainly there's severance here of the water right, regardless of the conveyance of the different parcels and so forth. So you're absolutely right. It's hard to speculate about what's going to come up in future cases before the board, probably impossible. So I guess my feeling is it's best to leave those for future decisions. I agree with you on that. I think we're absolutely rock solid here. There is no way Mr. Gonzalez may divert water from that pond or the creek for irrigation purposes in the future. And the order is absolutely clear on that. And I don't see any way that could ever change. As far as the precedential effect, the concern I have with Ms. West language is whether or not the board finds there's an artificial condition has become a natural condition does depend on the intent of the parties, whether they initially constructed the pond, for example, for beneficial uses or not. But it's really a non sequitur and a separate issue of whether or not there are riparian rights there. As you say, that's going to vary case by case and does not really affect the conclusion of whether or not an artificially created condition should become a natural condition. That's sort of more a result rather than a factor in the consideration.
Can I ask a follow-up question just on your two questions, Vice Chairs? So in your first question, just so I'm making sure I'm following this, is anything in this order making a finding that it's not feasible to close off the pipes that would impact the court proceedings around that?
And the answer is no. I mean, this whole issue of what's necessary or not is not really addressed in the order. It's not addressed in the order because it's not, I'll say, necessary to the order. I mean, the order makes an analysis based on applying the facts, the legal rules to the facts, not on what result the board should obtain or should not obtain. But to answer your question, we've very clearly written it so we do not in any way limit a court or the Flood Protection Board's future actions. And the board, as I said a few minutes ago in response to Ms. D'Adamo's questions, the board will follow up as necessary to address those orders if they're made. So I think we've handled that pretty well.
All right, I see Ms. West, you have your hand up. Unless Board Member Firestone, did you have anything further on that thread? Okay, Ms. West.
Sorry, I'm trying to unmute.
You're unmuted. Yeah.
I just wanted to speak to your question on the proposed language to the change order. I agree that the cases, the facts are the facts, and this is the application of the facts. The intent of this language was to clarify that this decision is just that, limited to the facts. And then under these facts, the board is not finding the artificial water body that would create any additional riparian rights. This is again, I feel like a expansion of the Chowchilla case, and again, trying to make it clear that the board is, in considering and adopting this case and applying the natural water body finding to this particular case, one of the unique facts is that there are no riparian rights at issue, and the concept, that you could preclude public rights to water based on an initial intent not to beneficially use the water, but then to subsequently transition to a beneficial use, that you would preclude the state from exercising its enforcement authority from, someone who is diverting from a riparian, diverting from an artificial water body that previously had never done so, based on a period where there was no use to acquiesce to. That's really the danger that this case could be interpreted as. And so my language was an attempt to, again, clarify the facts to which we are applying it, facts that aren't in dispute from the AHO, that there is no riparian rights, that these are the facts to which we're extending the natural water body finding.
Okay, thank you for that. So,
well, sorry, just on that point, I do agree that it would be nice to clarify that in this case, there's no riparian rights for the purpose, for the reasons that they were detached. Is that, and so what I heard was, at least that was the intent, or one of the intents of the second paragraph that was submitted, was just to clarify that we are we are finding in this case that there aren't riparian rights because they've already been detached. Am I missing something, Mr.
Well,
Lilly?
first of all, the order does clearly say there are no riparian rights here, but I mean, I strongly disagree with Ms. West's proposed edit on that. I mean, it's just not consistent with the law. That in the Chowchilla Farms case, there was an artificially created channel that became a natural channel, and riparian rights did attach to that. That was the whole point of that holding. So to add language that suggests that the board or our successors never are going to find riparian rights attached to an artificially created channel that's become natural is inconsistent with Chowchilla Farms, and it's just not appropriate here. I mean, I really think at that point on that issue, the board should wait until it has a future case to resolve that issue, and nothing in this proposed order is going to limit the board. But Ms. West's language would really be inconsistent with the law and really unnecessarily limit the board.
And just to clarify on that, though, on the language that you are referring to, that's the paragraph, the second proposed paragraph that she's proposing on page 35. That's that language that most of that paragraph, I guess I'm wondering, the last portion of that at least in my copy is in red, that I'm understanding that no riparian rights can attach to the pond for reasons discussed in section 3.1.1.3, which I think is the separation of rights. So that point though is already captured in the order? Is that what you're saying? Or do you have concerns with that language?
My argument or my point is the order says that there are no riparian rights in this case. But I think Ms. West is trying to add language that would limit a finding of riparian rights in all future cases whenever an artificial channel is turned into a natural channel. And that is what is inconsistent with the law. I mean, that's just flat. It's directly inconsistent with exactly what happened in Chowchilla Farms. So I don't think the board should add that text.
That's helpful.
Mr. Lawfer.
Well, I think Mr. Lilly's response to Board Member Firestone there may have addressed the issue. And if I can just sort of put it in a way that makes sense to me, and what the distinction is that by modifying, and actually, let me see if I can put the language up on the screen so we're all looking at it at the same time. Bear with me 1 second. And actually, I guess we're going to have Ms. Tyler go ahead and put up the language that we're discussing. And Ms. Tyler, it's the second page of the document that had been distributed to the board members after Ms. West read it into the record or showed it during her presentation. The key distinction here, and again, for clarity for people following at home, the red language, which appears in a couple of different places. It appears in the middle where a verb is changed from the singular to the plural are. And then at the trailing clause, the last 3 lines that are in red, that is language that Ms. West has asked the board to consider adding to a change sheet that Mr. Lilly has already circulated as part of the AHO's recommended changes to the proposed order based on the comments. And as I see it, sort of what the concern and fundamental problem with adding it in its current form is by saying the critical distinctions are, and then adding in this additional no riparian right attached, that is what's including a new condition in Chowchilla Farms that's not there. And I think that's the objection you're hearing from the presiding administrative hearings officer. And hearing from Ms. West during her presentation, it sounded more like what she wanted to try to affirm once again very clearly, which is elsewhere in the order already, is that there is a finding here that there are no riparian rights that can attach. But because it's been tied in this particular proposed change from Miss West to what a crucial distinction is, it's now adding additional factors into Chowchilla Farms. And I think that's what he's finding objectionable. And from the Office of Chief Counsel's perspective, I would agree with that concern.
Well, and I think that's helpful for me because I felt initially I was reading this as applying to the specific case, but this is in a discussion about Chowchilla. And we do have that language in 3.1.1.3. So it's already contained in the order that as to severance of the riparian rights.
Yeah,
I have to just say I'm comfortable with going forward, but I want to better. I think Board Member Firestone and I are focused on this riparian right issue, and then Board Member McGuire and Board Member Morgan have been focusing on the pipe and the berm. So just looking for a way to kind of tie this all together. So I do want to give Board Member McGuire and Board Member Morgan an opportunity to have some further reflection here based on the discussion.
And I'll just clarify that I'm also comfortable going forward. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And yeah, I appreciate that. What I was getting at was, in fact, the same issues that you've been pondering over establishment of the riparian right. And so for me, it was thinking of it from a layperson's, engineering perspective, the presumption that if those pipes have to remain, then therefore there needs to be this conclusion about a natural water body condition. If they can be removed, in my mind, that argument's almost moot, notwithstanding the overtopping of the berm, right? So it's going forward, whether there even needs to be this argument is, whether this discussion is even necessary in the order at all. But I think from Mr. Lilly's description and Mr. Loffer's clarification, given that this is a fact-specific case and precedent or not, I mean, we have Chowchilla, we have other decisions in the record already that establish this test. That was really my biggest concern from the last time we had this discussion 2 weeks ago, was whether or not this should be precedential. And I'm, given the discussion today, I'm comfortable moving forward as well, although slightly unsatisfied.
Understood. Anything to add, Board Member Morgan?
And thank you, Vice Chair. I don't have anything to add at this time.
Okay. All right. Well, I would invite a motion if anyone is so inclined.
I can go ahead and move for adoption of the order with all 4 change sheets. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Townsend, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you. And with that, the order and change sheets are approved. And I just want to take this opportunity to really thank everyone. My brain has been stretched on this. And so the extra time was useful, and today's discussion enlightening, and just want to thank all of the commenters for continuing to participate. And thank you, Mr. Lilly.
You're welcome, and thank you for your comments.
Okay, I've kind of lost track here. I've got to pull up the agenda again. The next item.
Can I request a 5-minute?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
5-minute break.
Yeah. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and then we'll barrel on through. So we'll see you at 2:25. Thank you.
We'll start with item 7. That's what the item is, Vice Chair. Okay, mommy's gonna go get.
welcome back. Just want to check with Ms. Townsend. We ready to go?
We should be ready to go, Vice Chair Diadamo, and I think we can have the staff for item 7, the toxicity item, go ahead and take the lead. And Ms. Tyler, if you can go ahead and bring up the PowerPoint presentation.
And I've got an opening statement that I need to read into the record, so I'll go ahead and get started on that. Item number 7 is a public hearing and consideration of a resolution rescinding the December 1st, 2020 establishment of water quality control plan for inland surface waters, enclosed bays and estuaries of California, and confirmation that the toxicity provisions were adopted as state policy for water quality control for all waters of the state. Welcome to this public hearing to receive oral comments on the proposed resolution to rescind the December 1 establishment of the toxicity provisions adopted as state policy for water quality control for all waters of the state. This hearing is being held in accordance with the public notice dated June 25th, 2021. Following the hearing, the State Water Board will consider adopting the resolution. We now have a presentation by Elizabeth Barrett with the Office of Chief Counsel, followed by public comments. All right, good afternoon.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My name is Elizabeth Barrett. We also have Phil Wiles of the Office of Chief Counsel, and we have Karen Mogus, Rebecca Fitzgerald, Satan Polson, Rich Brewer with the Division of Water Quality. They will be available to answer any questions you may have after my presentation. This is a hearing for item number 7, consideration of a proposed resolution related to the toxicity provisions. Next slide, please. First, some very brief background. On December 1st, 2020, the State Water Board adopted resolution number 2020-0044, which established the water quality control plan for inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries of California. I will refer to this as the SWRCB plan in this presentation. It also adopted the toxicity provisions and approved and adopted the substitute environmental documentations. The toxicity provisions and the SWRCB plan have not yet been sent to OAL for approval and are not yet in effect. A month and a half after the December adoption, we received a decision on another case, the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority Control Board. Today's item is to address that decision as it relates to the toxicity provisions. I will be discussing the case in more detail. Next slide, please. The 2020 resolution referred to 2 sources of authority for the action. Water Code Section 13140, which authorizes the State Water Board to adopt state policy for water quality control for waters of the state, and Section 13170, which authorizes the State Water Board to adopt water quality control plans for waters of the United States. Next slide, please. After the adoption of the 2020 resolution, the Superior Court issued a decision associated with the state wetlands decision and procedures. The State Board adopted the state wetland definition and procedures for discharges of dredged or fill material to waters of the state, which I'll be referring to as the procedures, on April 2nd of 2019. Like the resolution for the toxicity provisions, the resolution for the procedures referred to 2 sources of authority for the action, Water Code Section 13140 and Water Code Section 13170. In May 2019, San Joaquin Tributaries Authority filed a petition for writ of mandate challenging the adoption of the procedures. Only one of the claims asserted in that petition is relevant here. San Joaquin Tributaries Authority alleged that to the extent the procedures regulate waters of the state not covered by the Clean Water Act through a statewide water quality control plan, the board had exceeded its authority under Water Code Section 13170. In January 2021, the Sacramento Superior Court issued a writ enjoining the State Water Board from applying the procedures to waters other than waters of the United States via the SWRCB plan. Next slide, please. This case, the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority versus State Water Resources Control Board, addresses only the scope of the State Water Board's authority to adopt water quality control plans under Water Code Section 13170. It does not restrict the State Water Board's authority to regulate the discharge of dredge or fill material to all waters of the state pursuant to the board's other regulatory tools, including its authority to adopt state policy for water quality control under Water Code Section 13140. Accordingly, the Superior Court's decision did not impair the Water Board's authority to regulate discharges of dredge or fill material to all waters of the state, including waters of the state that are not also waters of the United States, except to the extent that such regulation is via the SWRCB plan. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, the proposed resolution under consideration today is in response to the Superior Court's decision on the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority case. Just as the resolution in April 2021 did with the procedures, the proposed resolution under consideration today also addresses the court's decision. The State Water Board adopted the toxicity provisions as both a state policy for water quality control and as a component of the newly established SWRCB plan. The purpose of this proposed resolution is for the State Water Board to confirm that it adopted the toxicity provisions for all inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries and coastal lagoons of the state, regardless of their status as waters of the United States, as a state policy for water quality control pursuant to resolution number 2020-0044. The resolution also includes a determination that it is appropriate for the toxicity provisions as a state policy for water quality control to supersede any conflicting provisions in regional water quality control plans. The resolution also includes a determination that, consistent with the Superior Court's decision described earlier in this presentation, the toxicity provisions will not apply to waters that are not waters of the United States via the SWRCB plan. The resolution also confirms, because State Board's adoption of the toxicity provisions relied in part on Water Code Section 13170, the portions of the toxicity provisions that apply to waters of the United States will continue to apply to waters of the United States and will be incorporated into the SWRCB plan coincident with or subsequent to the State Water Board's establishment of the SWRCB plan in the future. The resolution rescinds the establishment of the SWRCB plan until further action by the State Water Board. I would like to emphasize that the proposed resolution does not change the substantive portions of the toxicity provisions as adopted by the board in December of 2020. Next slide. The State Water Board received 7 comment letters regarding the proposed resolution. The response to comments were released and posted on the State Board's website on September 21st, 2021. On September 30th, 2021, revisions to the September 21st response to comments were made to add a response to the comment letter submitted by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, which was inadvertently omitted in the September 21st version. Both documents are available on the Toxicity Provisions Program webpage. I will summarize 3 main categories of comments and then summarize briefly our responses. As already mentioned, the complete summary of comments and responses are posted on the State Board's website. Comments address the plan and policy authority of the State Water Board. Some commenters stated that the use of a state policy for water quality control to adopt water quality objectives and programs of implementation for waters of the state that are not also waters of the United States is inconsistent with the intent and purposes of Port of Cologne. Other commenters stated that delaying or preventing the implementation of the toxicity provisions due to the Superior Court's decision is not necessary, given that the State Water Board relied on, in part, Water Code Section 13140 and it was widely understood that the provisions were adopted as a state policy. The second category of comments stated that state policies cannot supersede conflicting provisions in regional water board basin plans. And the third category of comments concerned CEQA and contended that a statewide policy is not within the scope of the exemptions provided under CEQA for adoption of water quality control plans, and the State Water Board cannot rely on the existing substitute environmental documentation in the staff report. Complete responses are posted to the State Water Board's website, but to summarize our response briefly, the Water Code does not limit the State Water Board's discretion to rely on both its policy and plan authority. The toxicity provisions, including water quality objectives and the program of implementation, are within the scope of actions contemplated in Port of Cologne for state policy for water quality control under the authority of Water Code Section 13140. The State Water Board was created with and given the broad authority and responsibility to protect water quality in all waters of the state. The intent and purposes of Port of Cologne did not include limiting the State Water Board's authority over waters of the state that are not also waters of the United States. The State Water Board can determine and recognize that a state policy supersedes basin plan provisions on a case-by-case basis. Furthermore, the Water Quality Control 208 planning program of state and regional boards have been certified as an exempt regulatory program by the Secretary for Resources. The proposed resolution would not create significant impacts to the environment, requiring major revisions to the substitute environmental documentation, and State Water Board is not required to conduct further CEQA documentation. Only minor changes were made to the proposed resolution in response to comments. Those revisions were posted and distributed on September 14, 2021. Next slide. This slide contains the URL for the Toxicity Provisions Program webpage. I'll pause for a moment in case anyone in the public would like to screenshot or write this URL down. Next slide, please. Staff recommend that the State Board adopt the proposed resolution. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions that you may have now or later in this item. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Barrett. I'll turn to my colleagues. Any questions by the board? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to public comment. We have 5 speakers, starting with Tess Dunham with Consors and Conway.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm looking at you this way here on this screen, Dee Dee, and my volume is on this way. So I apologize for being a little sideways here. You know, that multitasking with dual screens.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Tess Dunham with Consors and Conway. And I do want to make a couple of comments. We did submit comments on behalf of a couple of the irrigated lands coalitions based upon our concerns when we're dealing with waters of the state that are not also waters of the United States. The big issue here is, you know, clearly the State Board has the independent authority to adopt water quality control plans and water quality objectives for those waters that are waters of the United States. We disagree with the characterization put forward by your staff that Section 13140 of the Water Code provides this very broad policy authority to the State Water Board to circumvent regional boards and adopt water quality objectives and related water quality control plan components for waters of the state. I think it's important to note that the language in 13140 gives the state policy for water quality control. In comparison, when we look at the regional board language under 13240 at SEC, it talks about water quality control plans. Both of those are defined independently within Port of Cologne. They do not mean one and the same things. Water quality control is defined as any regulation or factor which may affect the quality of waters of the state. Water quality control plans are defined to consist of beneficial uses, water quality objectives, and program of implementation. There is a distinct difference between the wetlands policy, and I think the arguments made there, and the state's board authority under 13140, as compared to here for the toxicity policy. The toxicity policy includes water quality objectives and a program of implementation, and basically really is consistent with what one would find in a water quality control plan versus a policy for water quality control as otherwise defined by the water code and as set forth in 13140. My primary concern here is that the way that Port of Cologne has been set up, the regional boards are set up to be the primary authority for adopting water quality control plans for waters within their region, and in particular waters of the state, whether they're surface waters of the state or groundwaters of the state. Otherwise, why would the process have been set up that way that then the state board has the authority to review and approve? If all of that authority was granted directly to the state water board, then why was there bifurcation, and why was this original authority for water quality control plans set forth with the regional boards? So we continue to be concerned that the staff interpretation is reading the authority provided to the state water board under 13140 too broadly as it applies to waters of the state. Under the staff's interpretation, that means that there really is no need for regional boards, and the state board could take the lead on adopting any number of water quality objectives and designating beneficial uses for any water of the state, whether it's groundwater or a surface water that is not otherwise a water of the US. Further, why would it have been necessary to have a specific provision in the water code that gave the state board the authority to adopt water quality control plans for waters of the United States if this authority was already vested in 13140? I won't belabor it beyond that, but I do have some serious concerns at the interpretations that are being provided in how they're reading and utilizing 13140 is extremely broad, and to me does not fit within the context of Port of Cologne and how it's been set up, and to distinguish between water quality control policies versus water quality control plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dunham. Next is Brenda Bass, Southern California Alliance of POTWs.
Hi, good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the board. I am Brenda Bass with Downey Brand, speaking on behalf of the Southern California Alliance of POTWs, also known as SCAP. These comments echo the written comments that SCAP submitted and highlight areas that we don't really believe were adequately addressed in the staff's response to comments. So when the board originally adopted the toxicity provisions in 2020, the provisions were considered and analyzed as a water quality control plan or a basin plan under Water Code Section 13170. Upon pivoting now to rely on both 13170 and primarily 13140, the board must still ensure that all the requirements in Port of Cologne associated with 13140 are followed. We don't think it's enough to state the conclusion that the reasoning used for a basin plan pursuant to 13170 is adequate without further analysis to really satisfy the requirements for setting state policy under Section 13140. And again, we would refer the board to the recent decision in San Joaquin Tributaries Authority, which really highlights the key differences between the purposes and scopes of sections 13140 and 13170. In addition, the adoption of the toxicity provisions as state policy rather than a water quality control plan raises questions about whether the provisions would really have the effect of superseding conflicting regional basin plans. Expressing in a resolution the state board's intention that the toxicity provisions will supersede conflicting basin plans, we're not sure that that's enough to ensure that the intention has the necessary force of law to resolve any regional conflicts and variation in how toxicity is regulated. And this resolution of any conflicts and variation is one of the purposes and the stated goals of the toxicity provisions. Additionally, we think the board should postpone consideration of the toxicity provisions because as state policy, the provisions are not explicitly exempt from CEQA. As such, the board and the board staff should undertake a careful and considered review of the environmental impacts of the toxicity provisions rather than hastily concluding that the existing substitute environmental document, or SED, is sufficient to satisfy the board's legal obligations under CEQA when the provisions are now being adopted under separate authority. Well, Title 23 of the California Code of Regulations, Section 3777, states that an SED rather than an EIR or other CEQA document should accompany state policies for water quality control, as well as basin plans based on but this does not automatically mean that the SED prepared for a basin plan would be suitable for a state policy. And we think more investigation needs to be done as to whether all of the necessary pieces are being hit there. And finally, the response to comments states that there are no major revisions required to the SED, but that implies that there are revisions and any such revisions should be disclosed to the public and not buried in a response to comments or a staff report that does not expressly implicate or modify the previously prepared SED. Public and the stakeholders should have opportunity to comment on any such revisions as well. That concludes my comments. Thank you so much for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Next, we have Caitlin Kalua, California Coastkeeper Alliance.
Fix the camera there. Good afternoon, Vice Chair D'Adamo, members of the board. Great to see you. I know it's a long day. My name is Caitlin Kalua. I'm the policy manager for the California Coastkeeper Alliance, which represents watershed-based waterkeeper organizations fighting for swimmable, fishable, drinkable water for all. Our organization was deeply involved in the development of the toxicity provisions and remain committed to its full and timely implementation. Just put everything briefly and succinctly, that essentially delaying or preventing the implementation of the toxicity provisions due to the Superior Court decision in San Joaquin Tributaries Authority that was held this past January is simply not necessary. The toxicity provisions were developed through a transparent public process over the course of nearly 2 decades with countless opportunities for public participation. And it is clear that the State Water Board relied on, in part, Water Code Section 13140, and it was widely understood that the provisions were adopted in part as state policy to ensure consistent implementation of toxicity requirements statewide. We support the adoption of this resolution to ensure consistency with the Superior Court order issued this past January, and ultimately to prevent any undue delay in the implementation of these provisions. That concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kalua. Next, we have Regina Chichizola with Save California Salmon.
Hi, thank you for having me here today. I would like to say that we disagree with Caitlin on this issue. I didn't realize she can make it to this meeting. And thank you very much. I actually signed up to comment if necessary, so I don't feel it's necessary.
Thanks for hanging in with us today. Long day for you too. Okay, next we have Jared Voskel, California Association of Sanitation Agencies.
And Vice Chair D'Adamo, I do not see Mr. Voskel in the Zoom platform yet.
Okay, I don't believe we have other speakers, so we will move on to discussion amongst the board. And I see Mr. Wiles, you've joined us. Would you like to provide some additional comment or respond to some of the questions posed?
Thanks, Vice Chair D'Adamo. Actually, I'm just here if the board has any questions
most of what we heard is already in the written response to comments. I will just add really briefly, I think there was a little bit of confusion from the speaker from Downey Brand. The board is considering both a resolution and a couple of attachments to that resolution. And so those attachments include the changes to the supplemental environmental document that we referred to in the resolution. And they also include the toxicity provisions themselves, which have very detailed provisions regarding which portions of the toxicity provisions supersede what types of provisions in the existing regional board basin plan. So just to clear up that confusion, we're not relying entirely on the resolution itself, but rather on the attachments to the resolution for those two issues.
That's helpful. Thank you. And just to clarify then, the revisions to the SED are posted and included.
They're posted, they're included as attachments to the resolutions before the board today. Yes.
Okay. Any questions of either Mr. Wiles or Ms. Barrett? Okay, discussion? If none, then I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, thank you. I know this is, having been involved with the adoption of the original toxicity provision, having to go through these, this additional process. I just want to thank everyone who's been involved here. This is, another one of those areas, Vice Chair, I think you mentioned on our last item about, getting the brain kind of a workout in terms of understanding the implications of a water quality control plan versus policy for water quality control. And, here I'm convinced that this is the appropriate step to take in light of the court decision and what we need to do. So I'll be happy to make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and second, and I'll just chime in here and say that, I too went through that mental exercise, and I can understand the concerns, especially because of kind of having this evolve through time. But I think that we landed at the appropriate place. And now with some of the challenges, it's just really best to, really clarify our intention going forward. And so I appreciate staff bringing it back to us in a timely fashion. So with that, Ms. Townsend, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And with that, the motion and the resolution is adopted on item number 7. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now we have 2 informational items. Item number 8 is the Central Valley Water Board's Irrigated Land Regulatory Program, and we have an update on implementation of our order from 2018. And I see Mr. Palupa. Good to see you this afternoon.
Good to see you virtually. Sue McConnell will be doing a lot of the heavy lifting for this presentation, but I think, we've been missing seeing you in person, but I think the takeaway from this presentation that I hope you have at the end is that the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program has not been idle in terms of what it has been doing to comply with the East San Joaquin. And I'll also note, as kind of a personal pride on behalf of the board, Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, not necessarily covered in this presentation, has adopted a number of highly innovative strategies to use tools like GIS to do enrollment enforcement for those folks who are not participating in the regulatory program and who should be. So our inspections and our desk audits are actually off the charts and have been for almost the entire duration of the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of what the growers do in their interaction with the board and the interaction with each other and the GSAs and CV salts is best done in person. But I think we've been developing a number of very, very effective crutches to make our way through this program in the interim. And again, I'll turn it over to Sue, who is the program manager for this particular water quality program, one of 19 at the Central Valley Water Board, one of the largest, certainly covering the largest acreage and addressing some of the most critical issues in the valley. But good to see you virtually. With that, I will hand it over to Sue to let you folks know how we've been diligently working to comply with the requirements of the East San Joaquin.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Diadamo and members of the board. I am Sue McConnell. I'm manager of the Central Valley Water Board's Irrigated Lands program, here with Patrick Kalupa and Adam Lapitz to provide the update on the implementation of the State Water Board Order WQ 2018-02, which I will also be referring to as the petition order since it was issued in response to the East San Joaquin, the petition of the East San Joaquin General Waste Discharge Requirements. Next slide, please. So here's an outline of the presentation. We'll start with a little background on the Central Valley Irrigated Lands program before moving to the petition order milestones. Those include the status of the on-farm drinking water well monitoring effort, completion of the East San Joaquin surface water monitoring framework, external review, development of additional groundwater protection measures, and the anonymous field level reporting. Next slide, please. So the goal of our program is to ensure that discharges from commercial irrigated lands do not impact beneficial uses. The Central Valley contains about 75% of the state's agricultural lands, which translates to over 6 million acres. And activities on those lands are regulated using 9 general waste discharge requirements, or WDRs. And growers are assisted by 14 agricultural coalitions. Next slide, please. General WDRs are mostly geographically based. There are 7 geographic and 1 commodity specific general WDRs for growers participating in coalitions. The California Rice Commission is the commodity specific coalition. And they are shown in red on the map. It was exempted from the petition order's nitrogen groundwater protection requirements because rice operations have unique practices that minimize the potential to discharge nitrogen. There is 1 coalition, there's also a general WDR for growers who are regulated individually, but no grower is currently choosing that option. There is 1 coalition per coalition-based WDR, except for the Tulare Lake Basin, which is shown in light blue, which has 7 coalitions. Coalition-based WDRs contain requirements for the coalitions and their grower members. Next slide, please. The growers are ultimately responsible for compliance, first by obtaining coverage, and then by complying with the WDRs, by implementing management practices that are protective of water quality, and by preparing plans and reports on their practices. Plans are stay on the farm while others are sent to the coalition and compile the information to the Water Board. Next slide, please. The coalitions represent the growers and assist their members by informing them of the requirements and letting them know what they need to do to comply. They act as intermediaries between the growers and the Water Board. The coalitions do not enforce the WDRs or monitor individual member discharges. Instead, coalitions have other responsibilities. Next slide, please. Coalitions are responsible for fulfilling regional requirements and addressing water quality issues by conducting water quality monitoring and working with growers to implement practices in accordance with management plans. Coalitions must meet the requirements of the WDRs and provide information needed by the Central Valley Water Board to assess grower compliance. Next slide, please. So I want to highlight the East San Joaquin Coalition since it was the focus of the petition order. That coalition has about 700,000 irrigated acres and 3,100 members. The coalition received the first adopted irrigated lands general WDRs, which were petitioned to the State Water Board, and you responded with the petition order. The petition order updated the East San Joaquin general WDRs and included requirements for the Central Valley's irrigated lands program, as well as irrigated lands programs statewide. Next slide, please. Next, we'll touch on some of the major milestones associated with the petition order, which was adopted in February of 2018. In October of that year, our executive officer approved 3 templates required by the petition order after they were publicly noticed and the comments were addressed. The first 2 were INMP, or Irrigation and Nitrogen Management Plan templates. And please note that most of the acronyms in the timeline will be defined on the bottom right-hand corner of the slides. The third template was for drinking water notification, which will be covered in the next slide. Next slide, please. So this template was developed in close collaboration with representatives from the environmental justice organizations, the Division of Drinking Water, and agricultural coalitions to meet the petition order requirements. This template is sent to coalition members with an information packet prior to initiation of the monitoring requirements and available on the Irrigated Lands website in English, Spanish, Punjabi, and Hmong. Coalition members with drinking water wells that exceed the nitrate drinking water standard must provide the template to users to inform them of the nitrate concentration and the dangers of consuming that water. They also have to provide a copy of it to the Central Valley Water Board to document that users were informed. Notification compliance is a very high priority for the program, and I will touch on our successful compliance rate later in the presentation. Next slide, please. In 2019, the East San Joaquin Coalition members began monitoring their drinking water wells. Next slide, please. The petition order required the East San Joaquin Coalition members to start monitoring on-farm drinking water wells annually in 2019. The Central Valley Water Board then prioritized the monitoring timelines for other coalitions based on groundwater nitrate concentrations. Last year, members of the 7 Tulare Lake Basin coalitions started monitoring their drinking water wells annually. This year, members of 3 additional coalitions started monitoring their drinking water wells, and next year, members of the last 3 coalitions will start monitoring their drinking water wells, and this requirement will cover all growers enrolled in the program. Next slide, please. So this is the website for the Irrigated Land drinking water well monitoring effort with information on the sampling requirements, the labs, the forms, and frequently asked questions. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot from GeoTracker, the State Water Board's groundwater database, showing how Irrigated Lands drinking water well data is displayed. Each dot represents a sampling location. Note that grower information is not shown, just the nitrate concentration and the sample date. Next slide, please. Here is a table of the monitoring data as of last month. You'll note that almost 7,900 wells have been sampled. And in a few months, we'll have grower reported data on the number of active drinking water wells there are on enrolled parcels, and we'll be able to provide you with the percent of drinking water wells that have been sampled. So as you notice, just like last year, about 31% of the well sampled did exceed the nitrate drinking water standard, but I'm happy to say that we have received over 99% of the required notifications. Next slide, please. In February 2019, the Central Valley Water Board updated all coalition-based WDRs to include the petition order requirements. Next slide, please. In March of 2019, in March of that year, the East San Joaquin Coalition members started preparing INMPs, and members who are subject to water quality management plans also worked with the coalition to prepare management practice implementation reports, or MPIRs, excuse me, another new template required by the petition order. And the small figure that I know you can't read is the surface water MPIR template for the East San Joaquin Coalition. Next slide, please. In July of 2019, our executive officer approved the methodology proposed by the East San Joaquin Coalition to identify nitrogen efficiency outliers. This identification can trigger additional certification, outreach, and management practice requirements. Then in August of that year, as required by the petition order, we initiated an external expert review of the East San Joaquin Surface Water Monitoring Framework, which we'll cover in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So the petition order required this external expert review to answer certain questions about the East San Joaquin Surface Water Monitoring Framework, including whether the representative monitoring approach is appropriate for regulating irrigated lands operations, whether the framework has sufficient density to reasonably identify exceedances throughout the watersheds, and whether the framework provides adequate feedback between management practices implemented and water quality goals. Next slide, please. We contracted with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project for Steve Weisberg to facilitate this process, formed a 9-member stakeholder advisory group with 3 environmental, 3 agricultural, and 3 water board representatives. That advisory group helped select and inform a 5-member panel with expertise specified by the petition order. Last year, the panel held multiple meetings and a field trip to the East San Joaquin Coalition's monitoring locations before releasing draft and then final recommendations. There was ample opportunity for public input. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see the link to the external review webpage, where you can access videos of the meetings, the panel meetings, all of the presentations and public comments, as well as the final report. Next slide, please. So the panel brought their final report to the Central Valley Water Board during its February meeting earlier this year. And the good news is that they found the program generally adequate and appropriate to achieve our overarching goals. And they endorse the program's overall monitoring design, the data collection and analysis method, the adaptive nature of the program, and the use of data to inform management practices. They also included recommendations for improvement, which staff is evaluating. Next slide, please. Last March, the East San Joaquin Coalition members submitted INMP summary reports for the first time. Then last July, the East San Joaquin Coalition used that information to submit field level data by anonymous member ID for the first time. And then during that same month, the 13 coalitions subject to the requirement jointly submitted a proposed groundwater protection formula work plan, which we'll discuss more in the next slide. Next slide, please. The petition order requires the development of a groundwater protection formula to calculate values and targets for high vulnerability townships. The coalitions are using the soil and water assessment tool to calculate or calibrate it for the Central Valley in conjunction with grower reported data to estimate current nitrogen loading. The soil and water assessment tool is a public domain model used to quantify the impact of management practices in large, complex watersheds. It's able to account for weather, land use, soils, crop growth, irrigation, nutrient loading, and other factors. The proposed formula was released for public comment and discussed during the Central Valley Water Board's October board meeting last year. Staff met with the coalitions and environmental justice representatives to discuss the comments, and the executive officer conditionally approved the formula in January of this year. Next slide, please. So last September, we provided the first annual report on implementation of the petition order, and we will be reporting every fall as required by that order. Starting next year, we'll discuss whether anonymous field level reporting is sufficient for program oversight and determining progress. Next slide, please. This spring, farm evaluations were due for all coalition members with a reporting frequency of every 5 years. Nitrogen removal coefficients required for crops covering 95% of irrigated land's acreage. INMP summary reports were due for all coalition members for the first time. And all coalition-based WDRs were updated this time for CVSOLs to include the CVSOLs requirements and to make them enforceable. And since coalitions have been actively involved in the development of the CVSOLs Basin Plan amendments, they knew this was coming, and they've been working very hard to keep their members in compliance. In July, just a few months ago, the groundwater protection values were provided for high vulnerability townships, which we'll discuss more in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So the values were calculated using the approved groundwater protection formula and represent the estimated nitrogen loading due to current farming practices. Groundwater protection values are township-based and were provided 6 months after executive officer approval as required. The proposed values were released for public review, discussed at the July Irrigated Land stakeholder meeting, and will be brought to the Central Valley Water Board meeting as an information item next Friday. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give just a very high level overview of the 3 steps involved in development of the groundwater protection values. The first step is to compile the significant data needed by the Central Valley Soil and Water Assessment Tool. The second step uses that data to simulate crop growth and develop a root zone library. Currently, that root zone library contains over 200 million unique crop, soil, and climate management zone scenarios with corresponding percolation and nitrogen loading estimates. And those numbers are used in step 3. Next slide, please. I'm going to stay on the slide for just a little bit. I know it's kind of complicated. This is the third step is the actually computation of the groundwater protection values. So we start on the left-hand side with an example township. It has different color model units and parcels outlined in black. As we move to the middle, we're zooming into one parcel within that example township where processing tomatoes are grown on 6 different soil types, right? Grower data is matched to the root zone library scenario to estimate the nitrogen loading for each of those soil types. And then the 6 results are acre weighted to estimate the nitrogen loading for each parcel, which then is aggregated with the other parcel values to get the groundwater protection value for the township. Again, I get that this is very, very high level. For those of you who are interested in additional details, I want to invite you to please join us next Friday at the Central Valley Water Board meeting, where we will go into much more detail about the groundwater protection values. Next slide, please. So this fall, coalitions will be providing field level AR or nitrogen applied and removed data by anonymous APN ID and field level AR and management practice data by anonymous member ID. They'll also continue to provide township AR data. Next slide, please. The collection and evaluation of nitrogen and management practice data are important components of the Irrigated Lands Program's efforts to assess grower trends and performance. That data are used to identify protective practices and nitrogen efficiency outliers, develop groundwater protection targets, and estimate acceptable multi-year AR ranges by crop. Given its importance, we continue to engage with coalitions on improving the quality of this member-reported data. We're also collaborating with university researchers on its use, as well as evaluation of its quality. Next slide, please. Next summer, township-based groundwater protection targets must be developed for incorporation in the groundwater quality management plans, which we'll be discussing in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So groundwater protection targets are township-based nitrogen loading rates needed to comply with receiving water limitations. This requires information on existing groundwater quality and a process for estimating the effect nitrogen loading has on groundwater. Targets will be released for public review and the comment prior to executive officer approval and reviewed every 5 years. Next slide, please. So during the update last year, there was a question about the relationship between groundwater protection targets and the Management Practice Evaluation Program, or MPEP. So the next couple of slides were created to hopefully answer that question. So if you think of the MPEP as an umbrella for evaluating practices, the petition order inserted the groundwater protection targets into the program to make the connection to groundwater quality. So on this slide, the water droplets represent the 6 MPEP goals, and the 3 dark droplets represent the questions that will be answered using groundwater protection values and targets. And it might be helpful to see how the different elements are connected, which is what we'll do in the next slide. Next slide, please. So there's 3 MPEP elements that are interconnected that are shown here: the management practice assessment, the groundwater protection values and targets, and then implementation of those management practices in the via the groundwater quality management plans. The assessment looks at both existing and new practices, right? And and evaluating whether they're protective or improving groundwater quality. But it's really the values and the targets that get at that connection to groundwater quality, getting at the loadings to groundwater, and then what's needed for compliance and meeting the groundwater receiving water limitations. And then finally, the implementation of those protective practices will happen through the groundwater quality management plan. And the timelines and the milestones will be included in that as well. Again, I know there's a lot going on here. Just pause for a second so you guys get a chance to look at this, because really this is my last slide. So next slide, please. That was a long presentation. I want to thank you all for your kind attention. This does conclude the presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. Really informative. You have a lot going on, and it's a challenge just to understand just the different names of programs and projects and assessments. I have a few questions, but first want to go to Board Member Firestone. You're on mute.
You're welcome to go first. I'm happy to follow you.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I echo that. There's so much going on, and thank you for the overview and for these check-ins. Really appreciate it. This program was always very complex, and taking on this, huge new complex and variable industry and impacts. And so I know that's why a lot of this is phased in, and there's so many studies, and pieces to this. I have a few questions. They're really mostly questions on if you have some sense of the numbers for some of these things. So I'll go through them, but if you don't have that information now, if you can just follow up, and maybe we could include it in the, in the next executive director's report or something where it's publicly available. But so I'll just go through them. So I'm wondering, you talked about the domestic well testing and pretty great numbers on the certification responses. And I'm wondering if there's any data on how many are providing replacement water, because it seemed like what's being submitted is a notice that they've notified people. And I'm wondering if you have any data on whether replacement water is being provided or how far reaching that is.
So it's not a requirement for them to report that, but we did include that in the notification form, and some members did provide that information, but it's definitely going to be, it's not a, like I said, because since it isn't required, it's voluntarily submitted, and I would say it's, we have some information, but it's limited.
Yeah. Well, I know when it was adopted, it wasn't required, but there is the expectation, I think, that folks would do that. And since it's in the certification form, if you are able to see what the cumulative numbers are for that, it'd be great to get that as follow-up to this. And other questions are, I know there's a lot of work in early years just going towards the level of enrollment, and that was a huge push because this was a huge expansion of the number of folks. Now it's been a number of years, but I'm just wondering if you have, again, you can follow up with us. So I'm sure if you don't have this data right now on hand, that's fine. But interested in sort of the current level of enrollment and also the status on some of the reporting. Like, are you getting, you went over these different milestones of reports that are due, and there's a lot each year. And I'm just curious what the, I don't know, that's compliance, I guess, numbers are looking like. If you could share that, if you don't have it now, again, maybe share that as follow-up.
I can maybe say something about just qualitatively around enrollment. We continue to work on enrollment issues, right? And I think Patrick started the conversation with work that we did during COVID. We did actually quite a bit of work mapping out potential commercial irrigated lands operations to follow up on. So we know that there are still operations out there that are not enrolled in the program. I think they tend to be smaller operations. I'm pretty sure they are smaller operations, but they're, probably a relatively, there's still going to be a significant number of smaller operations who are not in the program, and we're still continuing to follow up on that. In terms of the reporting, we do actually have more compliance work to do with reporting, because now we're reaching out to low vulnerability areas who never submitted summary reports in the past. So we recognize there's going to be more work for both the coalitions and us moving forward because of the requirements from the petition order, right? So I can't, really give you any numbers, but I know there's quite a bit of work for us.
Yeah, great. Well, maybe just again, as you're updating us and just sharing what those rates are as periodically would just be helpful to sort of track how this is going. And yeah, it's so many new requirements. So I understand there's been, it's not all overnight. There is, now a number of years and different pieces that have been going into effect. And I'm interested, I couldn't remember, and I was looking at your figure on this. So I know that
if I could get, I've got a slide that lends some kind of concept that does have some of the numbers. If I could share for just 1 second here. Let me see. I think this is really useful to kind of look at some of the numbers for non-enrollment. And you're seeing the path forward slide. Okay, yeah. So these are some of the just the percentage breakdown of some of the unenrolled acres, and in terms of where we are for the breakdown. This is just overall some of the acres and the parcels. So we're talking about a very significant amount of acreage that is still not enrolled in the program, and that's kind of colored in the purple in that map. So it's not a huge number, but it's a lot of little tiny parcels. We're talking about thousands and thousands of parcels. And if you look at where the lion's share of these parcels are, they are less than 10 acres. So 1 to 10 acres, 45%, less than 1 acre, 28%. So really we've been able to kind of knock out all of the big guys. I think it's just about everybody over 100 acres is in the program. I think you'd be really loath to find somebody who's outside of the program who's over 100 acres. So all the big guys are in. But it's these numbers in those kind of top two numbers, 28%, 45% of the percentage of the 35,000 potentially unenrolled parcels that are really, we're trying to figure out what's the strategy going to be. I mean, we could use up all of Bob Ditto works for Sue, and he's the enforcement guy. He's been using a lot of his resources over the past couple of years on the drinking water program, making sure that the drinking water issues are followed up with, that we're getting the testing. Again, this is one program that, if you recall, I think Sue tossed it out there, that we implement directly. We do not implement it through the coalitions. So it's a huge workload to get that drinking water program or the drinking water sampling up and running. It is only on ag parcels. So a lot of the answers that I get when I hear from growers are like, yeah, we never drink from it anyhow. It's a drinking water well, but we only drink bottled water here, where it's a grower's household or an affiliated family's household. And then the ugly part is right across the way is a community whose wells are gradually getting tested under CV salts, but they're not there yet. So the testing is really happening on the on-farm parcels. And many of the anecdotes are, hey, we don't drink from the well anyhow. We just don't do that here. We drink bottled water, even if the well is good. That's just kind of the sense that we get. So that's where the enforcement efforts are going, making sure that those drinking water monitoring is being conducted on the on-farm parcels. But it's they're talking about potentially 10,000 or more teeny tiny little growers, many of whom don't speak English, many of whom aren't quite sure what the program is all about. That are kind of the really tough enforcement nut to crack. We're strategizing with a subgroup of our board who is particularly interested in communities of color and growers from those communities, Latinx, Hmong, Punjabi, et cetera, growers who are in that cohort and may not understand the requirements. But yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one because I think we're interested, and our board is interested in kind of letting the enrollment, so we're still going to maintain a presence there, but getting to the meat of it, and kind of ferreting out those people who are non-responsive to CV salts issues and other folks who are potentially, polluting above average, and going after other types of enforcement there. Understanding that everybody's kind of on a long-term compliance strategy, but the missing reports and other things like that, that is something that is of secondary concern to the drinking water these days. So long-winded answer, but that's kind of where we are philosophically.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I certainly don't think that chasing down, a couple acre parcel is the highest priority. You all decide that, but I'm curious to see this was really helpful on enrollment, and I'm curious on the report submissions and again, bottled water or replacement water provisions. Just if you can share that too, that would be great.
And like Sue said, we don't have those numbers really. I mean, it's a kind of a flag in the letter. So the main compliance point is whether the letter got out there. It would be a modification to our program to collect.
I thought in the sheet that was
some of that is in there, but if they are already kind of not using the well, anecdotally, some of that might be missed. So we'll sort through it and try and get.
Okay. It looked like, it looked like in the form that the expectation was people would tell you if they're providing replacement water. I agree it's not a requirement. It would be great to see what the results are of the reporting.
And it's got to mesh up with the CV salts numbers too. I think that's kind of what we're working on.
Yeah. I'm always a little mixed up. There's the INMP preparation, and it seems like that is already so they have to do those, and then the summary reports are submitted. That was really last year, it seems like, and then it's only this year that there's field level AR data reported. Is that right? And I'm just looking at your graphic, and really what I'm trying to get at is I know it's still early and there's all these phasing in. And like you said, these bigger evaluation programs are evaluating the effectiveness of the program. But part of the idea with these summary reports and ultimately the AR reports is to be able to start to see outliers and start to follow up with those. And so I'm interested if we've yet been able to see that and to what extent you or the coalitions are reporting. But I think the board is the one that may have to be following up with outliers, or can you just speak more to those activities?
Absolutely. I'm going to start with, I think, your first question, which is the INMP. So irrigation nitrogen management plans were required for all coalition members starting last year. So they developed, that's a plan that they use to look at how much nitrogen they're going to use, kind of evaluate that. And then this year, this March, they were required to submit the summary report, right? So that's the first time everybody in our region had to submit INMP summary reports. East San Joaquin Coalition had some of that earlier because their requirements kicked in earlier. So this is the very first year for that to get INMP summary reports for everyone. So I think that was your first question. And the second question around nitrogen efficiency outliers, that's been going on. So even with the nitrogen management plan reporting, folks have been looking at outliers, and coalitions have been working with their members with outreach, to let those growers know when they're outliers that they are using quite a bit more fertilizer than their peers, and working with them. So, and that's all in their annual reports. That information is in there, what how many outliers they've identified, what they're doing in terms of outreach. That's happening now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. In the coalition annual reports, there's sort of a summary of their outreach and what they're doing around supporting follow-up with outliers.
Right, and I see that Adam has his hand up.
Me okay?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Just one thing on the nitrogen efficiency that Sue mentioned, that's the A over R. We've been collecting that data for some time now. I know you made a remark early, Board Member Firestone, that we're just getting the data in the INMPs, but we started the A over R at our region before the requirement for INNPs was set in motion by the State Water Board. So we've been working on that for some time now.
Okay, that's right. Thank you. Great. Yeah, I guess, again, I'm not sure quite how to do this, but just for future, I would love to hear kind of what the regional board is doing, and maybe some of what the coalitions are doing around follow-up with outliers, and what that's looking like. Are we seeing a lot? Are we seeing that change? I know we just have a couple, not a lot of data in years on this, but just would love to kind of get updates on how that's going. I think that is kind of the low-hanging fruit and initial kind of education piece that I think everyone was hoping could start early, even as we're refining a lot of these formulas and things. So I'm just really interested to hear how that's actually going and what we're seeing. Are there a lot? Are they changing quickly or responding well? So again, if that may be for future, to the extent we can include that in the easiest place may be the executive officer's report that you all do every, I don't know, it's every couple months or something, on updates on this program. That would just be great to see. So those are all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. Anyone else? Other questions? Okay, I have a few. So first of all, I'd like to join in with some of the comments that Board Member Firestone made. First of all, about outliers. I know that I've seen a big change, but it's anecdotal. So just as I talk with growers, as I talk with folks out in the field that express an awareness and how they have changed their habits, I get a sense that there's this sort of crowd correction going on, but it would sure be great. I don't know how best to express that. I would just leave that up to you to get a better sense of sort of this outlier piece of how often you're having to step in versus the coalitions versus, some sense of what's just sort of occurring naturally. So I won't say anything more because I think, you'll figure out best on how to tell that story as well as on the drinking water piece. So the only question that I have is I kind of got confused on the acceptable ranges for A over R and sort of the work that the universities and the coalitions and the region, that you're working on, these acceptable ranges, and how that fits in with computing the groundwater protection values and the groundwater protection targets. So is one sort of, it's sort of the floor, and then these others are more additive depending upon, the vulnerability areas and the, I can't remember the terminology, but the areas where you're having to do these groundwater protection targets.
So there are different requirements, right? So they were both put in, I believe, by the petition order, the groundwater protection values and targets, the formula that develops the values and the targets, and then also the acceptable AR range. And they're items that we're working on sort of that all rely on the nitrogen data. And that's why I pulled it all together. But we're not necessarily going to be using that same process that is being used for the groundwater protection values and targets to develop the AR ranges. That is something that in the petition order is an item that we're going to be bringing back to the state board, working with the other regional boards on. It isn't, we've been focused on the groundwater protection formula and the values and targets because they had a set due date, a timeline. I see Adam has his hand up and he's
Yeah,
gonna
and
help.
I would, first, from even from my perspective, that is behind the anonymization component of the East San Joaquin. That is the hardest and trickiest kind of pieces of the puzzle in the East San Joaquin, because there's a relationship essentially between what's happening at the crop level and the expectations of nitrogen removal at the crop level. And then, as Sue mentions, there's the whole dynamics of the interaction between what's happening on the surface with climatic conditions, soil types, and the interface with groundwater. That has been the subject of an incredible amount of effort and modeling and things like that that's been going on really furiously. Just incredible work that would take a whole another session to kind of fully brief on. We've probably got a clip from, if you're curious or following up, we've got, we had a briefing to our board recently on those type of efforts that are ongoing. But again, it's a handful of interrelated projects that are underway at a pretty massive scale that all, are winding towards, at least I think that some of the big date in the future is the 2025 date, where you will have a collection of 3-year averages for a wide variety of crops and soil conditions, outlier impacts as the outliers have kind of gradually been addressed on a parcel by parcel basis by the coalitions. And hopefully that's when we'll have some really solid numbers as to what's working and what's not working within this program, at least on the massive kind of nitrogen reduction scale. And that's kind of the timeline that's laid out in the East San Joaquin. I'll let Adam kind of tell me where I was wrong with those numbers.
No, I would never do that. But no, I just, from my perspective, the efficiency, the A over R, is a number, and really it's I guess the first thing I can say is the irrigated lands program, it grows and evolves over time. So I don't know how those efficiency targets are going to ultimately be developed. I think it's going to be something way sharper and smarter than I can articulate right now, because we'll have a lot of really bright people working on it. But I look at that as our individual, you asked the question of, what is floor or ceiling? And the way I see it is the efficiency targets are how the individual grower is going to be able to look at that once they're developed and be able to easily tell, kind of like a speedometer on your car, right? Hey, it's easy for me to tell how fast I'm going in relation to the speed limit if I've got a speedometer. And so I look at that as kind of how the individual grower is able to see where they fit and really in real time kind of manage their operations as best they can, given weather and all the things, the drought and all the crazy things that's bearing down on them all the time. And the groundwater protection targets, those are more looking, I think, at a bigger picture. And they're coming at it from the picture of an entire township and how all the different growers fit together. If you're a grower and you're growing, say, corn, right in the middle, and all around you are a bunch of legume crops, and they're nitrogen fixing, and they're not applying very, very, very much fertilizer at all, that's a great scenario for you, or at least for water quality, because you've got, basically everyone around you is applying very little, and you're applying probably corn at 200 plus pounds an acre. Don't quote me, I'm not a corn farmer. But anyway, so that's the bigger picture, and how that on that township level, what do we need to meet as far as nitrogen loading to have that average number be below the objective, generally speaking. And so that's how I see it. I hope that helps. And the one other thing I did want to say in relation to your question about the the A over R's and how is that working, and to get outliers, and my understanding from Sue is that and she can correct me if I'm wrong, is many of these are built on kind of a 3-year, so we may find someone in 1 year as an outlier, but we really need several years of information, because depending on the conditions, there may have been a situation where it looks really bad one year, but in the next years, it comes back into in a longer term. And that's consistent with what the expert panel kind of told us in regards to these kinds of things too. So thanks for entertaining me.
Yeah, understood. And I see, Ms. Dunham, you have your hand up, but we're going to call on you for comment in just shortly here. So I just have a couple of other things. Mainly, you know, I'm kind of in the mode of just kind of holding back at this point. We did a lot of work, you know, a few years ago. We're receiving these reports, and I'm just kind of picking up, you know, on things here and there. And then, you know, we get these opportunities. But I think what would be helpful for me is learning of an opportunity where I could maybe better understand how real this is. Like, you know, at a community meeting where they're working through some of these issues, and you've got regional board and coalitions and NGOs all there, where they're kind of mapping out in this area. This is sort of our game plan. So I don't expect you to answer that right now, but I would welcome that opportunity to kind of better understand how on the ground things are sort of playing out. And then the other piece for me is just kind of better understanding there's so many partnerships going on here. There's, of course, the regional boards, there's the CV Salts program, the coalitions, the NGOs, the universities, and kind of, you know, maybe on the next report, giving us a better sense of, you know, where those partnerships are on certain aspects, and, you know, kind of who's on first on, you know, a certain aspect of, you know, these milestones, you know, who's kind of leading the work on that versus playing more of a supporting role. And then also, I can't help but think about the conversation from our last board meeting about fees, and how, you know, we are interested as a board to kind of look at this fee issue. Of course, it's a determination by the legislature, but, you know, how much can a certain sector handle, especially when we're looking at all these value-added opportunities. You know, we started off with, you know, water quality, looking at water quality and adding, you know, adding to the fees, having these coalitions, and now we've got CV Salts, and a good part of CV Salts is we expect communities to be drinking clean water, and so just all these additive roles, and, you know, kind of better understanding, you know, again, how all these different partners fit in and what their responsibilities are, and starting to look at this issue, you know, and better understand costs, because of course we'll hear about it directly from the growers, but I think it's also helpful to better understand the cost of these programs, opportunities for other grants, and that sort of thing. And I know that's way too much to put in, to expect you to, you know, the next time you report back to us, but again, you know, maybe looking at opportunities to make it more real, and understanding how, you know, in a certain area, how things are playing out, so that we can, you know, kind of better assess when we look at in several years from now, the success of the program, and was it worth it? Were we getting the value for, you know, what we put in, whether it's through regulatory requirements or some of these other programs that are, you know, that have been brought to us through partnerships and other approaches. So with that, I think we will, unless you want to comment. I mean, I know I'm kind of adding a lot here.
I just have a lot of notes.
Big picture. Yeah.
I've got a lot of notes. I will say, you know, I think that the next iteration of this, I think it helps to kind of give the big picture overview of how the pieces fit together. And frankly, some of the pieces are just coalescing right now, particularly when you're talking about some of the Sigma entities and some of the management zones, as they're finally, you know, getting together and actually doing good work. I think, you know, mental exercise, I know I've run through, and it probably would be helpful for you. What does it look like, you know, a day in the life of an almond grower who just attended, you know, as they attend these outreach meetings where the East San Joaquin or some other coalition is saying, here's what we're going to be doing for the outliers. You applied too much. We will literally be talking to you one-on-one, coaching you about different ways, looking at your MPIR and figuring out ways that we can strategize to reduce your nitrogen loading. And also looking at it from a community perspective, seeing how, say the management zone is monitoring their wells and the outreach that's being conducted and the informational sessions that are in that area. I think that's kind of really informative. I know when we get these comments from the board, it's really what some of the board members try to do as well, put themselves in the shoes of either somebody being regulated or somebody being affected by our programs. But yeah, got a lot of notes, a lot of things that we'll try and meet your expectations when we see you again.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've got two commenters. We'll start with Tess Dunham with Consores and Conway. Hello again.
Oh yeah, I was able to unmute, but there it goes. There's my video. Okay. Thank you very much for the conversation. I was anxious to weigh in just because, on behalf of the coalitions, I can tell you we have been giving a lot of thought and conversation with respect to the interplay between groundwater protection and A over R and management practice effectiveness programs. And I think it's important in context to remember that the MPEP part of this was developed originally. And then when we created the groundwater protection formula, values, and targets concepts, we really weren't certain how we were going to do this, right? I mean, I think it was great in concept, but I am, I've done a lot of, work in this area. And I would say that one of the things I've been most proud of is how we've come forward to develop the formula and the values, and took this amorphous concept and was able to create a process for calculation of values on a township basis. And I really encourage you to come and join via Zoom. It's a Zoom platform, so easy for all of you to watch the October 15th regional board meeting. We'll be able to dig in further and explain the values, because it's a piece of work that I think the coalitions should be very proud of. We took this amorphous concept and we have actually calculated groundwater protection values for all of those identified priority townships. And it tells you in detail all of the different information and components that went into the calculation of those values on a township basis, using the CV SWAT model and using actual NMP/INMP data. We used actual reported data from the growers starting for the 2019 data set, and was able to use that to calculate values. We often have conversations with UC Davis and Dr. Harder, and I will share that I think Dr. Harder understands and believes that what we've been able to put together with the groundwater protection values is probably one of the most informative, accurate sets of loading from irrigated agriculture that's ever existed. And so I really do hope that you come and join us in that conversation. We are now embarking on that next step, is figuring out, okay, so the values is telling us what we're doing on the landscape. Now, from or right below the root zone, now we're at the root zone. What happens between the root zone and the well? And how do we factor in what is the potential impact to protect groundwater quality? And we are working closely with Dr. Harder and his folks and looking to see how we can utilize our groundwater protection value process and his groundwater model that has been supported by the State Water Board, known as NPSAT, and how those two come together, and are looking forward to entering into conversations in the very near future with the regional board and the NGOs about our thoughts and ideas of how these would come together for us to submit the groundwater protection targets, which are due on July 19th of 2022. So we just keep rolling from one issue to the next. I do think that we will need to have some further conversations as this thought has evolved between MPEP and the groundwater protection. As what does this look like? I guess in my mind, I've always thought now as we've evolved this, the groundwater protection is our water quality standards protection, and MPEP is kind of our best practical treatment or control, right? They're kind of the best efforts, as Adam said, they're based upon the grower performance. We always talked about this when we were developing the East San Joaquin order, that we have metrics that are related to protecting groundwater, which was kind of your applied minus removed, which has then been incorporated into the groundwater protection formula process, is water quality protection. The A over R is more of the grower performance, which I see in my mind in a regional board vernacular is best practical treatment or control or best efforts. So I don't know if that helps to kind of give you some context, but that's how I envision them. And I do think we need to think about, now that it's evolved and we know more, do we need to maybe tweak some of the language so it's clear for everybody how they fit in with each other? Not that anybody wants to open it up, but I think if we all had a common understanding as to what it meant, it would probably be helpful for all as we've developed this information over time. The only other comment I would say is, on the replacement water issue, I think it's important to also keep in context that these areas, many of these areas are subject to management zones. And if replacement water isn't being provided by growers, it may be being provided by the management zone, right? So we have that happening as well. So I don't want us to lose sight that replacement water is happening out there in full force right now through the management zones. Clearly our plate is full and we are working a lot on all of these different programs with the regional board and folks, and trying to keep everybody, the communication going. Would love to be able to sit in a room with people sometime in the near future, but we've been able to do it via Zoom. Some ways it's easier, in some ways we just have lost, the ability to have some of these brainstorming sessions to kind of figure some of this out. But I'm open for any questions that folks have, but just wanted to impart some of my thoughts with respect to the conversation that was occurring.
Great. Well, thank you for your continued work in this area. We really appreciate it, and for your leadership. Any questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Dunham. And I believe our last speaker is Jennifer Clary with Clean Water Action. Hello. Good to see you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. Nice to see you too. Good afternoon. I know it's late in the day and we're almost done, so I'll keep it short. I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues at Community Water Center and Leadership Council. I'm Jennifer Clary, California Director for Clean Water Action. And I just want to point out, I appreciate all the great questions and all the great presentations, and the regular meetings with Sue McConnell and with the coalitions. I just want to point out that this order was adopted on December 6th or 7th, like kind of getting fuzzy, 2012. So while we're talking about bringing the program up to speed, I kind of want to see some results. So I think something we really need to discuss is how to incorporate some numbers, some actual water quality benefits into these regular reports, because it's always been a difficulty when you work so hard to create something and then you go back to the community and say, why is my well still polluted? So I think we really need to incorporate those benefits. I think particularly not having a little less transparency in the data reporting is something that we were willing to trade in exchange for a more rigorous program. But I think we still want to understand where things are happening and how that's occurring. And I think another piece of that is the enforcement. So if we're going in and talking to folks, are we doing any on-farm enforcement? And if not, because of COVID, when does it resume and what does it look like? Because I don't know how often you look at someone's on-farm nutrient management plan. I don't know how frequently you look at their well and say, are you really not drinking from that well when you see something on the house? So I think that's most of what I have to say. On the domestic well testing, a big concern that we continue to have is how we're integrating all of these programs and all this information. And a big annoyance, I won't say it's a huge problem, it's a real annoyance that everyone's trying to hold this domestic well testing requirement at arm's length. So the coalitions want nothing to do with it, so the water board has to do with it. But the water board doesn't want anything to do with actual drinking water, so they're not really tracking who's providing drinking water. So you've got kind of an open-ended program here that shouldn't be open-ended. So it'd be really, really useful if between DDW and the regional board and the management zones, we could all talk to each other and figure out how this information should actually be used to ensure that people have safe drinking water. And I think that's all the information I have happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I think I'll just turn to Mr. Palupa. I know you were already saying that we just need a little more time in order to, provide additional information, but maybe if you have any further thoughts, I do agree, in concept with what Ms. Clary is saying.
Yeah, no, I think that it's imperative that we link up all the drinking water issues. I would absolutely disagree with the fact that the statement that the Central Valley Water Board has no interest in drinking water. Frankly, it is a huge component of our program. It is just being done under CV salts and that type of enforcement mechanism, not necessarily under the ILRP program. Because we have, there's only a handful of people that work in Bob Ditto's unit under Stu to do the enforcement, and going door to door for the several thousand, I think like one coalition, it's about 1,400, drinking water notifications. It is in the current executive officer report actually has that type of data in it already. So like for East San Joaquin, about 1,081 drinking water well exceedances, and we've got about 1,061 notification responses, all ingested into the system. Tulare Lake, 1,464 nitrogen exceedances and 1,453 drinking water notification templates. So, we aren't shying away from it by any means. It's just a matter of kind of having a lot of people in there to track that this data is going into the right systems, it's going into publicly accessible databases, and we are following up, but it's via CV salts and the resources that we're committing under that program to get the drinking water out there and running. It's I get it. It's not happening fast enough. And if you're a community member, and we've heard from them saying, hey, we've seen you sample. We know you sampled right across the street. How come you haven't gotten to us yet? And maybe they're in a priority 2 basin and CV salts is kind of implementing in that area next year. Or maybe, we're still doing the outreach. Maybe there was an outreach meeting that just occurred a couple months ago. Still trying to get to everybody and make sure that they know that we will be testing their well, or the coalition or the management zone will be testing their well as soon as they request it. And drinking water will be provided promptly upon any kind of exceedance of their drinking water well. I know that takes a while to get out there. Those requirements just kicked in a few months ago for the vast majority of the priority 1 areas.
Yeah, I think the main point, my takeaway is just that, how to better tell the story and link up the regulatory, sort of the alphabet soup of the different programs, and how that translates to something that folks on the ground can understand will benefit them, or
Absolutely.
it has already benefited them. Yeah.
No, I think we're still, even internally, even among the water boards, working through efforts relating to multi-constituent testing of those wells. Understanding that the regional board just has authority over a subset of drinking water constituents of concern, but SAFER has a broader mandate, and we're trying to get as much done as possible when we go in there and have somebody sample a drinking water well.
Yeah. Very good.
Can I follow up on that? Sorry, just on that topic, because I totally agree, and I don't think, I will never speak for Jennifer, but I don't think the idea is that the Central Valley Board isn't interested in drinking water at all. Clearly, you've put that into as a top priority in CV salts, and it was a big driver in this program and other stuff you do. But I do think, to this point that you just had the conversation around, even with CV salts, we've had challenges being able to navigate how to work together smoothly, even if with the best of intentions, right? And so, that may be something, I'll just say, I may be seeing if I can help. I may be reaching out to Tess. Maybe I'll look to you with the sort of coalitions and management zone contacts and Central Valley Board, and then our SAFER program, and the community groups and technical assistance providers. I do feel like there's a lot going on, but it's not clear that it's as coordinated as it could be to go as far as I think everyone would like, because it's always complicated to link everything up. And there is, differences in requirements and jurisdictions and such. So not that one meeting will solve that, but if we, it would be good to just figure out how we can do that a little bit more, because I do think the intent with everyone involved is to try to address these issues. And so, the more that we can coordinate and be collaborating and sort of identifying what's the smoothest way to do that, I think the better we can all accomplish that.
Absolutely. And there's been wonderful discussions happening all around. I think keeping drinking water at arm's length, I think my board is rushing towards drinking water with open arms, even in ways that kind of make some of that stretch the old policies and make folks like myself and all of our team think in new ways about how we can solve the critical problems in the Valley. But yeah, I think any type of additional collaboration, certainly your voice as we kind of work through issues with SAFER and with DFA, that would be welcomed into the conversation.
Very good. Well, thank you so much. Good to see you and the team. And we look forward to next steps. And I'm going to see what I can do to attend part of that October 15th meeting. So thanks for informing us of that. All right. Our last item before we go on to closed session is item number 9, information item, Office of the Delta Water Master Periodic Report. Mr. George, hello, good to see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and it's nice to see all of you. Vice Chair D'Adamo, members of the board, I'm Michael George, your Delta Water Master, and I'm pleased to be batting cleanup today as we get into the playoff season. Go Giants. Next slide, please. I really want to talk today about 5 specific things about the activities that our office is working on. So you heard earlier today from my colleague Eric Ekdahl and his team about drought orders and what's going on throughout the watershed, and specifically in the Delta watershed. And so one of the things I want to talk about is specific to the legal Delta and how some of the drought actions are unfolding and proceeding. Secondly, of course, I want to talk about how we manage the risk that this drought will continue into the new water year and what that means for and in the Delta and what kind of responses are coming out of the Delta to deal with that unfolding risk. Third, I'd like to describe to you the status of an ongoing investigation that is being handled jointly by the Division of Water Rights and our office to determine the validity and the nature of the complaint by exporters from the Delta about unlawful diversions of water within the Delta. Number 4, some really good news about the launch of OpenET, how it's going to interface with the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan, and what that's going to mean for us in terms of better understanding of what's happening in the Delta, not only in times of drought, but at all times. And finally, another piece of good news is, as I've reported in the past, the deterioration of the Southern Delta and the acceleration of that deterioration has been a matter of concern for some time. And I want to describe some really important progress that's happening now. So let me start with those specific things about drought in the legal Delta. So if I could have the next slide, please. I always think it's important to keep in mind, just conceptually, that the Delta is a tidal estuary with critical riverine influence. But it's impossible to think about the Delta as just an extension of the rivers that feed into it and drain through it. Particularly in times of shortage, the Delta experiences drought very differently from much of the rest of the watershed. First of all, it's not a matter of physical unavailability of water because of this tidal influence. Rather, it's a risk to quality of the water. And that's where the net riverine influence is so critical. Managing the freshwater flows to maintain a freshwater estuary. So with that in mind, that the Delta does experience drought differently, I want to talk about the outcomes in the water year that just ended last week, kind of where we are in terms of the emergency regulation and where we are with the methodology and applying it in the unique circumstances of the legal Delta. First of all water right holders in the entire watershed, including the 2,500 or so in the legal Delta, received reporting orders. And I want to let you know today that as of noon yesterday, we had about 95% compliance. And as Eric mentioned, throughout the entire Delta watershed, the compliance is about 75%. So there is a very high level of compliance with the required responses. Secondly, that means that everybody in the Delta understands that updates about the impact of the e-regulation, the impact of the methodology, where we are with respect to curtailments, is being updated exclusively via electronic means. So either people are checking the Drought website, they're subscribed to LIRIS lists, or they are otherwise getting that information electronically so that they can respond properly and quickly. In the Delta, all licenses, that is the post-1914 rights, were curtailed in late August as soon as the curtailment regulation became effective. And pre-14 water rights, unassociated with or unreported as riparian rights, were also curtailed. And in the Delta, that's really two significant pre-14 water rights. It's the water rights of Banna-Carbona Irrigation District and Byron-Bethany Irrigation District. And because we worked closely with them, saw what was coming, informed them, worked with them, they were prepared for the order as it came. They complied with the order by ceasing diversions under their pre-14 water rights. And basically those water rights came off of curtailment in September. And they're also not curtailed in October. And finally, and probably most importantly in the Delta, as you know, riparian rights have not yet been curtailed at all in the Delta through the application of the methodology. So that's kind of where things are unique about the Delta in terms of response to the E-reg, the application methodology, and the reporting and curtailment regulations. Obviously, there are challenges in doing anything as large and complex and interrelated as the e-regulation and application of the methodology. So, of course, in terms of that engagement, you've got requests for reconsideration and already petitions for writs of mandate to try and influence the direction that we'll take. So if I could have the next slide, please. Really, I think that's where the energy in the Delta is, focusing on the new water year and the risk of a continued drought into that new water year. This is a picture of Folsom Reservoir, but it's kind of a stand-in for where we are in terms of very low carryover storage because of depletion of that storage during the last two dry years. It points out the fact that there is a systemic imbalance between relatively fixed demands and the highly variable supply, and that risk of continued drought now into a third dry year is a threat not only to the ecosystem, but also to the water supply. So if we go to the next slide, there's some good news and some bad news. If you advance the slide once more, the bad news is that given where we are today, there is a soberingly elevated risk of salinity intrusion into the delta. As I said, we're not concerned about physical availability of water in the delta. It is the risk that that water carries salinity with it. The salinity intrudes in the delta and reduces the use of delta water for freshwater purposes. So that's the bad news. If you could advance again, there is some good news here, and that is that there is, in this extreme circumstance, a real and growing sense of shared response to the common risk, because it is the risk of salinity intrusion that unites all the parties to recognize that we're all at risk if we lose the freshwater estuary. That is, if the salinity intrudes particularly into the central delta. Let's say we lose Frank's Tract, it becomes saline. And so that shared risk associated as well with what we've learned from the last drought, the importance of improved data and that transparency of that data, and the real significant improvements in the methodology for which the Division of Water Rights, I think, gets substantial credit and kudos, because that methodology has improved dramatically since last time. Secondly, since last time, we've gotten some important additional guidance from the courts. Litigation is a slow way to get to certainty, but we have gotten some cases decided. Most importantly for the Delta, that's the Tanaka decision, which gives us a great deal more direction on how to determine the validity or the colorable nature of riparian rights in the Delta. And of course, we've got the experience from the year that has just passed to take us into the current year that's just beginning, and to figure out how, facing those risks, we can do a better job of planning so that we increase the predictability of response. So if I go to the next slide, I want to talk about some of the progress that we've made in creating and proposing a dry year response plan in the Delta. That is to substitute collaborative planning, so predictability if and when we have trigger events that raise the risk of a subsequent dry year, and to substitute that for emergency responses, which in an emergency, in a drought, very often, particularly with respect to agricultural water use, by the time the drought is upon us, it's almost too late to respond. So focusing on planning is what has brought together a lot of Delta interests. And I want to say, going back to February, the 3 Delta water agencies independently, each of those boards, directed their general managers to look at what the Delta could do in terms of responding to the dry year, not only the one that was already obviously unfolding last February, but the risk of future dry years. And so those 3 boards directed their general managers, along with a few of their trusted advisors, to work in a collaborative process that was convened by the Office of the Delta Water Master to develop a dry year response plan. And this was an iterative process where the general managers and their advisors met, developed ideas about dry year response, took it back to their boards to check in every month. And through that process, the boards developed a program that was aimed at presenting a unified voice for the Delta, but recognizing the Delta is not a monolith. It's different regions, and there are different things that can be done in response in different areas of the Delta. These developing of the unified voice and so forth, and looking at what this dry year response plan might be, was facilitated primarily by the agencies, but then ultimately collaboration by various agencies of the state. But it's important to recognize that these response plans have to be implemented at the water user level. The water agencies in the Delta are not water rights owners. They are agencies created by the state to protect Delta water rights, and they have helped to coalesce the water users and to help them to figure out ways to implement dry year responses. Ultimately, that group developed 3 components to this dry year response plan, each with a lot of sub-elements. One is what actions can be taken to conserve water during dry years, to take some pressure off the system, and to use those conservation actions to protect and improve water quality when it's most threatened during drought conditions. And finally, and importantly, to recognize that we've got to have dramatic improvements to data, which these water agencies, in collaboration with the state and with our office, have been working very hard to improve not only the quality of the water data, but its transparency and its availability for lots of uses. Currently, we're working in a, I won't even say it's a negotiating environment, it's more of a collaborative environment between a subset that we've started to call the Delta team, representative of the water agencies and the Delta water right owners, water users, and a state team, which is includes the Cali PA, the Water Board, the Office of Delta Water Master, but also DWR, that is the Department of Water Resources, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And those 2 groups, after a lot of work by the water agencies, have now come together in this collaborative process. And we're currently working in that collaborative process to implement a pilot program to work out these strategies in the risk year of 2022. So through that, if I could go to the next slide, I want to say that we've kind of developed a Delta mantra, which is not to be flippant about it, to pray for rain while we plan for drought, and at the same time keep a weather eye on the potential for floods, to reverse the subsidence that is one of the problems both for flood and drought in the Delta, to restore the ecosystem functions for which we rely on the Delta. Importantly, that means tending to the levees, acknowledging that we've got a highly engineered system and that we need to tend those levees and to manage those water courses in the Delta, to recognize the risk of increased impacts from climate change, and finally to protect water rights. So I think that is kind of the consistent Delta mantra. I want to move from that though to the next slide and begin to talk about the issue of an investigation that we have ongoing right now, a collaborative investigation between our office and the Division of Water Rights to look at a complaint that was filed by the Flyant Water Authority in June and was later joined by additional export representatives. And to briefly summarize that complaint, it started from an estimate, a mass balance estimate of what water is depleted in the Delta. So take a look at what's coming in, take a look at what's going to Delta outflow, what's being exported, and look at that difference on a mass balance basis as depletions in the Delta. Obviously, this complaint is aimed at protecting the water project's release of previously stored water as it enters the Delta watershed and then moves through the Delta. Although it is not explicit in saying so, this complaint clearly targets riparian diversions in the Delta, which are alleged to be in excess of the natural flow in the Delta, and claims injury based on the need for increased releases from storage in order to satisfy those allegedly unlawful deletions, or pardon me, depletions. And I think importantly, and as a matter of responsibility, this complaint does not claim additional export to be served by stopping unlawful diversions. They recognize that if there are unlawful diversions in the Delta, it will go in these very dry times, not to increasing exports, but to retaining water in storage. And obviously that's important as we think about managing the risk for water year 2022. So to the next slide, the design of our investigation is explicitly to engage the complainants in the process, both to get their insights, to make sure that we understand their concerns and the basis of those concerns, and also to help them to better understand the complexity that's going on in the Delta and to be able to engage productively in solutions that we need for improved management over time of what happens in the various regions of the Delta. So the first thing that we've decided to do is to try and work with them for them to revise and refine and make more acute their mass balance analysis. So instead of just looking at water in at the Freeport Bridge and at Mosdale, to look as well at the minor streams and return flows from within the Delta, and to recognize that the Delta starts at the I Street Bridge, and there are things that happen between the I Street Bridge and the Freeport gauging station, including what happens at the Fremont Weir, at the Sacramento Weir, et cetera. While those are more important in wet years than dry years, it is important to recognize that there's water that moves through the Delta that doesn't necessarily get gauged as an inflow at the I Street Bridge. In any case, trying to refine that mass balance analysis to identify and narrow the range of uncertainty in the inputs for that mass balance analysis. But as we're working on that, we're simultaneously working on conceptually and then from a measurement and monitoring basis, disaggregate those mass balance depletions to figure out what are the nature of those depletions. So we've obviously recognized that almost a third of the 750,000 acres in the Delta is open water, and there is some evaporation from open water. It's also clear that there is evapotranspiration from riparian vegetation and from aquatic vegetation, principally hyacinths. We've talked about that in prior reports to the board. In any case, trying to get a better handle on how much of the water that is depleted within the Delta is evapotranspiration of riparian and aquatic vegetation. It is not subject to a regulatory cease and desist order, for instance, and then to focus on what are the diversions that are being made in the Delta to support crop evapotranspiration. It's also important, and our colleagues from the Division of Water Rights this in terms of evaluating the alternative supplies that are coming into the Delta, to look at water supply contracts and look at the different flavors of that water, because at its base, this complaint seeks to discipline riparian right holders who are alleged to be taking water that is in excess of natural flow. In order to get at that, obviously, you have to be able to come to some understanding of the inflow to the Delta, how much of it is natural flow, how much of it is released from stored water, how much of it is return flows or other flows that are mingled in the Delta, and then what to do about that. As we are going through that process, we're also trying to figure out how we can quantify what the potential savings are and what those potential savings might be applied to if and when they're quantified, identified as being unlawful and stopped. But as we're going through this investigation, we're also recognizing, as we have all along, that there are a whole host of embedded legal issues that we need to resolve in one way or another. Now, as I've already mentioned, just through the E-reg process, the application of the methodologies, we've already started to see some of those legal issues teed up again, as they haven't really been teed up since the 2015, the end of the 2015 drought. And obviously, only, I think last Friday, the Office of the Attorney General actually filed on behalf of the Water Board the Water Board's response brief in the Court of Appeal with respect to the consolidated curtailment cases from the last drought. So those wheels are grinding slowly, but they continue to grind. And those embedded legal issues are going to be important to the ultimate outcome of the investigation of the client water user's complaint. So from there, I'd like to have the next slide and go to the fourth item of the 5 that I wanted to update you on today. And that is the launch, the public rollout of OpenET. That rollout was scheduled for last Friday, incidentally, the first day of the new water year. But we had a little trip on the way to that because 2 days before, it became apparent that there was a possibility that the federal government would shut down as of October 1st. And therefore, the NASA administrator, who was involved in the launch not only of the Landsat 9 satellite, which I'm pleased to say got off on Monday before there was a risk of the government shutting down, but basically said because of the risk of shutdown, we have to defer federal government involvement in the rollout. So that rollout is now scheduled for October 21st. And it will be rolling out publicly, and that tool will be available to us to provide us with consistent, credible, transparent, and timely insight on actual water use in the Delta, which is something we've never had before. And it really overcomes and it avoids or maybe even leapfrogs what we've been dealing with, which is inconsistent, delayed, and inherently inaccurate measurement of individual, 2,000 diversions, points of diversion in the Delta. And so this new tool is going to be extremely important. And even though he's not in attendance today, Board Chair Esquivel has been one of the proponents and assistants in getting OpenET developed as a useful, machine-readable, interoperable, consistent, and timely source of information about the actual water use of crops in the Delta. So the application of that in the Delta is going to be the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan. And importantly, one of the bases for getting coverage under this Alternative Compliance Plan is that each individual water right holder will bring to the Alternative Compliance Plan a geo-referenced polygon that shows the place of use that goes with that point of diversion. That's a huge breakthrough for the Water Board because remember, because so many of the water rights in the Delta were perfected prior to 1914, in fact, prior to the turn of the 20th century, the information that we have on places of use is often pretty rudimentary. Sometimes a hand-drawn map. Sometimes, if it's been updated, it may be a picture from Google Earth with a circle around it. It may be an assessor's parcel map that is outlined with a yellow magic marker. for the first time, we're going to have machine readable GIS, geo-referenced information on what the place of use is that goes with the point of diversion. That's going to be a game changer within the Delta, not only for regulatory purposes, but for water users' ability to apply improved water management techniques and water timing techniques that they've never had before. It's also going to allow us to continue through the Delta experiment, the Delta Measurement Experimentation Consortium, to continue the research to take certain diversions which are measured and telemetered and get real-time information to marry with the crop ET, so that we'll be better able to correlate the diversions through that point of diversion versus the actual water use through the evapotranspiration. And ultimately, to get a better handle on the unknown variable, which is how much water leaks into the Delta, how much surface water comes in through transmissive soils that are, in many cases, below the water level external to the levees. I'm pleased to say that this whole alternative compliance plan is going to be applicable throughout the Delta for the new water year that began last Friday, and will be the full water year through September 30th. And I keep emphasizing the water year because the first annual reports under this alternative compliance plan, the first diversion and use reports, are going to come in February of 2023. And it's important that we're developing this alternative compliance plan in cooperation with help that we've gotten from the legislature in terms of new law, which I'm going to talk about in a second. And also I'll be back to the water board for assistance with some regulatory updates that we're going to be seeking as well for a variety of interconnected purposes. But I'll spare you on that until my next regular report and turn to the next slide, which shows the unified water use reporting that we've gotten under a new state law. SB 155 was one of the trailer bills that was signed by the governor in September, and it really changes two things. It makes all the reporting periods be on a water year basis, and it makes all those water rights ultimately due on February 1st, and gives us a transition to get from where we've been, which is water use reports that are some on a water year basis, some on a calendar year basis, some on an irrigation year basis, and some on other bases. They're now to be consolidated. So we'll get information on all types of water use at the same time for the same reporting period. But we need to transition, and the legislation provides a mechanism for that transition. So in the kind of pink here for year 2020, that's the old way of the calendar year 2020 ended December 31st, 2020. And people reported to us on the right side of this slide in the Delta, annual reports of licensee came in April, but we didn't get statements of diversion and use for pre-14 and riparian rights until July 1st. So we're currently, as of last Friday, we've entered the stub period, a 9-month transition period, so that I should say we started that transition period in January of 2021, and it ended last Thursday at the end of the water year. That's the stub period, that 9-month stub period for water use that's already happened. Based on the transition, if you look to the right slide in 2022, the first unified reports for that 9-month stub period will be due April 1st. So we're getting all of them together. We're getting them on April 1st, transitioning toward the February 1st date. And that's because of this transition. And next year, and by that I mean the water year that started last Friday, October of 2021, and going through September 30th of 2022, those reports will all be due on February 1st, the first full year of reporting under this unified reporting in the Delta, and that'll be the first time we get water use reports on under the Delta ACP, Alternative Compliance Plan. And then in gray here, starting a year from now, October 1st, 2022, we'll be fully transitioned to the new reporting process. So the last thing I want to report on, if we could switch to the next slide, is the developments toward addressing the accelerated deterioration in the South Delta. Next slide, please. This is the development of a master planning process in the South Delta, which is taking the place of a lot of, frankly, disorganization, which allowed that accelerating deterioration in the Southern Delta. So again, if I could have the slides advance, that'd be great. There we go. What's coming out now is a master planning process that recognizes that we can't look at all the stressors on the South Delta each in isolation, that we got to look at a holistic multi-stressor approach and match it with a multi-benefit approach to take flood control, water quality management, channel maintenance challenges, the comprehensive operations plan that is embedded in the first part of the water quality control plan that was adopted in 2018, and to keep in mind that as we develop a holistic approach to all the stressors in the Delta, we also have to keep in mind an equity component, which has not always been embedded into planning for water use and application in the Delta. And I'm pleased to say that we've transitioned toward this master planning process through leadership by the locals and partnership from the state. So recently, the master planning group has come together behind the San Joaquin County Flood Control Agency, but including Central and South Delta water agencies, reclamation districts throughout the area, a variety of environmental organizations, both traditional environmental NGOs and environmental justice organizations, coming together to find a path for a multi-benefit master planning process that puts in sequence the steps that need to be taken in order to arrest and ultimately reverse the deterioration of the South Delta for all purposes, whether flood control or water quality management, agricultural diversions, or export conveyance. And I really want to call out leadership from both the Department of Water Resources and our own Division of Water Rights, and particularly Aaron Forsman, for taking that comprehensive operations planning process and not just requiring another set of plans that would come to us and go on a shelf and wouldn't look at this, that is the impact of the projects on the Delta in a holistic process. So I think we're moving forward with that. And I also want to say that the resources agencies, including Cali, PA, and the Department of Food and Agriculture, have also come together and improved the leadership of the locals by providing some resources. In fact, right now, the division or the Department of Water Resources is actively considering a grant to assist with capacity development for this master planning process. So that's the last thing I want to say in my report, ending on two positive notes about Open ET and about and how a lot of the things that we're working on are actually converging, whether it's the development of the methodology, the application in the unique circumstances of the Delta, the unification of the Delta around protecting water quality in times of drought, the recognition that we have to bring the export interests in through the investigation of their complaint of unlawful diversions, the tools that we're developing for and have developed over the last several years, OpenET, its application through the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan, and the data and information that has empowered the development of this master planning process to improve conditions in the South Delta. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it. And if you skip to the next slide, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but fully recognizing that you've all been sitting for a long time, listening to a lot of important things. So Vice Chair Diadamo, I'm at your service.
Thank you, Mr. George. There's a lot going on, and as always, you've got you've given us a complete report with a lot of thought-provoking ideas here. And I agree, there's a lot of things converging. It's really exciting that we've got this new state law, GIS mapping, but then yeah, I'll just kind of tee up. I don't have any question, but I'm really excited about, I mean, it's challenging going into another dry year, but I'm heartened by the fact that you're looking at the, continuing the good collaboration on dry year response, but then looking at the complaint and developing sort of a process and bringing in others to have those discussions. I know you'll be following or involved in the workshop on the 20th. I think some of these issues you've teed up for discussion on, those embedded legal issues and other important issues. Things are kind of converging. And so, I know you're already committed to this, but just collaborating and coordinating with the Division of Water Rights on some of the things that they're kind of doing in parallel. So thank you for the good report, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Any questions or comments? Okay. Well, it's been a long day, and we will continue to noodle on all of this and look forward to the next report. I think that I suspect we're going to see further progress on a number of these issues. So
exactly.
Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, so moving on to our final item, which is a closed session. I'd like to announce that we should roll it over to the next meeting. Chair Esquivel had hoped to join us, and he is not able to. And I think it's really important to have a full board in that discussion. So we will go ahead and roll it over to the next meeting, and we'll have another full day when we get together again. And Mr. Lawford, did you have anything to add?
No, I was just available to answer any questions other board members may have. There are no time-sensitive items. I was also going to point out, if you wanted to hear an executive director's report, you could. Otherwise, the board can pass on that item today.
Oh, I didn't realize it was on the agenda. Sorry about that.
Actually, the executive director's report is not on this agenda. It's the board member report that is not on the agenda.
Okay, the board member report is not on the agenda, but the executive director's report is.
No, neither is the executive director's report either. That is typically always on the second board meeting of the month.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we will. Okay, we'll stay tuned for the next meeting. Be prepared, because it looks like it's going to be another long one. And thank you, Ms. Townsend and Mr. Loffer, for helping me out today. It was, you made it easier. So I really appreciate the help, and good to see you all. Have a good evening.
Nice job, Vice Chair. Thank you. Have a good evening.